We need to stay hungry no matter who we're playing, and I think the best teams in the country do that. There's a standard. It doesn't matter who you play. There's a game within the game, and there's a standard of how you play. To me, it should be hard-nosed, it should be competitive, and it should be prepared. That's what our team should look like every time we step on the field.
Bigsby jumps into the end zone. Touchdown, Auburn! Behind Fromm, handoff Jarquez. Head down, he's in! Finley drops to throw, steps and he throws. It is caught! Touchdown, Auburn! Landon King! Finley flushed, he's in trouble. Throws to the end zone. Touchdown! What a touchdown! Jefferson drops into the end zone to throw. And he's sacked at the safety. Fumble. Ball is loose in the end zone. Auburn recovers. Auburn comes after it. It's blocked into the end zone and recovered for a touchdown. Auburn rushes 4. There goes Young. He got sandwiched between Derek Hall and Echo Leona. Auburn and Mercer have football history dating back 120 years. Legend has it, George Petrie, Auburn's first football coach, actively recruited a player from Mercer's first team to play for Auburn back in 1892 for $75. Let's consider that the precursor to NIL. Tonight, the Tigers open the season with the Bears, who began with an impressive offensive performance last week. Good evening and War Eagle from Jordan-Hare Stadium. With Stan White, Ronnie Brown, Brad Law, Jason Campbell, Gene Dulaney, Jacob Hillman, Patrick Tisdale, Ben Harling, and Paul Ellen. I'm Andy Burcham. On Monday, Brian Harsin named TJ Finley as QB1. The LSU transfer won the battle with Robbie Ashford and Zach Calzada, and he'll have a healthy backfield, a talented tight end group, and a young wide receiving core in his arsenal. Mercer opened its season with dominating fashion, beating Morehead State 63-10, racking up over 600 yards of total offense. Fred Payton and Daniel Schock combined for a school record 5 touchdown passes in the game. Tonight begins a 5-game homestand for Auburn. San Jose State, Penn State, Missouri, and LSU come to town before the Tigers hit the road for the first time. It's imperative for Auburn to gain momentum prior to that first road trip to face Georgia in Athens. And it all begins tonight with Mercer. The Outdoor Alabama countdown to kickoff continues in a moment.
At Auburn, we believe in work, hard work. That's why we believe in the Ford F-150 truck and love it. With the available smart tech you need, plus a choice of 7 available engines, delivering premium grade muscle and impressive power numbers, F-150 can help you tackle whatever the day brings. This is head coach Brian Harsin. Check out the official truck of the Auburn Tigers at your local Ford dealer today. War Eagle.
Not all models, trims, or features may be available. Contact your dealer for more information.
The Auburn University College of Veterinary Medicine is the South's original veterinary medical program and the nation's 7th oldest. We are a leader in preparing students for careers in veterinary excellence, transforming animal health care and innovative research and discovery to improve the health of both animals and humans. Independent surveys of pet owners and referring veterinarians rank our teaching hospital tops in the nation. Learn more at vetmed.auburn.edu.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. You hear that? I'm a torrential downpour. Torrential? What's that even mean? It means you can't see out of your windshield. And if you have the wrong car insurance, you might have to make it rain to fix your bumper. So switch to Allstate, save money, and be better protected from mayhem, like me.
Based on coverage and limits selected. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. In most states, prices vary based on how you buy. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Every team has great athletes, but the ones that come together and have each other's back win the rings. I am Kenny Mullins for the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Local 613, and we are Auburn's electricians. We're a group of over 5,000 highly trained electrical workers who have each other's back every day. We train together, work together, and look out for each other. If you're an electrical worker, come work with people that have your back. Join us at IBEW613.org, War Eagle.
You're listening to Auburn football. Now back to more of the Outdoor Alabama countdown to kickoff. Visit OutdoorAlabama.com to find your next adventure. Go hunt, go fish, get outdoors.
Season opener at Jordan-Hare Stadium. It is a wear white game, and other than a small corner of orange, In the southwest corner, or the south and northwest corner, that is, of the lower bowl, it is a white group of Auburn fans in their white throughout the night as the Tigers get ready for the Mercer Bears. Independence, or Indy, is 6 years old and serves as an educational ambassador at the Southeastern Raptor Center. This is her second season making pregame flights at Jordan-Hare Stadium. Indy continues a tradition that is uniquely Auburn. Her flight represents and represented the combined efforts of the Auburn College of Veterinary Medicine and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in promoting the conservation of all birds of prey. Well, it's been an interesting day already in Southeastern Conference football. Auburn and Mercer here tonight. And Stan, it's just a home opener. It's that first opportunity to get out there and play for this Auburn Tiger team.
Well, it is, Andy, and the one interesting tidbit is that Mercer has already played a game. And usually the old adage is you get better in your week 2 than you do all year because you're able to correct mistakes. Well, this is Auburn's first game, and Mercer not only played a game, they put up 63 points against their opponent. So this is a good team. They were able to go back and look at corrections, and this is Auburn's first. So I'll be interested to see if Auburn comes out and is crisp, they line up correctly, they're disciplined. And that's the biggest thing, especially with a new quarterback that's starting the season. He had 3 starts last year, but now TJ Finley is at the helm for game 1.
On the other hand, with regard to Mercer's first game in week 0, it does give Auburn a fresh scout of the Bears here tonight.
Yes, exactly. You hit the nail on the head there. There's an advantage for Mercer because they played a game. Football is the most difficult game to replicate in practice. You just can't do it. You got to get that game experience. But like you said, now Auburn can scout them. They have film. The only film Mercer can look at is last year's Iron Bowl or the bowl game they played in against Houston. So you're exactly right. And plus they got this home crowd. Auburn has been thirsting for this home crowd with all the things that went on the offseason. I think these fans, just like that locker room, is just ready to play some football.
It is an Auburn crowd that is ready for football. It was a season somewhat of turmoil. I think this is a galvanized Auburn football team, and we know this from the past.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And with the way the season ended, you had a very, very good chance to beat Alabama. Went to 4 overtimes, and they were the team that played the national championship. You got beat by a top 25 Houston team and a nail-biter in Birmingham. So, they see that it was a year of almost last year. You blew a big lead against Mississippi State. So they have a lot of things that obviously they have to correct, but it was also a year of those almost. So hopefully they can get over that hump and play 4-quarter games.
Tackle hard work and make weekends more fun in a new Ford F-150, the official truck of the Auburn Tigers. For great offers, see your local Ford dealer. Stan, what are your Ford keys to tonight's game?
I think being able to control the line of scrimmage. Anytime you play an FCS opponent, your line of scrimmage is where you're going to see a big difference. Mercer's going to have playmakers, there's no question about it, but you want to be able to get up there on the line of scrimmage and control that both on the offensive and defensive side. So it starts 1, control the line of scrimmage. 2, TJ Finley, take what they give you. That's the big thing. You just got to be able to take what they give you, play keep away from this team. If you take a 5-yard hitch, take a 5-yard hitch. When you take your shots downfield, take your shots. That's the big thing, is efficiently manage the game.
We know this, Mercer's not going to be intimidated about coming to Auburn. They make it a habit to play in these big atmospheres year after year.
Yeah, like you said, they've played 12 times throughout the history of Auburn's college. So they're not immune to coming into these places. And the last time they played 2017 here. So they look forward to this. This is an exciting time for those Mercer players.
Kickoff and the start of the 2022 season. Auburn and Mercer all coming up. Stay tuned. This is the Auburn Sports Network.
Get your game day started with the Auburn Sports Network and the Tiger Tailgate Show, presented by Conecuh Sausage. Brad Law, Andy Burcham, Stan White, Ronnie Brown, and Jason Campbell bring the tailgate party to you. Breakdowns of the game from every angle, visits from former Tiger greats, and updates from around campus. 3 hours before kickoff of every Auburn game. It's the Tiger Tailgate Show, presented by Conecuh Sausage.
We are the Auburn Tigers, but when we greet each other, we say War Eagle. It's unique to Auburn. It's our battle cry, a tradition that's important to us. War Eagle means you're always part of the Auburn family, no matter where you are. This is head coach Brian Harsin. War Eagle.
Drive home a Ford F-150 truck today and join our family. Visit your local Ford dealer and check out the official truck of the Auburn Tigers. Auto models, trims, and features may be available. Contact your dealer for more information.
Hey, Auburn fans. It's time to stretch those legs and reach for another bag of Golden Flake. Home or away, with family or friends, you know no game day is complete without your favorite snack. So enjoy Golden Flake or any of our other delicious snacks from the Utz family of brands and sit back for the rest of the game. Golden Flake and Auburn football, a winning team. Simple, Southern, goodness, Golden Flake. Celebrating 65 years as the official salty snack of the Auburn Tigers.
The Auburn Tigers Today podcast keeps you plugged into the Tigers like nowhere else with Andy Burcham's weekly coaches interviews, post-game audio, and Jacob Hellman's comprehensive This Week in Auburn Athletics feature. It's the only podcast that keeps you current on everything happening around Auburn athletics, from Jordan Hare to Neville Arena and beyond. Just like and subscribe to Auburn Tigers Today podcast.
This is Auburn football, and these are the Yellowwood starting lineups for the Tigers. Defensive line.
Derek Hall, Gulfport, Mississippi, Gulfport High School.
Colby Wooden, Lawrenceville, Georgia, Archer High School.
Jason Jones, Calera, Alabama, Calera High School.
Marcus Harris, Montgomery, Alabama, Park Crossing High School.
Echo Leota, Astro, North Carolina, Astro High School.
Linebackers.
Owen Papo, Lawrenceville, Georgia, Grayson High School. Harold Riley, Evergreen, Alabama, Hillcrest High School.
Secondary.
Nehemiah Pritchett, Jackson, Alabama, Jackson High School.
Jalen Simpson, Brunswick, Georgia, Frederica Academy.
Zion Bucket, Griffin, Georgia, Slaughter High School. Donovan Kaufman, The Boot, Archbishop Roman.
Offensive line.
Killing Zero, Munich, Germany. Brandon Council, Tar Heel, North Carolina, West Wade High School. Tay Johnson, LaGrange, Georgia, Callaway High School.
Keandre Jones, LaGrange, Georgia, Callaway High School.
Austin Troxel, Huntsville, Alabama, Madison Academy.
Receivers.
Cedric Jackson, Hoover, Alabama, Hoover High School.
Tavares Dawson, Fort Myers, Lehigh High School.
Malcolm Johnson Jr., Brownsville, Maryland, St. Stephen's, and St. Agnes.
John Samuel Shanker, Albany, Georgia, Coffee County High School.
Running back.
Tank Bigsby, Atlanta, Georgia, Callaway High School.
Quarterback.
TJ Finley, New Orleans, Louisiana, Ponchatoula High School.
Special teams.
Jacob Quattlebaum, Enterprise, Alabama, Enterprise High School.
Oscar Chapman, Adelaide, Prince Edward College.
Anders Carlson, Colorado Springs, Colorado, the Classical Academy.
The starting lineups have been presented by Great Southern Wood, makers of Yellowwood brand pressure-treated pine. If it doesn't have that yellow tag, you don't want it.
You've been listening to the Outdoor Alabama Countdown to Kickoff on the Auburn Sports Network. Now, it's game time. Exclusive play-by-play coverage of Auburn football is brought to you by Ford. Tackle hard work and make weekends more fun in a new Ford F-150, the official truck of the Auburn Tigers. The Alabama Department of Public Health, offering free COVID and flu vaccines to anyone 6 months and older. Visit alabamapublichealth.gov/IMM. By Cook's Pest Control and the Cetricon system, the unbeatable combination for termite protection. Chick-fil-A. Download the Chick-fil-A app and score big before the game begins. And by Alabama Power. At Alabama Power, we put everything we have into our jobs because this is our home too. Let's go back to Jordan Hare Stadium. With Ronnie Brown on the sidelines and alongside Stan White, here's the voice of the Auburn Tigers, Andy Burcham.
Auburn's captains, Owen Papo, Derek Hall, John Samuel Shanker, and tonight's game captain, Ched Jackson, have come onto the sideline for the Tigers as we wait the coin toss. This Modelo Game Day weather forecast. Modelo Brewed for full-time fans is the official beer sponsor of college football playoffs. Drink responsibly. Modelo Especial beer, imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois. at game time, 84 degrees, heat index of 91. Partly cloudy skies right now. We may get some rain a little bit later on tonight. And the Auburn Tigers are making their way on to Pat Dye Field for the start of the 2022 season. It's a big crowd on hand for tonight's game between the Auburn Tigers and the Mercer Bears. Early on, Stan White, what do you look for in this one tonight?
Well, the big thing is I just want to see consistency, and this is really the culmination of the hard work they do in the offseason. It's just the communication, lining up, being efficient. If you have to check, you check into the right plays. And defensively, you want to see a swarming defense. There's a lot of returners on that defensive side. You know, they lost some good players, but you have a lot of guys returning as well that can help out. Mainly, you got a Derek Hall, a Kobe Wooten, a Leota. Those guys up front, that defensive front is this Auburn defense, it'll go with their success.
And there are some new faces on this coaching staff this season. Jimmy Brumbaugh is back with the Auburn Tigers on the defensive line. Christian Robinson with the inside linebackers. Rock Bellantoni taking care of the outside linebackers and the special teams, all part of this Auburn defensive staff. Toss of the coin presented by Kia of Auburn, where you're always number one. We'll send it down to midfield. Our own Ronnie Brown for tonight's coin toss.
That's heads, that's tails. That's tails, that's heads. Make your call. Tails. What do you call? Tails. If I drop it, we do it again. Tails is the call, and it is tails. So you won the toss. You want the ball or defer? You want to defer. You want to defer. You want the football. Which way you want to go?
All right, fellas, the first coin toss of the 2022 football season. The Mercer Bears called tails. It is tails. They elected to defer. Auburn's offense will be on first. Stan White, what's the key to the first drive for TJ Finley and this Auburn Tiger offense?
Well, I think, like you said, Ronnie, it starts with TJ Finley. How does he command this offense? He's got to go up there and show the poise and the confidence that earned him this job dating back to spring training, and this preseason he kept it, and he thrived under that competition. Now it's time for him to go out there and show why he was chosen as the starting quarterback.
Auburn will defend the south goal. Very little wind to speak of right now. Will defend the north goal. Wind out of the east-southeast at 6 miles per hour. And for both of you, Ronnie and Stan, the importance of establishing that run game early in this one tonight.
I don't think there's any question that the best friend of a quarterback, especially one making his first start of the first game, is a strong running game. And that's what Auburn has to do. They have a lot of veterans up there in their front line. You got a guy in Tank Bigsby, who's now a junior, who's been playing since he was a freshman. Jarquez Hunter, a sophomore now, got extensive playing time the last 2 years. So that is going to be a big, big factor for TJ Finley in this offense.
Yeah, and I agree with Stan. You know, you talk about offense, talk about a quarterback trying to get in and ease into the game. The best friend of a quarterback is the running game. And I am a little biased, but when you got an offensive backfield that's as talented as this Auburn backfield, I'd say why not start with the running game? It gives the offense to be the aggressor, the offensive line, get them a chance to get in the groove. And so I like for them to start with a downhill play. If it were up to me, I'd run a power play from the beginning of the game. One, to send a message to this defensive line of Mercer, but more importantly, for the offensive line mindset.
Well, guys, this year you do have a new play caller. Eric Kiesau now is the play caller for this, according to Brian Harsin last week. I'm sure Brian Harsin will have his hands on it because he's got an offensive background with his coaching resume. So it's going to be interesting to see how the tendencies are in the play calling.
Damari Alston and Jarquez Hunter drop to receive the kick by Mercer's Devin Folser, a senior from McDonough, Georgia. He was 9 of 9 in point after attempts a week ago. Did not have to attempt a field goal in the 63-10 win for Mercer over Morehead State. Auburn with the classic blue home uniforms, the white helmet with the orange power stripe, the AU on the sides, the white trousers, and Mercer with the away white jerseys and the orange trousers with the white helmet. It is a short, very high kick, and a spare catch is called for by Auburn at the 34-yard line by Tyler Fromm. Tyler Fromm, of course, a brother that played at Georgia. He also had a brother that played at Mercer. So there is history between Tyler Fromm, that Fromm family, and the Mercer Bears. So 1st and 10 for Auburn, and the Tigers will open up at their own 32 Malcolm Johnson wide right along with Chick Dawson. The lone man in the backfield behind the quarterback, TJ Finley, who's under center, is Tank Bigsby. From the left hash mark. Play clock is down to 4. The snap, the turn, the left side. Tank Bigsby off left side across the 35-yard line. Head down. He gets close to the 40. So a nice run of 8 yards on first down for Tank Bigsby going off left tackle.
Yeah, stretch play off left tackle. TJ Finley under center. Just an old-fashioned NFL power play, zone blocking over to the left side. A nice 8-yard gain on first down. You got the playbook open for you on second and short.
And nice to see Tate Johnson, that starting center, downfield blocking for the Tigers as he gets his first start for Auburn. So second down and 2 for Auburn at the 40, a double tight end set with John Samuel Schenker and Luke Deal. From the left hash mark, second down and 2. They bring Shed Jackson close to the formation. Turn and a handoff to Tank Bigsby. And Bigsby falls forward on the right hash mark and may still be about a yard shy of the first down. Going up the right side this time behind Cam Stutz, who gets the start tonight for Auburn at right guard. And that right tackle, Austin Troxell.
They had a 2 tight end set there, really a heavy set, 12 formation. One back, 2 tight ends, and just another stretch play off of right tackle that time. Mercer did a good job of filling a hole, only about a yard gain.
Heavy set with Schenker, Deal, and Fromm, the 3 tight ends in there. Auburn needs a yard. They'll hand it on the right side. And close to the first down, number 6, Javarius Johnson, but he may be short. Well, we'll wait on the call on the stretch play to Johnson coming around right end.
Whitecap rolled the play, so they're going to call it a first down. Looks like a first down. Barely got the first down on that little jet sweep from under center.
Auburn got the necessary yardage. First and 10 from the Tiger 42-yard line, the right hash mark. Malcolm Johnson Jr.
Robbie Ashford at quarterback.
So that answer comes very quickly. Would we see Robbie Ashford tonight? Sends a man in motion. Ashford around the left end, gets across midfield to the 50, inside the 50. Actually, they'll call him shy of the 50-yard line at the 49 as we pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Auburn Sports Network. They give Ashford to the 50-yard line, so 8 yards on first down, and Finley back in at quarterback for the Tigers. And no big surprise for Ashford to be in there and to run the football early on tonight.
Yeah, just a read option, was a keeper the whole way. Got 8 yards, showing his athletic ability. He's a dual threat quarterback.
From the shotgun, TJ Finley. Ball at midfield. Play action, rolls to the Mercer sideline, looks and he throws, and it's incomplete. Intended for Malcolm Johnson Jr. at the Mercer 40-yard line. Second down and 10 for the Tigers.
They had Luke Deal wide open right in his face. It was a little bootleg, naked bootleg on a toss sweep play action. Deal took on a block but slid out into the flat. And TJ Finley looked like he saw Johnson downfield and had him, but if he just pops it over to Deal, Deal may still be running.
Third down and 2 for the Tigers. Second, third down of this drive for Auburn. The Tigers had to go, were 1 of 1 in this drive so far. Going to have to get to the line in a hurry. Play clock is down to 4. Turn and a handoff to Tank Bigsby. And Bigsby puts the head down and gets to the 46-yard line and a first down for the Tigers. 4 yards and a first down for Tank Bigsby. Zach Hopkins among the tacklers for Mercer on the play.
Well, when you start off 8 yards on your last 2 series, 8 yards on the first down, 8 yards on the second first down, it allows you to do some optional things. Auburn's being very efficient. Third down and shorts, you always want to get third twos, high efficiency on conversion rate.
Finley under center on first down for the Tigers. He turns, rolls to his right, looks and he throws. It is complete to the sideline and down, and the ball is loose, but I believe he will be declared down. Javarius Johnson Jr. out of Trussville, Alabama, who had 19 catches a year ago. He gets 17 yards on the play.
Johnson was lined up in the slot. He ran a corner route. Outside receiver did a clear route. Nice rollout right there. TJ Finley put right on the mark for the first down throw.
First and 10 from the Mercer 30-yard line for Auburn. From the right hash mark, trips to the wide side of the field. A look, and it's a screen out there to Tank Bigsby. Bigsby angling back across the line of scrimmage, and Bigsby is able to get inside to the 30-yard line. He gets a couple yards in the play. It'll bring up 2nd down and 8 for Bigsby. We saw this a lot in preseason practices. A lot more Tank Bigsby out of the backfield as a receiver.
Yeah, that was an empty set. It was really more of a tunnel screen to Bigsby. He comes into a quick motion, and Finley pops up. Is designed to really catch and get inside and get upfield. He kind of crossed all the way over, only got a few yards on the play.
2nd and 8 from the 28-yard line. Double wide receivers to the wide side of the field. Bring a man in motion. It's a handoff off the left side. This is Malcolm Johnson Jr., and Jr. down to the 25-yard line. Brought down by Miles Redding, the free safety out of Mableton, Georgia. And another 3rd down for the Tigers. Auburn is 2 of 2 on this drive on 3rd down.
Seen a couple of jet sweeps so far. One for a 1st down carry, a short gain. That one, Johnson getting it on the other side, getting about 3 yards.
Auburn was 40% on 3rd down a year ago. This is 3rd and 5 from the 25-yard line at the left hash. A man comes in motion, and Finley drops to throw and throws it across the middle. Shed Jackson. He makes a move at the 20-yard line, and he has a 1st down to the 19. 6 yards and a 1st down. Shed Jackson, Auburn's team captain, out there tonight.
Nice play by T.J. Finley on a shallow route. There was pressure coming right in his face, and he sat there long enough to be able to get that ball off. Good job right there. Good poise in the pocket.
Quickly back to the line of scrimmage on 1st down. Handoff, Jarquez Hunter. He's at the 10. He's out to the angles to the right, and he is in for a touchdown. Jarquez Hunter from 19 yards out. Touchdown, Auburn!
A beautiful drive right there, capped off by Jarquez Hunter, carrying it 19 yards. Weaving right through the middle. Nice hole to get through that initial line, and then he broke out wide. It was not going to be caught. Auburn strikes first.
Came back across the grain on his first carry of the season. Hunter a year ago had 3 touchdowns. He gets a touchdown on his first carry tonight. 19 yards and a score. Carlson is out for the extra point. 32 of 33 last year before the injury. The holder is the punter, Chapman, out of the snap of Jacob Quattlebaum, and the Tigers are on the board. 9 minutes and 32 seconds to go. Auburn goes the distance in its first drive tonight. Auburn 7, Mercer nothing. Stay tuned. Auburn football continues in a moment.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Auburn Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Find deals in the entire Toyota lineup now during the national sales event and bring home a souvenir that's actually worth it.
Look, Mom. It's a tarantula.
Toyota, let's go places. Get 1.9% APR for 36 months on a new 2022 Toyota RAV4. Offer valid through September 6, 2022. 0 down for well-qualified buyers with approved credit and financing from Southeast Toyota Finance. 2860 monthly payments for every $1,000 financed. Excludes tax, tag, registration, title, and dealer fees. See dealer for details.
Who out there likes chicken and eggs? Both are protein-packed and loaded with essential vitamins and minerals to keep you healthy and your immune system strong. Start your morning with a delicious omelet with all your favorite fixins. Or have some grilled chicken for dinner. Here in Alabama, we produce almost 500 million eggs a year. You just can't beat that. However you choose to enjoy chicken or eggs, remember, they're good for you and great for Alabama.
Putting together a winning drive
shotgun
takes focus, determination.
There's the snap, dropping back.
And that powerful form of energy.
Scrambles to his right, looking downfield.
Called belief.
Launches it toward the end zone.
That belief in a team, in a community of fans, in each other.
Touchdown!
That powerful energy connects us all. Alabama Power is a proud supporter of the Auburn Tigers. Power for a better Alabama.
7-0 Auburn on top, 9:32 to go in the first quarter play with the red zone score. Everyone receives a free chicken sandwich Download or log into your Chick-fil-A app while in the state of Alabama to claim one free Chick-fil-A sandwich before midnight tonight. Redeem next Monday through Friday at any Chick-fil-A restaurant in Alabama. Auburn on the drive, 68 yards, 11 plays, 5 minutes and 28 seconds. Sun-South John Deere drive of the game. Preferred tractor of the Tigers. Find your local dealer at sunsouth.com. A methodical opening drive out there for Auburn tonight.
3 third-down conversions. The last one, a nice drag route to Shed Jackson for the first down.
Auburn kicks away from Devron Harper. It will come to Fred Jackson at the 4. 10-15, tries to angle to the Auburn sidelines and doesn't even get to the 20-yard line. Good pursuit by Auburn special teams. And so Mercer opens up 1st and 10 inside the 20. DJ James among the Tigers there on the stop.
One of those transfers from Oregon.
There are 3 on this squad. We'll see all 3 of them play. As a matter of fact, on this play by Jason Jones, all 3 will have played in tonight's game. 1st and 10, Mercer at its own 18-yard line. Austin Douglas flanks Fred Payton. 11 of 17 last week, 248 yards and 4 touchdowns in the win against Moorhead. And he looks to throw, and he will throw. It's complete to Douglas, and Douglas is upended at the 20 or the 25-yard line. It's a 7-yard gain. Nehemiah Pritchett on the stop of Austin Douglas, a redshirt sophomore out of Decatur, Georgia.
The goal for Mercer tonight has to be getting the ball out of the hands of the quarterback in a quick manner. That time, just double slants by the slot and the receiver, just flare out Douglas. Nice read right there, gets 7 yards on the flare.
Al Wooten II checks in at tailback for Mercer, flanking Payton on 2nd down and 3 for the Bears. Wide receivers right and left from the left hash mark. Payton throws, it's a slant route, and it is complete to Ty James. Ty James, the leading receiver in FCS after last week. He had 5 catches, 192 yards and 3 touchdowns in the first half alone, and he gets 15 yards and a first down out to the 39.
Well, a nice run play option look by Payton there. I thought he handed it off. Really good mesh. He comes out, throws a quick slant for the first down out to the 40.
1st and 10 from the 39-yard line. Ball in the middle of the field. Payton out of the shotgun. Sends a man in motion. Hands the ball to Wooten, and Wooten is stood up at the line of scrimmage. Fortunate to get even to the 40. Colby Wooten with the stop. Junior out of Lawrenceville, Georgia, who had 61 tackles and 8.5 tackles for loss a year ago, leads the charge for Auburn.
6'5", 285-pounder. Has played interior most of his time at Auburn, but he's such an athlete. He can actually stand up and be a rush end as well.
No gain on the play. 2nd down and, well, they'll give him 1 yard. 2nd down and 9 from the 40. Play action. Payton with a pump fake. Now floats it out off the left side for Douglas. A flag goes down. Douglas into Auburn territory inside the 50 to about the 46. But again, a flag comes down from behind.
Yeah, Cam Riley was held. It was a pretty easy call. He was hooked. His linebacker there on this assigned to the running back.
Holding, offense number 70. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. Replay 2nd down.
Steve Marlowe is our referee tonight.
That was Santo DeFranco. It was a pretty easy call. I like the play call. It was a fake of a bubble screen or a quick screen out to the wide side, a design slow screen to the weak side. Everything executed well except for the holding call, and he'll back it up to about 2nd and 18 now.
From the 31-yard line for Mercer, from the left hash mark. Ty James split wide to the wide side of the field. And a shift for the Mercer offensive line. It's a play action and a rollout by Payton. He's looking downfield. He runs, and he's run down from behind at the 37-yard line by Cam Riley. Riley, a junior out of Evergreen, Alabama. They love his size. 6'5", 230.
Well, that's a look you don't see very much. It was basically they got to the line and shifted one position over to the wide side, creating an unbalanced look. And Mercer coming out with a lot of razzle-dazzle looks today. That time, Auburn did a good job of sniffing that out. Got about 6 yards on the play, but still 3rd and long.
3rd and 12 from the 37, the right hash mark. Right side of the field to the Auburn boundary. Payton sends the tailback in motion and floats it out to Wooten. And Wooten runs forward, gets across the 40 to about the 43-yard line. But he will be shy of the first down as he gets 5, and it brings up 4th down in a punting situation for Mercer. Trey Turk will punt it away, sophomore out of Murfreesboro, Tennessee. 44 yards of punt. Didn't have to do it very often last week in that 63-10 win against Morehead State. Javarius Johnson for Auburn back at the 10 to take this punt by Trey Turk, puts it away. Bounces to Javarius at the 8. He's immediately taken down on the play by Devron Harper. So first down for the Tigers, a 49-yard punt, no return for Auburn. And the Tigers will be 1st and 10 from their own 7 when play resumes. 5:45 remaining in the first quarter. The score, Auburn 7, Mercer nothing. This is the Auburn Sports Network.
Are you looking to advance your career without putting your life on hold? Consider the flexibility of an online MBA at Auburn University's Harvard College of Business. Ranked among the nation's best by U.S. News and World Report, our 100% online MBA program provides the flexibility you need to pursue a degree while maintaining your personal and professional life. Learn more at harvard.auburn.edu.
Most creatures blend in with their natural surroundings. However, one North American beaver colony is doing anything but. This group, having discovered new Yellowwood Protector semi-transparent stain and water repellent, has coated their lodge in a lovely smoky grey colour. Modern look and powerful protection backed by the yellow tag. Well done.
Introducing the first stain worthy of the yellow tag. Yellowwood Protector semi-transparent stain and water repellent. Find a dealer near you.
Hey Auburn fans, Hibbett and City Gear have all the hottest brands. Nike, Adidas, Jordan, and many more. Check out a Hibbett or City Gear store near you. Or visit Hibbett.com for the latest sneaker drops, trending denim, and fashion-forward apparel and accessories. Hibbett and City Gear have the apparel and footwear hookups you need to keep the entire family fresh, toe to head. Hibbett and City Gear, proud sponsor of Auburn football. War Eagle.
Hey Auburn fans, it's Coach Harsin. Few plays are more exciting than the sack. For every Auburn sack this season, a donation is made to help Ascension St. Vincent's invest in PE equipment for schools around the state. Cultivating a healthy lifestyle early helps prevent chronic diseases. Please join Kess and me by making a donation to Sack Childhood Obesity. Visit stvhsfoundation.org and choose Sack Obesity as your designation. War Eagle.
Welcome back to Jordan-Hare Stadium. 5:45 remaining in the first quarter. Auburn 7, Mercer nothing. Auburn will get its second drive underway from its own 7-yard line. StubHub is the easiest way to experience every Tigers game. Check the virtual view, score your seats, get your tickets delivered instantly. StubHub, the official ticketing partner of Auburn Athletics. StubHub, be there. Auburn from the left hash. Ashford, the quarterback, to open this drive. From the Tiger 7, trips to the wide side of the field. That's the Auburn boundary for Auburn from the 7. Ashford out of the shotgun, turns, play action, rolls off the left side 10. He's to the 15, up the sideline 20, 25, 30, up to the 40, to the 50, and out of bounds. Robbie Ashford showing the wheels down the Mercer sideline. A big play for Auburn and a first down for the Tigers. 49 yards on the run by Ashford.
Well, we'd heard about the athleticism, be able to create your own plays when a play breaks down. That time, just a straight-up option, old-fashioned high school option, and he takes it around left in and just out-races everyone down the sideline. The redshirt freshman transfer from Oregon, from Hoover, Alabama.
Terrific kick out blocked by John Samuel Schenker. 1st and 10 from the Mercer 44. Turn, handoff, up the middle, and down to the 41-yard line for the Tigers. Number 4, Tank Bigsby. He and Jarquez Hunter combined for 130 yards rushing per game last season. He was Auburn's first, Bigsby was Auburn's first 1,000-yard rusher since Kerryon Johnson with 1,099 yards last year. 2nd and 7 for Auburn at the 41-yard line. Finley returns at quarterback for Auburn. Tank Bigsby flanks him to the right from the left hash mark. Finley play action. Steps into the pocket, he throws. He's got a man open downfield, caught at the 5, and down inside the 5-yard line for the Tigers, number 6, Javarius Johnson.
Beautiful throw, play action pass by TJ Finley. It was the inside slot receiver, and he led him man-to-man on a post across the field. It's very difficult sometimes for a quarterback to trust your instincts and lead him across the field. He threw him open 40 yards down inside the 5 to the 2.
First and goal for Auburn from the left hash mark. Malcolm Johnson Jr. splits wide to the right side of the field. Tank Bigsby flanks the quarterback. Play action, they throw it. It's John Samuel Shaker for a touchdown. Shaker had set up just outside the left tackle and broke free off the left side. Touchdown Auburn.
Well, beautiful play call by Eric Kiesau right there. Just a quick little, looks like he's going to hand it on a little quick dive play to Tank Bigsby, and Shaker just blocks down, slips out into the flat. TJ Finley grabs and throws. Just an easy play right there. TJ Finley to Shaker and Auburn in his 2nd touchdown in this first quarter.
Carlson out for the extra point. Shaker 33 catches, 413 yards a year ago. Both tight end records for Auburn. And his first catch of his senior season is a 1-yard touchdown catch. Carlson for the extra point out of the hold of Oscar Chapman, the snap of Jacob Quattlebaum. And the Tigers have scored on their first 2 drives tonight.
Well, nice drive, 93 yards on that last one. And just really nice execution. Robbie Ashford in there starts it off with a 49-yard run, and then TJ Finley comes right in afterwards and has a nice 40-yard pass down inside the 5 and tops it off with a pass to John Samuel Shinker.
3 minutes and 43 seconds remaining in the first quarter. Auburn has scored on its first 2 drives. Tigers lead the Bears on opening night 14-0 as Auburn football continues in a moment.
And we're back with breaking news. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. Make sure. Jim.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me.
We're on the air.
I need to try it first.
Hi, this is Coach Brian Harsin. They say Coke Zero Sugar is refreshingly delicious. Does that make it the best Coke ever? Find out for yourself. War Eagle.
In SEC sports, the ifs come at you every minute. What if your QB had released the ball a second earlier? What if the head coach hadn't used his last time out? What if your team goes all the way this season? If you love the tradition, if you live for the rivalry, if you can't wait each week for the absolute edge of your seat action, Regions is right there with you as the official bank of the SEC.
Regions can't help you with the F's in sports. Regions helps you embrace the F in life.
Member FDIC.
We know a place where you can find bacon, blue cheese, and ranch all together. And that place could be in your hands. Picture this. You're holding the new Whataburger Bacon Blue Cheeseburger. Made to order with 2 fresh all-beef patties, crispy bacon, blue cheese crumbles, grilled onions, and our own peppercorn ranch. This is one of my favorite places. I'm actually there in my mind right now. Whataburger's all-new Bacon Blue Cheeseburger. Just like you like it. For a limited time at participating locations.
3:43 to go in the first quarter. Auburn 14, Mercer nothing. The Tigers go 93 yards in 4 plays, 2 minutes and 2 seconds. Touchdown of 2 yards from TJ Finley to John Samuel Shinker. Sun South John Deere, preferred tractor of the Tigers. Find your local dealer at sunsouth.com. 14-0 here. Let's get a Yellowwood scoreboard update. Here's Brad Law.
All right, Andy, thank you very much. A couple of ranked wins for the SEC already today. Number 19, Arkansas finishes off 23rd ranked Cincinnati, 31-24. Third ranked Georgia pummeled number 11 Oregon, 49-3. Number 7 Utah leads Florida 7-0 down in the Swamp with 9 minutes to go in the first quarter there. That's a Yellowwood update. Andy, back to you.
Anders Carlson to kick this one away against a Mercer team that won 63-10 last week. against Morehead State. The Bears ranked number 14 in the FCS by the College Football Network, but trail here tonight 14-0. Auburn has scored touchdowns on its opening 2 drives. Carlson to kick this one away. And at the goal line, it's Fred Jackson. Jackson 10, 15, and taken down at the 12.
Jarquez Hunter.
How about that? How about number 27 with a touchdown catch and downfield on the kickoff to make the play?
Wow. Both kickoff returns, Mercer has not made it out to the 20-yard line.
And Auburn has been successful both times kicking away from Devron Harper. So 1st and 10 for the Bears at their own 12-yard line. Payton out of the shotgun. Bubble motion, and he throws to Harper, and the pass is incomplete. Harper picks it up and runs with it, but he dropped it in the backfield. It was not a lateral, and it's 2nd down and 10 for Mercer. Harper, 6'5", 168. He's a junior from Conyers, Georgia. Had a couple catches, a touchdown last week. He also had a kickoff return for 93 yards last week against Morehead State. Al Wooten II in the backfield with Fred Payton out of Auburn, Georgia. Man in motion near side. Handoff up the middle. That is Wooten. And Wooten puts his head down and gets across the 15-yard line, just across the 15-yard line, before Colby Wooden is there for the Tigers, along with Caden Bridges. Bridges, a redshirt freshman out of McGee, Mississippi.
And not a bad surge right there by Wooten right up the middle on that Auburn defense. Auburn more of a read and react that time. They had a little bit of a bunch trip set as Mercer has to sub in. I think the center position had an equipment malfunction.
So 3rd and 6. 3rd and 6 for the Bears at their own 16-yard line. Payton under center. Play action, and he rolls. He's in pressure, and he throws, and it's incomplete. Trying to get it to his tight end, Drake Starks. Terrific pressure by Eku Leota, and the coverage as well by the Tigers. That was Donovan Kaufman, the transfer from Vanderbilt, playing safety for the Tigers on the play.
It was interesting. Mercer comes out. They had to put a new center in, and the quarterback, Payton, goes under center for the snap. Faked it, little bootleg out. Nice play, Leota put pressure on, and then Kaufman downfield, knocking that ball away, setting up a 4th down and punting situation.
Javarius Johnson is at midfield to take this punt from Trey Turk. End over end, and a fair catch called for back at the 45-yard line by Javarius Johnson. So good field position. Auburn's best of the game to open up after a 39-yard punt and a fair catch. Auburn 1st and 10. And the ball at the 45-yard line. That's the first 3 and out for the Auburn defense tonight. 3 and out tracker driven by Truckworks, official commercial truck dealer for the Auburn Tigers.
This first quarter couldn't have started any better for this Auburn team. 2 drives, 2 touchdowns, big plays in both of them. 49-yard run, a 40-yard pass reception. Jarquez Hunter takes in a running touchdown, then a passing touchdown by TJ Finley to Schinker, mixing the ball around. It's really been impressive.
1st and 10, the ball at the Auburn 46, ball in the middle of the field. Finley under center, turns and he hands to Tank Bigsby off left side into Mercer territory, and Bigsby slices to the Mercer 45-yard line.
Nice
9 yards on the gain.
9 yards, man. You can do a lot of things with your playbook when you're averaging 8 and 9 yards a carry on 1st down.
2nd and 1 for Auburn. They just hand it off to Bigsby, and Bigsby surges forward to the 42-yard line, and that's an Auburn 1st down. Following up that right side, number 62, Cam Stutz at right guard for Auburn tonight. 3 yards and a 1st down for Auburn.
Well, this is about the time that Auburn wants to do a play action, maybe take a shot.
1st and 10 from the Mercer 41. Bigsby the tailback. Finley under center from the left hash mark. On 1st and 10 from the Mercer 41-yard line. The turn, the handoff, Tank Bigsby. puts his foot in the ground, gets inside the 40 before he is pushed back on the play. Isaac Dowling, a redshirt sophomore from Snellville, Georgia, makes that a 1-yard gain for Tank Bigsby.
Little stretch play this time over right side. Mercer played it much better, only at 2 yards on the gain as Jarquez Hunter comes in to spell Tank Bigsby.
Second down, they'll call it 8 from the Mercer 39-yard line. Malcolm Johnson, wide right. Ched Jackson, wide left. Double tight ends for the Tigers. Jarquez Hunter, the tailback. It's a handoff to number 27, and he's hit at the line of scrimmage at the 39-yard line, and he goes down immediately on the play. Isaac Dowling gets his second straight stop. A redshirt sophomore from Snellville, Georgia. Preseason second team All-Southern Conference linebacker for Mercer.
Well, that was a nice pursuit right there by Dowling. No gain, actually maybe lost a yard on the play. A little stretch play by Hunter right there. Came in unblocked.
That's 3rd down and 9. 3rd and 9 from the Mercer 40-yard line. From the right hash mark, a high snap. Now a rollout by T.J. Finley. Gets some pressure, and Finley gets back just across the original line of scrimmage before he goes down on the play. And we may see Auburn's first punt of the season. It was Auburn's best field position of the night. And the Tigers were able to get into Mercer territory, but can do nothing with it. And Oscar Chapman is out to punt it away for Auburn. Preseason 3rd team All-SEC. 44 yards of punt, hit 23 inside the 20 a year ago for Auburn.
You may see the end of the quarter.
Before the snap. And we do. So the first quarter has come to a close. The second quarter will open on 4th and 9 for Auburn at the Mercer 40 and an Auburn punt. So at the end of one on opening night at Jordan-Hare Stadium, the score, Auburn 14, Mercer nothing. Stay tuned. This is the Auburn Sports Network.
Keep your game day going with the Auburn Sports Network and the Outdoor Alabama Countdown to Kickoff. 1 hour before game time, our crew comes to you live from the broadcast booth to break down the matchups, plus interviews with players, coordinators, and our exclusive pregame conversation with Brian Harsin. Then, starting lineups, keys to the game, and final thoughts before kickoff, starting 1 hour before game time. It's the Outdoor Alabama Countdown to Kickoff on the Auburn Sports Network.
Know what's nice? You could drive to Whataburger right now, if you wanted to. Yeah, you could hang a Louie, talk to Reggie at the counter, and get a freshly made 100% beef double meat Whataburger with melted cheese and fresh cut veggies on a 5-inch bun. It's just the delicious freedom you have living in the land where there's Whataburger. Of course, some people aren't in that land. Wonder what they're doing right now. Probably thinking about a road trip. Whataburger, just like you like it.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. I'm a really big tree near your garage. Now, I'm a really big tree on your garage and car. And if you don't have the right insurance, the cost to fix this could leave you wishing money grew on trees. So bundle your home and auto with Allstate to save up to 25% and be better protected from mayhem, like me.
Based on coverage and limits selected. Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Auto prices vary based on how you buy. Allstate Bar and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
The Edward Via College of Osteopathic Medicine in Auburn is dedicated to its mission of transforming medical students into caring, compassionate physicians. VCOM partners with Auburn University for student activities, shared learning experiences, and research opportunities. Students are instructed in a hands-on learning environment by outstanding faculty members that are dedicated to student success. VCOM is working to improve the health of Alabama's citizens by increasing the number of primary care physicians throughout the state, especially in rural and underserved areas. Find out more at vcom.edu.
Brad Law back at Jordan-Hare Stadium. Auburn leads Mercer 14-0 as we get set to start the second quarter. This game recap is sponsored by Wind Creek Casino and Hotel with 3 Alabama locations in Atmore, Montgomery, and Wetumpka. You can escape every day at Wind Creek Casino and Hotel and at windcreekcasino.com. Well, Auburn has the edge on the scoreboard, a big edge in the stat book as well. Better than 2-1 time of possession. Auburn held the ball for 10 minutes and 8 seconds in that first quarter, just 4:52 for Mercer. Auburn with 175 yards of total offense to Mercer's 40, 110 yards on the ground, 65 through the air for the Tigers. 2 touchdown drives for Auburn on its first 2 possessions of the game. 1 an 11-play, 68-yard drive, methodical, plodding, 3 for 3 on third down conversions. The second drive, a quick strike, 4-play, 93-yard touchdown drive with 2 big chunk plays of 40 yards or more, including a 49-yard run by Robbie Ashford. TJ Finley, 5 for 6, 65 yards and a touchdown. The leading rusher is Ashford, 2 rushes for 57 yards through the first quarter. 14-0, Auburn leads, and as we start the second quarter, the Tigers looking to punt the ball away as we send it back to Andy Burcham and Stan White.
From the Mercer 40, Oscar Chapman out to try and pin the Bears deep. 14-0, Auburn on top as we start the second quarter on opening night. Quattlebaum the snap. And Chapman punts it away from Harper up the sideline and angles it out of bounds. And it will be ruled down just outside the 10-yard line. So Chapman does his work down to the 11. Auburn football is brought to you in part by East Alabama Health. From first aid care at Jordan Air Stadium to cancer care at the Spencer Cancer Center, East Alabama Health is a team player you can rely on play after play, day after day. First down at the 11, Mercer's 11 for the Bears. From the left hash mark, double wide receivers to the wide side of the field. That's the Auburn boundary. For Fred Payton, senior out of Lilburn, Georgia. Brings Harper in motion, hands it off the left side. Number 2, Austin Douglas, trying to get around the left end, and Douglas gets out. Taken down by Cam Riley, who's been active early on getting this start tonight. It's a 3-yard gain out to the 14-yard line for Mercer.
Well, and Cam Riley is not your prototypical size of a linebacker. Typically linebackers 6 foot, 6'1" in that range, and they're just thick and strong. He looks more like a safety, 6'5", 230, but clearly plays that linebacker position, coming up and putting his head in there.
Carlos Dansby size and athleticism. Payton looks and he throws. It's complete to Harper across the 20-yard line in front of the Auburn boundary. He gets a first down out to the 23.
DJ James in coverage out there, the junior from Mobile. He's one of those Oregon transfers, playing a little bit off coverage. Just nice throw and catch for the first down for Mercer.
James originally out of Mobile, 6'1", 174, and a junior. First and 10 for the Bears at their own 23. From the shotgun, Payton calls signals from the right hash mark. Play action. Payton throws it upfield. Has a man open. The pass is incomplete. In and out of the hands of Ty James. Nehemiah Pritchett out of Jackson, Alabama on the coverage for the Tigers.
Well, James did a bit of a double move. It was a slow read on a handoff by Payton. They do a really good job of putting that in the belly of the running back for a couple of seconds. And James did kind of a double move, like a slant and go, more like a post go. And Pritchett was able to rebound and do a good job of getting back in that, knocking that ball away.
Second and 10 for Mercer at its own 23 from the right hash mark. Double wide receivers to the wide side of the field. That's to the Mercer boundary. Payton from the shotgun. Sends a man in motion. It's a low snap between his hands. Payton tries to get out of trouble, and he's taken down at the 10 by Ekalioda. The snap went through his hands and his legs. By the time he picked it up, he had number 55 bearing down on him for a loss of 13.
Yeah, that's one where you like Payton to go back and look at film tomorrow and say, hey, pick that up and just throw it away. All you got to do is get it back to the line of scrimmage. And you got second or third and 10 as opposed to now you're looking at third and 20.
Leota had 10 tackles for loss a year ago for Auburn. He gets his first tonight. Here's third and 20 for the Bears. Back to the 13. Remember, this drive started at the 11. Turn, handoff up the middle. Tailback puts his head down and gets out to the 19-yard line. There's Al Wooten Jr., a sophomore out of Memphis, Tennessee. Cam Riley, once again there for Auburn. And it brings up a punting situation for the Mercer Bears.
Boy, Cam Riley very active in this defense so far today. 4 solo tackles already.
So Trey Turk out to punt it away again for Mercer. Javarius Johnson stands at the Auburn 46-yard line to take this punt from Turk. Turk gets it away. Johnson up the midfield. Angles forward. He's to the 45, inside the 40, and he's down at the 38-yard line. Nice return by Javarius Johnson gives Auburn good field position. A 32-yard punt and a 12-yard return, and Auburn is set up well as it gets his first offensive possession of the second quarter. 1st and 10 for Auburn at the Mercer 38 when we come back. 12:10 to go in the first half. Auburn 14, Mercer nothing. Stay tuned, Auburn football continues in a moment.
Thinking of advancing your career with a master's degree in business? If so, consider the graduate degree choices at Auburn University's Harbert College of Business. Ranked among the nation's best, we offer full-time and online programs in finance, supply chain management, information systems, accounting, and business administration. Learn more at harbert.auburn.edu.
If SEC football runs deep in your veins, then Sirius XM SEC Radio is where you need to be. We're talking conference and team previews, live games, news, and analysis from experts like Chris Doering, Jacob Hester, Aaron Murray, and Max Starks, coaches shows, championship specials, and more. Get inside SEC football like nowhere else. Feed your fandom on the Sirius XM app. Stay up to date anywhere you go. Just download the app to start streaming.
In 1925, Modelo began brewing beer for those who believe in better. A model beer, steeped in the tradition of tireless effort. A rich Pilsner-style lager for those who wear their heart and heritage in their rolled-up sleeve. Since our first batch to every bottle raised today, we've proved that it doesn't matter where you come from. It matters what you're made of. Modelo Especial, brewed for those with a fighting spirit. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
We've all been caught up in the little chores that pile up every day. The dishes in the sink, the trash that needs taking out, the pesky check engine light. Isn't it time to make a change and escape to a whole new world of possibilities? Where there's dinner without dishes, nights filled with adventure, and every day you feel like a winner. A little change can go a long way when you escape every day at Wing Creek Casino and wingcreekcasino.com.
12:10 to go in the first half. Auburn 14, Mercer nothing. Tigers 1st and 10 from the Mercer 38. Let's go down to Ronnie Brown for a Cook's Pest Control sideline report.
All right, guys, listen. Auburn's had 3 drives. 2 went really well. They punted on the last one, but as far as down here, the energy's great. The guys are doing a really good job of staying in the game, and so I look for big things as this game continues. And watch out for a lot of young guys hopefully playing sometime later in this game.
Jarquez Hunter is the tailback for Auburn. Play action to him. TJ Finley turns and he throws. It's complete to number 11, Shed Jackson. And Jackson gets to the 20-yard line.
Well, I like that play as well. It's set up. You bring a motion across, and you fake it. It's kind of a half roll, and he throws a backside hook route for 18 yards in the first down.
Right back to the line of scrimmage. Handoff on the end around off the right side. This is Chick Dawson, and he is tied up as he gets across the 15-yard line. And Dawson goes down at about the 12 for Auburn. Really quick to the line of scrimmage there. A 6-yard gain, 2nd down and 4 from the Mercer 13-yard line. And Ashford is in for Auburn at the quarterback spot.
Redshirt freshman Chick Dawson from Fort Myers, Florida.
They'll say now 2nd and 4 from the 13-yard line. And in motion, Ashford will run it around left end. Ashford to the 10. He's to the 5 and tripped up as he gets inside the 5-yard line. And a bit of pushing and shoving going on behind the play. Shed Jackson goes down. Flags are down on the play. 10-yard gain for Ashford, but
well, and you're going to have a unsportsmanlike on Mercer. It looks like Shed Jackson, a defensive back, was kind of going at it, and then another player from Mercer came and blindsided Shed Jackson, knocking him to the turf, and that's when the flags came out.
It would have been a 10-yard gain for Ashford, and goal to go inside the 5-yard line.
That's a design keep for Ashford the whole way. You can tell by the outside, the tight ends and the receivers are blocking the entire time, trying to hook the defenders to allow Ashford to get out wide.
The officials still conferring inside the 15-yard line. Whatever happened behind Ashford running on the play.
Yeah, that's number...
It was Shed Jackson out there, and he got tied up on the play.
It was Richie Coffey.
After the play, personal foul, unnecessary roughness, number 11, offense. Also, unnecessary roughness, number 3, defense. The penalty's canceled. 3rd down.
So Isaac Dowling penalized for Mercer. Shed Jackson penalized for Auburn. So we repeat the down. It's 2nd and 4. All right,
it's
a
a post. It was actually a post penalty, post play penalty.
All right, so it is
first down and goal.
It is a first down for Auburn. All right, 1st and goal from the 3.
And TJ Finley comes back.
Right. Finley will call the huddle for Auburn as we approach the 11-minute mark of the first half of play, with the Tigers on top 14-0 and threatening here on 1st and goal from the 3, and Finley under center. Turns and he hands to Jarquez Hunter, hit behind the line of scrimmage, is able to get back to the line of scrimmage, and that's about all for Jarquez Hunter going off the right side.
A good penetration by Mercer there. They're going to give him 1 yard, but he was able to just individual get back to the line of scrimmage and fight for it. He was hitting the backfield.
2nd and goal from the 2 for Auburn. Finley now works in the shotgun for Auburn. TJ with the snap. Handoff, Jarquez Hunter. Surges forward right up the middle, and he's into the end zone. Touchdown, Auburn! 2nd touchdown run of the night for Jarquez Hunter. This time right up the middle from 2 yards out.
Well, when you get good field position, because your defense has put you in a good situation, you got to take advantage of it. Auburn does just that. Behind the passing of TJ Finley, the running of Robbie Ashford, and then Jarquez Hunter takes it in for his 2nd touchdown of the evening.
Auburn with 129 yards rushing tonight, 213 yards of total offense. Carlson for the extra point. Good snap, ball down, kick is on the way, and the Tigers lead by 3 touchdowns. 10 minutes and 17 seconds to go in the first half on opening night at Jordan-Hare Stadium. And Auburn on top of Mercer by a score of 21-0. 2 yards out from Jarquez Hunter, giving Auburn the 3-touchdown lead. Stay tuned. This is the Auburn Sports Network.
The Auburn Football Review is your source for highlights, locker room interviews, special features, and more. For decades, the Auburn Football Review has been appointment viewing for Auburn fans throughout the Southeast. Join Andy Burcham each week as he visits with head coach Brian Harsin to get his immediate take on the game. Check your local listings or auburntigers.com for when and how to watch the Auburn Football Review.
By now, your daily routine is probably a little too routine. Don't you want to change? Don't you want to start playing by your own rules and escape the routine so your fantasy becomes reality? Where every night is an adventure, where new flavors are ready to be tasted, where it feels like you're a winner. Take a chance. Reward yourself. Make your routine anything but routine. Escape every day at Wind Creek Casino and windcreekcasino.com.
If SEC football runs deep in your veins, then Sirius XM SEC Radio is where you need to be. We're talking conference and team previews, live games, news, and analysis from experts like Chris Doering, Jacob Hester, Aaron Murray, and Max Starks, coaches shows, championship specials, and more. Get inside SEC football like nowhere else. Feed your fandom on the Sirius XM app. Stay up to date anywhere you go. Just download the app to start streaming.
Sports matter. They bring us together. That's why we're a proud sponsor of athletic programs across the state. More fans, families, and friends trust Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama to provide the health insurance coverage and services they depend on. We're proud to support Alabamians. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama. We cover what matters.
10 minutes and 17 seconds remaining in the first half at Jordan-Hare Stadium. Auburn 21, Mercer nothing. The Tigers go 38 yards in 5 plays in a minute and 53. Jarquez Hunter with the 2-yard touchdown run. Sun South John Deere, preferred tractor of the Tigers. Find your local dealer at sunsouth.com. 21-0 Auburn. And Carlson to kick it away for the Tigers. He's done a nice job of avoiding Devron Harper, a preseason second-team All-American punt returner. He's a very good kick returner. Had a 93-yarder a week ago against Morehead State. He's deep to receive along with Fred Jackson. And Carlson sends it away. Jackson about 4 yards deep in the end zone, and he will take a knee. CBNS Bank has been family, community, and financially strong since they began in 1906. Visit cbsbank.com. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. Well, 21-0 Auburn. Stan, we talked about the offense. What have you seen out of the Auburn defense in this first half?
Well, you just look at the stats. 47 total yards by Mercer. Now, they did have a fumble, a mishandled snap, but 37 passing yards, only 10 rushing yards. Auburn is really just making it difficult on this Mercer offense to try to get out wide. They're trying the little pop screens, the quick screens, but Auburn's pursuit is really relentless. And you know, headed by Cam Riley. I mean, he's done a really good job. He's been around the football most of the night, so they're just doing a good job of putting pressure on Peyton.
1st and 10 from the 25 for Peyton. And he will run it and will run into traffic. Echo Leota was there for the Tigers. You've got Leota, Wooden, Harris, and Hall right now in that front 4 for Auburn.
That's a lot of snaps that's played between those 4 guys. A lot of experience up there. So, and you got a guy that Owen Papo that's back healthy after last year being injured in that Penn State game early in the season.
Papo and Cam Riley are the linebackers right now. Riley replacing Zacoby McClain from a year ago. 2nd down, play action by Peyton. He's being pressured out of the pocket, and he looks and he throws it upfield, and it is in and out of the hands at midfield of number 13, Ty James. Zion Puckett defending for Auburn on the play.
Yeah, that Peyton was trying to look back at a cross route toward the Auburn sideline, but got pressure and did a double roll. Luckily, that ball was not intercepted. Puckett was right there to knock it down, forcing a 3rd down and 9.
The Bears 0 of 3 on 3rd down tonight. 42% on opening night against Morehead last week. And movement up front for Mercer.
False start. Offense, number 8. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
Third and 14 now for the Mercer Bears. Nose of the football to the 21-yard line. Auburn with 4 on the defensive line of scrimmage. Hall and Leota will bust in from the edges. Peyton drops the throw, gets pressure from Harris, gets it out of the backfield to Austin Douglas. Douglas up the Mercer sideline to the 31-yard line before Zion Puckett runs him out of bounds, and is a punting situation for the Bears.
Well, just another little slip screen on 3rd down and long. Auburn playing a little bit of a softer look because of the 3rd down and long situation, and forcing, got 9 or 10 yards on the play, but needed 15. So Mercer's in a punting situation again. Auburn's defense playing really well.
Keontae Scott, the other number 6, will take this punt from Trey Turk. Keontae Scott at the 31-yard line up the Mercer sideline and out near midfield. Nice return by Keontae Scott. Auburn's 2 punt returners are both number 6. You got to make sure which one is which in these punt return situations. 8 minutes and 48 seconds remaining in the first half of play. Auburn 21, Mercer nothing. 213 yards total offense tonight for Auburn. For Mercer, 57 yards total offense. A 39-yard punt, a 19-yard return by Keontae Scott. 1st and 10 for Auburn at the Auburn 47-yard line.
Well, and it's been really mixed around with the running game. Auburn 129 yards on the ground, led by Robbie Ashford. 3 attempts, 67 yards, averaging 22 yards per carry. Those were design keepers for the dual threat quarterback. Bigsby coming in with 31 yards. Jarquez Hunter, 2 touchdowns, 21 yards on the day.
Stay tuned. Auburn football continues in a moment.
This is head coach Brian Harsin. I've been around cars all my life. Working on them, racing them, have taught me about being prepared, pay attention to details, and do things the right way. That's why I drive an F-150 pickup, because Ford does things the right way too. They designed F-150 to be powerful, smart, and always game day ready. That's why Ford F-150 is the official truck of the Auburn Tigers. Visit your local Ford dealer today. War Eagle.
Not all models, trims, or features may be available. Contact your dealer for more information.
North American beavers are excellent swimmers, but on land, they waddle about clumsily. That is until they spot the yellow tag on a stack of Yellowwood brand pressure-treated pine. Their instincts kick in, and the colony springs into action. Just like that, these master builders make off with their newfound building materials.
For 5-star backyards, Yellowwood brand pressure-treated pine. If it doesn't have that yellow tag, you don't want it.
Sports matter. They bring us together. That's why we're a proud sponsor of athletic programs across the state. More fans, families, and friends trust Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama to provide the health insurance coverage and services they depend on. We're proud to support Alabamians. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama. We cover what matters.
21-0 Auburn, 8:48 to go in the first half. Let's get a Yellowwood scoreboard update from Brad Law.
All right, Andy, thank you very much. In the SEC, Vanderbilt has taken a 21-0 lead over Elon late in the first period in Nashville as the Commodores are vying for a 2-0 start to the year. Kentucky has rolled off 10 straight points to take a 10-7 lead over Miami of Ohio. They are midway through the second quarter in that matchup. And Utah and Florida all knotted at 7 early in the second period in Gainesville. That's a Yellowwood update. Andy, back to you.
This is the first of 5 straight home games for Auburn. It's the first time since 2016 that Auburn has played 5 straight, or will have played 5 straight home games. This year, of course, to start the season. 1st and 10 from the Auburn 47. It's the reverse around the right side. Johnson up the right side and out of bounds, and he's close to the Auburn first down. Javarius Johnson with the carry on the reverse.
Just a little razzle-dazzle right there on first down. TJ Finley getting up, getting a hat on a would-be defender at just shy of 10 yards.
2nd and 9 from the Mercer 44. Finley floats it out near side again. Number 6 Javarius Johnson inside the Mercer 40 to the 39-yard line. He'll get 5 yards. That's an Auburn first down. With 8:18 to go in the first half, Auburn 21, Mercer nothing.
And now you got Robbie Ashford has checked in, and TJ Finley has stayed in.
Ashford lines up wide left. That's the short side of the field for Auburn. Now comes in motion. The handoff is to Ashford, who then pitches to Tank Bigsby up the right sideline inside the 20-yard line, and Bigsby gets to the 18. What do you call that, Stan?
That is, you hand it off on a jet sweep and you run the option, basically. That's simple as that. That's just tough to defend, because I can tell you that you can't see that on any Auburn film from last year.
Well put. 1st and 10 from the 18-yard line. On the run by Tank Bigsby with 7:21 on a counting clock in the second quarter. And Ashford stays in. This time he is the Auburn quarterback. Tank Bigsby now goes in motion to the Auburn sideline, and Ashford runs to the short side of the field, gets a nice block, and gets across the 15-yard line and out of bounds at the 14-yard line.
Well, the interesting thing about what's happened tonight is Brian Harsin has kind of been known as one of those more pro-style, drop-back, pocket passing type quarterback coaches. Well, he has two of those. He has a T.J. Finley, who is more of that, strong arm. Robbie Ashford is the exact opposite. He's got a good arm, don't get me wrong, but he's got very elusive feet. So he's got two of those. This is a good problem to have for Auburn.
2nd and 6 from the right hash mark at the Mercer 14. A man goes in motion. Ashford trying to get outside, and he goes down. He just lost his balance. Back to the 20. Let's pause 10 seconds. Those stations like Auburn's FM Talk 93.9 can identify themselves on the Auburn Sports Network. Ashford lost 5 yards back to the 11. It's 3rd and 11 now back to the 19. And it's 3rd and 11 for Auburn with Finley back in at quarterback. Bigsby in the backfield, trips to the wide side of the field. Shed Jackson, the lone receiver, to the short side of the field. That's the Auburn boundary. Finley drops, throws. It's complete to Shedrick Jackson. He's at the 10, inside the 10, and he is close to the first down. Looks like he has the first down. Auburn needed 11. The combination of Finley and Shed Jackson gives Auburn 12 and a Tiger first down.
Well, that's the 2nd time they've ran the little shallow drag to Shed Jackson, and that time another 12 yards, and you can see the receivers lining up to block as Auburn's going to catch Mercer trying to get lined up.
Tank Bigsby right up the middle inside the 5, and he's down to the 2. Mercer was struggling just to get personnel on the field when that play started for Tank Bigsby, and it's now 1st and goal from the 2-yard line. Right back to the line of scrimmage. Finley from the gun. The handoff. Tank Bigsby dives into the end zone for a touchdown. Touchdown Auburn! Tank Bigsby from 2 yards out. And with 5 minutes and 4 seconds to go in the first half of play, the Tigers are up 27-0, pending the extra point by Anders Carlson.
Just a nice job on the play calling. Passing short drags, taking shots, little razzle-dazzle with the jet sweep to Robbie Ashford. 2 quarterbacks on the field at the same time, and then Tank Bigsby goes over the top to make it 27-0 Auburn.
Anders Carlson with the extra point. It is on the way, and it is good. 5 minutes and 4 seconds to go in the second quarter. Auburn 28, Mercer nothing. Tackle, hard work, and make weekends more fun, and a Ford F-150. Check one out at your local Ford dealer, a proud sponsor of the Auburn Tigers. Stay tuned. This is the Auburn Sports Network.
Live Sports Radio, bringing you all the action of game day with no delay. Every touchdown, tackle, sideline report, and all the analysis from Andy Burcham, Stan White, and Ronnie Brown with no delay. At home and on the road, $25 new or $10 to reprogram the one you already have. Also, use it for every broadcast of home men's and women's basketball, baseball, and softball games, all with no delay. With Live Sports Radio, presented by Alpha Insurance.
The Edward Via College of Osteopathic Medicine in Auburn is dedicated to its mission of transforming medical students into caring, compassionate physicians. VCOM partners with Auburn University for student activities, shared learning experiences, and research opportunities. Students are instructed in a hands-on learning environment by outstanding faculty members that are dedicated to student success. VCOM is working to improve the health of Alabama's citizens by increasing the number of primary care physicians throughout the state, especially in rural and underserved areas. Find out more at vcom.edu.
Conecuh Sausage is a product we all know and love, and it's the official sausage and hot dog of the Auburn Tigers. Conecuh Sausage is made from the finest cuts of pork, patented blend of seasonings, all natural casings, and smoked over a pure hickory fire for that true southern flavor. Enjoy a crowd-pleasing Conecuh Sausage dog or premium hot dog while watching the Tigers, and make Conecuh part of your game day or any day. Conecuh Sausage is celebrating their 75th year. The Sessions family making their premium smoked sausage in Evergreen, Alabama. Be sure to visit the new Conecuh gift shop right off I-65 at exit 96.
Find deals in the entire Toyota lineup now during the national sales event and bring home a souvenir that's actually worth it.
Look, Mom. It's a tarantula.
Toyota, let's go places. Lease a new 2022 Toyota RAV4 LE for $279 a month for 36 months. Offer valid through September 6, 2022. Well-qualified lessees with approved credit through Southeast Toyota Finance. $35.78 due at signing. No security deposit with select equipment. $350 disposition fee. Excludes tax, tag, registration, title, and dealer fees. See dealer for details.
5 minutes and 4 seconds remaining in the first half. Auburn on top of Mercer on opening night, 28-20. Sun-South John Deere drive summary. Auburn 53 yards in 8 plays, 3 minutes and 44 seconds. Tank Bigsby with the 2-yard touchdown run. Sun-South John Deere, preferred tractor of the Tigers. Find your local dealer at sunsouth.com.
Other than the 266 total yards to 57, Auburn 13 first downs so far in the first half. Mercer 2. But the time of possession is what you really are impressed with. 15 minutes and 52 seconds, just shy of 16 minutes versus 9 minutes for Mercer. Auburn just really dominating in every statistical category, including the scoreboard.
TJ Finley, 8 of 9 for 100 yards of passing. And the Tigers 166 yards on the ground collectively in the first half of play. And the kickoff by Carlson into the end zone. 1st and 10 Mercer at its own 25-yard line with 5 minutes and 4 seconds to go. The Bears 57 yards total offense, 46 through the air, just 11 on the ground in the first half of play, and 2 first downs to Auburn's 13 in the first half. Marquise Burks checks in up front for Auburn, replacing Jason Jones at nose tackle for the Tigers. Handoff, second man to through, that's Al Wooten, and he gets maybe a yard, and that's about it. Wesley Steiner, one of Auburn's backup linebackers, the junior from Warner Robins, Georgia, who had a career-high 6 tackles in Auburn's bowl loss to Houston a year ago, comes up for the stop for Auburn. I said Burks replaced Jones. He did not replace Jones. He replaced Marcus Harris. Jason Jones is still in there up front, along with Marquise Burks. Dylan Brooks at one of the rush end spots for Auburn right now. Second down. Handoff around left side to Douglas across the 30, and Douglas out to the 33-yard line before he's brought down by number 1, Donovan Kaufman.
Leota had a chance at him for only a minimal gain. It was a good job of the running back getting off of that, picking up about 6 yards, 5 yards on that, setting up a 3rd down and 2. Looking for only its 3rd first down of the evening, only 2 so far.
Mercer 0 of 4 on 3rd down tonight. 3rd and 2 for the Bears at their own 33, left hash mark. Douglas, the tailback. Payton under center. And the snap is fumbled. The ball is loose. It's recovered by Mercer back at the 29-yard line. Fallen on it by Fred Payton, but instead of 3rd and 2, they'll be punting a ball away now. He was under center, and that snap was fumbled.
Yeah, that was, they've been under center more. They started out of the shotgun a little bit more and had a little bit of success, but they've gone under center more. Usually it would be the opposite to try to get away from that rush. But that time, a fumbled snap calls them from trying to get their 3rd first down.
Keontae Scott back at the Auburn 34 off of this punt from Trey Turk. Good punt. Sends Keontae Scott back to the 10-yard line, up the middle of the field. Nice return by Scott out to the 25-yard line. Terrific punt by Trey Turk. Stops the clock with 3:59 remaining in the first quarter play. 1st and 10 for Auburn. 60-yard punt by Turk. Good 15-yard return by Keontae Scott. And now 1st and 10 for Auburn. 3 minutes and all 3 timeouts remaining for this Auburn offense, leading 28-0.
That was a nice punt. Keontae Scott did a good job of just getting north and south. Usually the rule of thumb is you get 10 yards. Get a first down on your punt return. And he was backpedaling, caught that, and was able to get 15 yards, netting that a 45-yard punt.
Johnson wide left. That's Malcolm Johnson. Shed Jackson wide right, ball on the right hash mark. Tank Bigsby in the backfield. It's the handoff to Tank Bigsby. Bounces to the outside. He's to the 30, 35, 40. Up the Mercer sideline, across midfield. Makes one man miss and a second man miss. And now it's a foot race. He's down to the 20-yard line and taken down from behind. But this one's going to come back, I believe. There is a flag all the way back at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, and this may be Auburn's first holding call.
Oh, that negates a fine run by Tank Bigsby.
Well, it really was, and that will be Auburn's first penalty of the evening, a holding call. I didn't catch it. Was that Jones, Keandre Jones, number 58?
I didn't catch the number.
I thought he said that, but
on Steve Marlowe's call. He had gone, Tank went 56 yards, all for naught.
Well, it was plugged in the middle, and he just bounced outside and used his speed and then his cutting ability to cut across. He probably ran more like 70 yards to get that 56.
So 1st and 19 for Auburn. Ball back at the 17 for the Tigers. Clock inside 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Jarquez Hunter now the tailback, flanking TJ Finley. Play action. Finley with time, now flushed out of the pocket, runs forward, and TJ Finley gets back across the line of scrimmage. He'll get 2 yards on the play. And it will bring up 2nd down at about 17 for Auburn.
And Auburn wants to obviously try to get some more points on the board, but they clearly want to run the clock and not allow Mercer to have any more possessions.
Trips to the wide side of the field, including Jay Fair, into the ball game tonight. Javarius Johnson wide left. Fair comes in motion. Sets up wide left. Hunter the tailback. Finley out of the shotgun. Drops to throw. Throws it up the sideline. Nobody there for Auburn.
That was just a miscue. I think TJ Finley thought that his wide receiver was going to do a go route on the outside, laid it up, and he did a hitch.
Yeah, that was Amari Kelly who was in on that play. 3rd and 18 for Auburn from the 18-yard line. A minute 35 to go in the second quarter. Stay tuned. Brad Law gives you all the scores, the updates, the stats coming up at halftime. Tigers up here 28-0 on opening night. Chick Dawson sets up wide left after going in motion. High snap brought down by TJ Finley. Throws it across the middle, and it is intercepted at the 29-yard line. Chris Jones with the interception, a redshirt freshman out of Winston-Salem, North Carolina.
That was a good job of reading the eyes. The snap was rather high. Finley being 6'7", he had to go up with one paw to get that from going over his head. May have caused his timing to be off just a hair, allowing Jones to cut underneath. Nice read on the quarterback throw, and Mercer now has a chance to do something with 1:29 left to go in the half.
From the Auburn 29-yard line, 1st down for the Bears. Moving to the student section, the south end zone at Auburn. From the left hash mark, Payton under center. Brings a man in motion to the Auburn boundary, play action. Payton looks and he throws it across the middle, and it is incomplete. Pass intended for Fred Jackson.
Well, that's a nice play call right there. Jackson was doing kind of a trail route. You had a slot receiver doing a cross. Jackson kind of trailed right down the hashes, and Payton just couldn't get enough on it to get that. If he completes that in stride, Jackson may score.
2nd down and 10 for Mercer at the Auburn 29. Payton under center. Austin Douglas is the tailback. Harper goes in motion. Another snap. Fumbled. He looks and he throws. It's incomplete. Ball was tipped near the line of scrimmage. The closest target for Mercer was the tight end, number 83, Drake Starks.
Well, they're doing all of their snaps. I wonder if they've had trouble with shotgun, because they've gone mostly under center since the middle of the first quarter, where they were having some pretty decent success with shotgun snaps.
Israel Mukwiza is the center. He is not listed as their first string center. That's Riley Adcock.
Well, there goes shotgun now. But
3rd and 10 from the Auburn 29. Payton from the shotgun. Auburn rushes 4. Payton steps into the pocket and he throws. It is complete. Number 13, Ty James, and a first down for Mercer at the Auburn 14-yard line.
Well, and Mercer's only third first down. A big one right there on 3rd and 10. Nice execution on the curl route to move the chains.
Clock is rolling, 1:09 to go in the first half, and a low snap and a whistle, and I think Auburn called a timeout. Stops the clock with 1:07 remaining in the first half. And the Tigers did call the timeout with a 28-0 lead and 1:07 to go on 1st and 10 for Mercer at the Auburn 15-yard line. All set up on the interception by the Mercer Bears.
And this would be at least some momentum for Mercer if they could get something out of this. 28-0. Auburn pretty much dominating the first half in every category, including the score. But they have a little bit of a hiccup there with a turnover. I can't help but think that the high snap to Finley caused his timing to be off. I mean, 6'7", and he had to reach up with one hand to grab that from going over him completely. And it may have been just a little bit slow on that read, allowing Jones to read him and come across. It was a skinny post. Some people call it a bang 8, and it was designed for Shed Jackson. And Jones did a good job of undercutting that for the turnover.
And remember, that's a drive that Auburn thought it had a 56-yard run by Tank Bigsby that was nullified on the holding penalty.
Yeah, good point.
First down from the Auburn 15 for Mercer from the left hash mark. A pair of wide receivers split to the right. James and Harper. Payton rolls that way. There's a flag down. It stops the play.
That snap may have been late.
Coming out of a timeout?
Well, I think you had a shift, illegal shift.
False start.
False start.
Offense number 67, 5-yard penalty. Still first down.
I think you're seeing his teammates.
For 1 minute, 7 seconds.
The center didn't snap it in time. They had to jump a false start. You can see his teammates patting him on the head. You can tell that Mercer's struggling a little bit with their backup center in there.
Naim Mansell was called for the penalty. The backup center is Israel Mukwiza. First and 15 from the 20, 1:07 to go, and more movement up front for Mercer. This time it was the right tackle, John Thomas.
But all Auburn is doing is shifting when they get set, and it's forcing Mercer to jump.
False start. Offense number 86, 5-yard penalty. First down.
That's Luke Zabato, the tight end, called for the movement. It's first and 20 for the Bears. Ball backed up to the 25-yard line. Back-to-back 5-yard penalties against Mercer. James and Harper split wide right. That's the wide side of the field. On first and 20 for Mercer. Payton out of the shotgun. Flanked by Austin Douglas in the backfield. There's the snap. Payton looks, he's flushed out of the pocket. He looks and he throws. It is complete inside the 20-yard line. Well, there was a hold there that allowed Payton to step into that throw to Austin Douglas. Derek Hall was held pretty good. And a timeout called by Auburn with 53 seconds to go in the quarter.
That's interesting. Auburn is calling the timeouts. Mercer has 3 timeouts. What they're trying to do, and it's smart by Mercer, they want to go ahead and let it run down because the 2nd and 14, you know, if they get a first down, great. They still have all 3 timeouts, but they don't want to leave any time. Even if they kick a field goal, they want to leave little time. Auburn's using his timeouts wisely.
53 seconds to go in the second quarter. Auburn 28, Mercer nothing. 2nd and 14 for the Bears at the Auburn 19-yard line. From the left hash mark. James and Douglas wide right. for the Bears. Payton out of the shotgun on 2nd and 14 from the 19-yard line. Payton throws it up the near sideline, the Mercer sideline. The catch, or it's out of bounds, intended for Deveron Harper. Nehemiah Pritchett in coverage for Auburn. The ball was caught by Harper, but he was out of bounds.
Yeah, classic back shoulder throw right there. Pretty good throw and catch by Harper. Nehemiah Pritchett, though, did a good job of utilizing the sideline as an extra defender, and he couldn't get down inside, setting up a 3rd down and 14, and that helps Auburn. Now Auburn has a timeout left, and you would expect Mercer, 3rd and long, they may want to force Auburn to use that timeout because it's hard to get it unless they take a shot at the end zone.
3rd and 14 for Mercer at the Auburn 19. Fred Jackson wide right, and a timeout called by Mercer. There, the Bears' first timeout of the half, to talk about this big 3rd down play for the Bears. Along with Stan White, Ronnie Brown, Jason Campbell, Gene Dulaney, Jacob Hillman, Brad Law, Patrick Tisdall, Ben Harling, and our buddy Paul Allen. I'm Andy Burcham from Jordan-Hare Stadium. 28-0. Auburn on top of Mercer on opening night. 47 seconds to go in the first half after this timeout called by Mercer. 3rd and 14 stand for the Bears right now.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that they want to do is obviously they want the clock to keep running if they don't get the first down. So I look for them to put it in the air, but maybe a high percentage completion. And if they break a tackle, get a first down, that's great. They still have 2 timeouts, but if they don't, and they at least force Auburn to use this last timeout, or the clock runs all the way down.
Ty James, their best receiver after game 1, sets up in single coverage on the short side of the field. Double wide receivers to the wide side of the field for the Bears. Payton drops, throws across the middle, complete. It is complete to Ty James with coverage from Nehemiah Pritchett at the 5-yard line, and he's going to be short of the first down. Mercer has 2 more timeouts left. And the Bears, I think, have used their second. Oh, Auburn uses the timeout. So Auburn uses its final timeout, and it's 4th and 1 for Mercer at the Auburn 6-yard line.
Was Auburn making a mistake by you? I think you got to call the timeouts, because Mercer was going, either if they go for it or kick it, they're going to let the clock run down to probably 15 or 20 seconds. So I think you have to, if you're Auburn, use the timeout. If they get the first down, they get the first down. But if Auburn holds, you get a little bit of time to maybe get a couple of big plays.
Ty James career highs in reception yardages in his last 2 games. The loss to Eastern Kentucky in the SoCon championship game last year, and then last week, 5 catches, 192 yards, and 3 touchdowns. He had that catch there, but it's 4th and 1 for Mercer.
Previous play is under further review.
And under further review as far as the spot, perhaps, Stan?
I'm not sure.
He made the catch. I don't think there's any question of that.
I would agree. That would have to be the only thing you could think of. I mean, I don't think he bobbled it or anything, so maybe they're just checking the spot and make sure that that's correct.
Steve Marlowe will talk it over with the SEC headquarters in Birmingham. 37 seconds as it stands right now, remaining in the second quarter. Auburn on top of Mercer, 28-0. 268 yards total offense for Auburn. Mercer with 95. Auburn 100 yards in passing, 168 yards in rushing tonight. Mercer 79 yards through the air and 16 on the ground.
I think they are looking at the spot where he caught it, and they may have an argument for that ball to be spotted closer to the 5-yard line. It's sitting right outside the 6.
The 5 gives them, well, it's close to the first down.
Close to the first down. It's sitting closer to the 7s, between the 6 and the 7. So if anything, that may give them an extra yard on that catch.
Mercer a week ago in that 63-10 win against Morehead State really had its way with the Eagles, rushing for 359 yards. Over 600 yards in total offense a week ago for Mercer. And nothing new for this Mercer team to venture to an FBS school, and it's not anything new to come to the state of Alabama. Mercer team scored a couple touchdowns a year ago at Alabama. And the headsets come off, and Steve Marlowe will give us the call.
After further review, the receiver possessed the ball and reached the line to gain just inside the 5-yard line. It's first down. Please reset the game clock for 42 seconds. The game clock will start on the ready for play.
So first and goal from the 5 for Mercer. The punt further review.
Well, and that helps obviously Mercer. They have now 2 timeouts left. Brian Harsin and company were taking chances to call timeouts. I think it's the right move to do, but they get the first down, and Mercer has a couple of timeouts in his pocket.
Ty James single coverage on the short side of the field from Nehemiah Pritchett. On that 3rd down play for the first down, they went the exact same. Short side of the field, 2 James working on Nehemiah. Ball on the left hash mark. First and goal from the 5 with Fred Jackson and Deveron Harper on the right side. Payton to throw. Looks to the end zone and he throws. It's incomplete. Intended for Deveron Harper, but the throw is behind him. Clock stops with a half minute to go in the second quarter.
Well, they did a little bit of a tight flood look to the wide side and couldn't find his receiver in the back of the end zone. He came open. Harper came open, but was just a tad behind Harper and couldn't go up and get it.
Payton will work from the shotgun on second and goal from the 5. Douglas, the tailback. Man in motion, Payton to throw. Pressure on. Throws it to the back of the end zone, incomplete. Intended for the tight end, Drake Starks. Good coverage back there by Zion Puckett and Nehemiah Pritchett. Auburn had some pressure on Payton to throw that one.
Well, Cam Riley came on outside blitz. He was clearly offsides, but none of the Mercer Bears linemen moved, so you can get back set, and he did. And then it looked like the play clock hit zeros before the snap call was called, but a corner out the back of the end zone was just out of the reach of the tight end. Now 3rd down and goal from the 5.
25 seconds to go in the first half of play. Jackson and Harper split wide right. James short side of the field. Play clock runs out. I think Mercer got a timeout, or did it? Yeah, Mercer got a timeout just before it ran out of time. So it's 3rd and goal from the Auburn 5 for Mercer with 25 seconds to go in the first half of play, and Auburn on top 28-0. Auburn trying to hold Mercer out of the end zone here at the end of the first half of play. All of this set up on the interception for the Mercer Bears.
Yeah, what looked like Auburn was going to go in the half at worst 28-0. You know, a turnover, and then Mercer actually has got a chance on 3rd and goal in the 5. Only they've got 4 first downs in the whole first half so far.
Same formation. James wide left. Harper and Jackson wide right. That's the wide side of the field. The tight end Starks sets up outside the right tackle, John Thomas. Wooten now the tailback. Flanking Fred Payton. Starks sets up outside the left tackle after going in motion. Payton from the left hash mark. There's the snap. Looks to the wide side of the field. He throws it, and Harper has it for a touchdown for Mercer. They went to the wide side of the field down the sideline, and Deveron Harper has the touchdown. He had 1 touchdown catch last year. He picks up number 1 this season on that 5-yard play.
Yeah, that was over Caden Bridges, the safety for Auburn. Really nice throw all the way, basically a back pylon throw. It's a fade route, but basically it's a corner pylon throw. Nice execution right there. Mercer gets on the scoreboard.
Devin Fulser for the extra point. And the kick is up and the kick is good. And there are 20 seconds remaining in the first half of play, and Mercer takes advantage of the interception. Gets the touchdown on 3rd down from Fred Payton to Devron Harper. Harper, a transfer out of Gardner-Webb. Mercer's touchdown drive, 29 yards in 9 plays in 1 minute 9 seconds. Harper, the 5-yard catch from Payton, set up on the interception.
Well, and due to that review, I believe Auburn got one of its timeouts back. They do. They have one timeout. In 20 seconds, you just got to rely on a return here. If you don't get it outside the 35 or 40, you really probably just take a knee and go in at half. But now Mercer does get the ball back coming out in the 3rd quarter, so it was a really good momentum drive for them.
Jarquez Hunter and Damari Alston are the deep men for Auburn. The only other kickoff tonight, Fulser cut it really short. Dribbles this one on the ground. It's picked up by John Samuel Schenker. Schenker tries to get to the outside and is taken down at the 34-yard line. 16 seconds remaining in the first half of play. First and 10 for Auburn at its own 33-yard line. And it will be number 9, Robbie Ashford, the quarterback for the Tigers. Bigsby is the tailback. Trips to the wide side of the field. That's the Mercer sideline on 1st and 10 from the Auburn 33. Ashford up the middle to Tank Bigsby. And Bigsby puts his head down, gets across the 35-yard line out to the 37. And that will be the final play of the first half. Mercer gets on the board at the end of the first half. The Tigers dominated every other portion of half number 1 on opening night at Jordan-Hare Stadium. Our score at the half, Auburn 28, Mercer 7. Now here's Brad Law with the Truckworks halftime reporters.
All right, Andy, thank you very much. It is the Truckworks halftime report. Visit truckworks.com for more information on the company or to learn about career opportunities with Truckworks. 28-7, impressive first half of play. The Mercer touchdown set up by an interception and a short field. Otherwise, both offensively and defensively, Auburn looked in sync in most facets there in the first 30 minutes of play. We'll get things started with a check of the Yellowwood scoreboard. First, the action in the SEC. Florida bidding for the upset of number 7 Utah. Gators lead the Utes 14-13 with 30 seconds to go in the first half. Anthony Richardson, 175 yards of total offense, including a go-ahead 45-yard rushing touchdown for the Gators. They lead by 1 as the first half comes to a close in Gainesville. 14-13, Florida on top of Utah. Elsewhere, number 20 Kentucky has a field goal edge over Miami of Ohio. They've gone to the half in Lexington in that matchup, 13-10. Cats have the lead there. It is number 1 Alabama shutting out Utah State early in the second quarter, 24-0. Bryce Young with 211 yards of total offense for the Crimson Tide. They're on top 24-zip with 5 minutes gone by in the second quarter. Vanderbilt leads Elon 21-7 in Nashville. 5 minutes and change to go in the second quarter there. Mississippi State scored a touchdown on its first drive against Memphis. A weather delay is in effect to our west in Starkville. 7-0 Mississippi State on top in that matchup. And South Carolina has a second quarter lead over Georgia State. 6-0 the score there. Spencer Rattler with 94 passing yards through the first 20 minutes of that matchup. Games that are in progress now in the top 25 outside of SEC play. The big top 5 battle in Columbus between 5th-ranked Notre Dame and number 2 Ohio State. It is the 5th-ranked Irish early in the second quarter with a 10-7 lead in the Horseshoe over the Buckeyes. Elsewhere, number 10 Baylor leads Albany 28-7. They're late in the second quarter in that contest. 14th ranked USC all over Rice, 52-14 midway through the third. It's number 18 Wisconsin blanking Illinois State at the half, 17-0. And number 25 BYU with a big edge at South Florida, 38-7. They're just about set to start the second quarter in that matchup. Here at Jordan-Hare Stadium, it is halftime. Auburn leads Mercer 28-7. We'll have more of the Truckworks halftime report a little bit later on. Jason Campbell joins us with his analysis of the first half of play. Straight ahead, we'll give you the highlights, tell the audio story of how the Tigers have built this 28-7 edge. This is the Auburn Sports Network.
The Auburn Tigers Today podcast keeps you plugged into the Tigers like nowhere else, with Andy Burcham's weekly coaches interviews, post-game audio, and Jacob Hellman's comprehensive This Week in Auburn Athletics feature. It's the only podcast that keeps you current on everything happening around Auburn athletics, from Jordan-Hare to Neville Arena and beyond. Just like and subscribe to Auburn Tigers Today podcast.
We've all fallen into boring routines. We just keep doing what has to get done. Isn't it time to escape the old routine and make time for yourself? Make time to go out with old friends. Make time to add excitement back into your life. Make time to feel like a winner again. Life is more fun when you live it. So what are you waiting for? Escape every day at Wind Creek Casino and WindCreekCasino.com.
Game day is full of ifs. Like if Auburn has another kick six up its sleeve. Who knows? But if you want the most convenient way to pay on the planes, get the Auburn University Regions Visa debit card. Tap to pay contactless card technology and Locket card controls give you what you need on game day or any day. To order your card, visit Regions.com/GoTigers. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Andy Burcham here to tell you about our friends over at Truckworks, the official commercial truck dealer of the Auburn Tigers. Truckworks is Alabama's exclusive Kenworth, Hino, and Isuzu commercial truck dealer and the Southeast headquarters for dump trucks, sleeper trucks, box vans, and everything in between. They've also got Bluebird school buses. Stop into their brand new TRP parts store, now open in Opelika, for all your commercial truck, trailer, and bus parts needs. Truckworks, the partner you can count on in the transportation industry since 1978.
Back on the Truckworks halftime.
Back to more of the Truckworks halftime report. Truckworks is the official commercial truck dealer of the Auburn Tigers. Once again, here's Brad Law.
Auburn leads Mercer 28-7. The Mercer Marching Band is on the field here. Auburn University Marching Band will take the field in just a few moments for its halftime show. Let's now hear the highlights of the first half as called by the voice of the Tigers, Andy Burcham. Auburn got the ball first, started at its own 32-yard line, and delivered a methodical opening drive. The Tigers converted 3 third downs and even put Robbie Ashford in for an 8-yard run near midfield. TJ Finley went 3 for 4 on the drive, completing passes to 3 different receivers. Auburn moved the ball into the red zone on a pass to Shed Jackson, and then brought in the sophomore running back.
From the 25-yard line at the left hash. A man comes in motion. And Finley drops to throw and throws it across the middle. Shed Jackson. He makes a move at the 20-yard line, and he has a first down to the 19. 6 yards and a first down. Shed Jackson, Auburn's team captain, out there tonight.
Nice play by TJ Finley on a shallow route. There was pressure coming right in his face, and he sat there long enough to be able to get that ball off. Good job right there. Good poise in the pocket.
Quickly back to the line of scrimmage on first down. Handoff, Jarquez Hunter. He's at the 10. He's out to the angles to the right, and he is in for a touchdown. Jarquez Hunter from 19 yards out. Touchdown, Auburn!
That capped an 11-play, 68-yard drive. The Tigers led 7-0 after the extra point. Mercer picked up 1 first down on its first drive, but the Bears had to punt the ball away, and they punted it down to the 7-yard line. So Auburn was faced with a long field. But again, the coaches sent Robbie Ashford back out at quarterback to open the drive. And the redshirt freshman from Hoover lit up the crowd on the first play.
Ashford out of the shotgun. Turns, play action, rolls off the left side 10. He's to the 15, up the sideline 20, 25, 30, up to the 40, to the 50, and out of bounds. Robbie Ashford showing the wheels down the Mercer sideline. A big play for Auburn and a first down for the Tigers. 49 yards on the run by Ashford.
And 2 plays later, T.J. Finley hit Javarius Johnson for 40 more yards down to the 1-yard line. The Tigers were on the doorstep again.
Tank Bigsby flanks the quarterback. Play action, they throw it. It's John Samuel Shaker for a touchdown. Shaker had set up just outside the left tackle and broke free off the left side. Touchdown, Auburn!
A quick 4-play, 93-yard drive. Auburn found the end zone in its first 2 drives of the ball game. The teams then exchanged punts, and Auburn actually started back-to-back drives on the plus side of midfield, opening at the Mercer 38 with 12 minutes to go in the half. A pass to Shed Jackson moved the ball into the red zone, and from there the running game was on display, eventually working the ball down to the Mercer 2.
Second and goal from the 2 for Auburn. Finley now works in the shotgun for Auburn. TJ with the snap. Handoff, Jarquez Hunter. Surges forward right up the middle, and he's into the end zone. Touchdown, Auburn! Second touchdown run of the night for Jarquez Hunter. This time right up the middle from 2 yards out.
And this time it capped a 5-play, 38-yard drive for the Tigers, who led 21-0 at that point. After another 3-and-out, Keontae Scott returned to punt to the 47-yard line. So again, the Tigers had excellent starting field position. This time Auburn used both quarterbacks on the field at the same time for a jet sweep option pitch to Tank Bigsby, who went 21 yards into the red zone. 5 plays after that, it was the bruising junior running back getting the call again.
It's now first and goal from the 2-yard line. Right back to the line of scrimmage. Finley from the gun. The handoff, Tank Bigsby dives into the end zone for a touchdown. Touchdown, Auburn! Tank Bigsby from 2 yards out.
The score capped an 8-play, 53-yard drive, and it was 28-0. Another 3-and-out forced by the Auburn defense, but then it was Mercer's defense making a play, picking off a Finley pass at the Auburn 29-yard line. 9 plays later, Devron Harper caught a 5-yard touchdown pass. Finally, they cashed in on good field position with 16 seconds left in the half, and that made it 28-7 Auburn, and that is our score here at the half. 28-7, Tigers on top. We'll look at the numbers from the first half. We'll get some analysis from Jason Campbell as well. That's when the Truckworks halftime report continues in a moment.
Andy Burcham here to tell you about our friends over at Truckworks, the official commercial truck dealer of the Auburn Tigers. Truckworks is Alabama's exclusive Kenworth, Hino, and Isuzu commercial truck dealer and the Southeast headquarters for dump trucks, sleeper trucks, box vans, and everything in between. They've also got Bluebird school buses. Stop into their brand new TRP parts store, now open in Opelika, for all your commercial truck, trailer, and bus parts needs. Truckworks, the partner you can count on in the transportation industry since 1978.
Hey Auburn fans, it's Coach Harsin. Few plays are more exciting than the sack. For every Auburn sack this season, a donation is made to help Ascension St. Vincent's invest in PE equipment for schools around the state. Cultivating a healthy lifestyle early helps prevent chronic diseases. Please join Kess and me by making a donation to SAC Childhood Obesity. Visit stvhsfoundation.org and choose SAC Obesity as your designation. War Eagle.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. You hear that? I'm a torrential downpour. Torrential? What's that even mean? It means you can't see out of your windshield. And if you have the wrong car insurance, you might have to make it rain to fix your bumper. So switch to Allstate, save money, and be better protected from mayhem, like me.
Based on coverage and limits selected, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. In most states, prices vary based on how you buy. Allstate Bar and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
At Auburn, we believe in work, hard work. That's why we believe in the Ford F-150 truck and love it. With the available smart tech you need, plus a choice of 7 available engines, delivering premium grade muscle and impressive power numbers, F-150 can help you tackle whatever the day brings. This is head coach Brian Harsin. Check out the official truck of the Auburn Tigers at your local Ford dealer today. War Eagle.
Not all models, trims, or features may be available. Contact your dealer for more information.
Jordan-Hare Stadium, Auburn leads Mercer 28-7. A quick look at the stats are presented by the Alabama Department of Public Health. Together we can create the best opportunity to support health and well-being for all Alabamians. For more, visit alabamapublichealth.gov/COVID-19. Well, Auburn with 13 first downs to Mercer's 4. The Tigers 27 rushes for 174 yards. Auburn with 274 yards of total offense. Jason Campbell, just some quick thoughts on what you saw out of Auburn offensively there in the first half.
I thought the first half looked pretty crisp for the most part. You know, we have the turnover right there towards the end, towards the second quarter, but overall, you haven't seen a lot of penalties. You haven't seen a lot of false starts, which usually happen in first games. But the thing that Coach Harsin talked about yesterday at the luncheon was making sure guys knew exactly what they was doing with substitutions and those things like that. And I think they were doing a really good job of that. I like from the offensive standpoint of what Keesaw's doing with all the misdirection plays. He got Robbie Ashford in running a lot of quarterback design plays. I like to see them add some bootlegs and nakeds to that just for down the road so people can just key on the run. But overall, defensively, they're getting after Mercer, and that's what we kind of expected from a defensive standpoint with the most experience on that side of the ball.
Cam Riley, the big linebacker, with 7 tackles in the first half. Rushing the ball, Auburn's been balanced there. Bigsby, 12 carries, 68 yards, and a touchdown. Robbie Ashford, 5 carries for 71, and he's injected a little quick strike explosiveness into the offense.
Yeah, that's the one thing about Robbie. He's a very explosive athlete. He's very good with his feet. He can make some guys miss, and he makes the defense have to account for him. It makes guys have to stay home backside, and they can't flow too fast. So that's the one thing that he brings to this offense. And, yes, TJ is the guy that's out there starting, but it doesn't hurt when Auburn bring in a quick hitter like Robbie Ashford that makes the defense have to adjust and have to plan for that.
Specialists on the field going through warm-ups as the Auburn University Marching Band entertains the crowd. When we come back, more analysis from Jason Campbell, more numbers from the first half, and Ronnie Brown's interview down on the field with Brian Harsin before the start of half number 2. Auburn 28, Mercer 7. This is the Auburn Sports Network.
Hey Auburn fans, Hibbett and City Gear have all the hottest brands: Nike, Adidas, Jordan, and many more. Check out a Hibbett or City Gear store near you, or visit Hibbett.com for the latest sneaker drops, trending denim, and fashion-forward apparel and accessories. Hibbett and City Gear have the apparel and footwear hookups you need to keep the entire family fresh, toe to head. Hibbett and City Gear, proud sponsor of Auburn football. War Eagle.
The Edward Via College of Osteopathic Medicine in Auburn is dedicated to its mission of transforming medical students into caring, compassionate physicians. VCOM partners with Auburn University for student activities, shared learning experiences, and research opportunities. Students are instructed in a hands-on learning environment by outstanding faculty members that are dedicated to student success. VCOM is working to improve the health of Alabama's citizens by increasing the number of primary care physicians throughout the state, especially in rural and underserved areas. Find out more at vcom.edu.
Hey, I'm Jackie, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is the chicken. It is golden brown, so juicy, so delicious. It's the perfect savory start to my day.
Hey, I'm Matt, and the little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is the freshly baked, flaky, buttery biscuit. When I take a bite, it's kind of like, crispy, soft, crispy. Crispy outside, soft interior, crispy chicken. There's really nothing like it.
Start your day with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit, available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real Chick-fil-A guests paid for their testimonials.
Are you looking to advance your career without putting your life on hold? Consider the flexibility of an online MBA at Auburn University's Harvard College of Business. Ranked among the nation's best by U.S. News and World Report, our 100% online MBA program provides the flexibility you need to pursue a degree while maintaining your personal and professional life. Learn more at harvard.auburn.edu.
Back at Jordan-Hare Stadium, Brad Law and Jason Campbell as the Tigers are just about set to make their way back onto the field before Ronnie Brown visits with Brian Harsin. Jason, just a few thoughts on the offensive line in the first half. Tate Johnson starting at center and Cam Stutz at guard.
Yes, Tate Johnson, this is his first start. Nick Brahms, out for the season for us, and that's what we wanted to see in the run game. You want to see how the offensive line can work together as a group and how much chemistry can we have. And for the most part, they've done a really good job of opening the holes. You can see that Keesaw likes to run a little bit of the inside zone, but he also likes to get on the edge and on the outside zone as well. Make those guys have to get up on linebackers and safety. So I like what we're seeing from the offensive line. He's also doing a great job in pass protection. For the most part, we've had a pretty good pocket for TJ to stand back there and make some throws.
Defensively, Auburn's been good against the run. Just 10 rushes for 16 yards for Mercer. This is a team that rushed for over 300 yards a week ago. Defense doing a nice job keeping that part of their game in check.
Yeah, you think about the guys that we have up front, and Derek Hall and, Cam Riley and Kobe Wooten and guys like that. Like, those guys are experienced football guys. And we knew coming into the season that we could have experience up front on the defensive line, that we have a two-man rotation, and that's probably one of our deepest parts on the team. And I just feel like this team, from a defensive standpoint, stopping the run game is part of it. And we also got a secondary that has depth as well. But right now, the defensive line is controlling the game by making them one-dimensional.
Some of the other numbers here, comparisons on third down. Auburn was 3 of 6 in the first half. Mercer was 3 of 8. Auburn was able to convert on its lone fourth down conversion attempt. And in the red zone, Auburn a perfect 4 for 4 on red zone scoring chances. And
yes.
that's the kind of thing, you want to see that kind of efficiency in the first game of the season.
Yeah, especially against an opponent that we feel like we're more superior than. We have all the utmost respect for Mercer, but these are games that, as a football team, you want to be where you want to be at the end of the year. You got to control these type of games and make it the way that it is right now. We need to convert on those situational football. That's where the games are won in the big games. It's third down conversions, red zone conversions, making the most out of field position. And I think for the most part, we are doing that right now tonight. And we just got to continue to just keep progressing, continue to keep working, and not get in a situation where you just feel like the game's over with and just get sloppy. So the game is, we're basically competing against ourselves in this game to keep our chemistry.
TJ Finley was 8 for his first 9 in the ball game. He's missed his last 2, still 8 for 11 for 100 yards in the first half. What did you see out of TJ in the first half?
Yeah, like I said, for the most part, one time he got blitzed up the A-gap, and the guy right in front of his face, and he was able to make a drop-off throw, and that's big. That's what you're going to need. Have to stand in there sometime and take one in the chin and still be able to deliver an accurate throw, and I thought he did that very well. One time he got caught over the middle, got through an interception. I think that he got caught with his eyes. His eyes kind of played the safety to go that way. And sometimes you got to learn to look off a little bit, and that'll continue to come over time. But for the most part, I thought he made solid decisions with the ball and didn't put us in harm's way except for just one time.
All right, Ronnie Brown is down on the field and trying to track down Coach Harsin inside of a minute to go before the second half gets underway.
We got 20 seconds. All right, Coach.
All right.
Great start by your offense. Seems like a balanced attack. What was the key coming out for the first game or first half?
Well, I mean, at the end there, not happy about the turnover and that they scored at the end of half. That's something that we tried to emphasize. We just got to come out and play in the second half. That's the most important thing right now. Like, what's the standard for us in the second half? And I want to see that right now.
Defensively, 10 carries, 16 yards allowed. What's the message coming out after halftime for the defense to start this half?
Stop the run and don't let them score.
All right. All right, there it is. Coach, thank you. Hey, appreciate it, guys. As you heard it, look, the message is simple. Play team ball on the defensive side. Stop the run. Don't let them score. Offensively, he wasn't happy about the turnover to end the half. So I would assume that we're going to probably see a little bit more running, but just try to take a balanced attack.
Nice job down there, covering a lot of ground. Ronnie Brown down on the sidelines. All right, Jason, thank you very much for your analysis there at the half. 28-7, Tigers lead the Bears. Let's get it back to the voice of the Tigers, Andy Burcham, and Stan White for the second half call.
All right, Brad, thank you very much. Thank you, Jason, Ronnie. Anders Carlson to kick this one away for the Tigers. And it will go to Fred Jackson, and he will call for the fair catch. So first and 10 for Mercer at the 25-yard line. You take away the interception, you take away the hold, Stan, by the Auburn offense in the end of the first half, and Mercer doesn't get into the end zone.
Well, that's the thing. Auburn was a clean first half penalty-wise, 1 for 10 yards, but you got the hidden yardage. It took away a 56-yard gain and potential, maybe another touchdown, at least 3 points for Auburn, and then all of a sudden 2 plays later you have an interception and Mercer gets on the scoreboard. So that's, it was only one penalty, but it was a big one because it took away that hidden 56 yards.
From the 25, first and 10 for Mercer. Handoff around the left end is Al Wooten, and Wooten gets 3 yards before he's taken out of bounds at the 28-yard line. Just the start of things in the second half. 28-7.
Auburn on top. Wooten gets 4 yards on first down. It will be 2nd down and 6 for the Mercer Bears at its own 29-yard line.
Well, and you can tell in the tone of Brian Harson's voice, he did not like the last set of circumstances after that turnover. And, but he wants to challenge the players. Well, how are we going to finish? This is, something they worked on. They've worked on the offseason from last year. If they just finish games, it's a special year.
Payton throws it across the middle to Al Wooten, and Wooten gets the first down. Out to the 37, 1st and 10 on a middle screen to Wooten. Sophomore out of Memphis, Tennessee. His dad Al played at Syracuse. Had 13 carries for 96 yards last week. 1st and 10 for the Bears at the Mercer 37-yard line. Auburn 4 across the line of scrimmage. Play action. Payton looks, now flushed out of the pocket, throws, and it's incomplete. Knocked away by Nehemiah Pritchett on the play. Pass intended for Parker Roble, a junior out of Houston, Georgia.
Nice coverage by Nehemiah Pritchett, the senior from Jackson, Alabama. Little play action fake. Payton kind of bought more time, and Roble improvised a little bit, but Pritchett stayed with his man. That's when you have a quarterback that can extend plays. That's when you can find big plays downfield. Pritchett did a good job of disciplined coverage.
2nd and 10 from the Mercer 37. Payton from the shotgun. Turns and he hands the ball to Austin Douglas. Douglas spins his way across the 40-yard line out to the 43. 5 yards on the carry. It will bring up 3rd down and 5 for Mercer. The Bears were 3 of 8 on 3rd down in the first half.
Well, another tackle for Cam Riley there. Led in the first half with 6 solo tackles. Very active in this game is the linebacker.
That's a career high for Cam Riley. 3rd and 5 for the Bears. Wooten flanks Payton out of the shotgun. Ball in the middle of the field. The snap to Payton. The handoff goes to the tailback. And Wooten goes down, and he just barely got back to the line of scrimmage. Marcus Harris, transferred to Auburn from Kansas, 6'3", junior out of Montgomery, 294 pounds, and it's punting situation for Mercer.
A little bit of a questionable call right there. Mercer started out 0 for 4 on 3rd downs. They had actually converted 3 for his last 4 3rd down conversions. 3rd and 5, they try to sneak a handoff up the middle, and Auburn took him down for no gain in a punting situation now for Mercer.
Keontae Scott back at the Auburn 20 after this punt from Trey Turk. He calls for a fair catch back at the 11-yard line. 12:33 to go in the 3rd quarter. Auburn 28, Mercer 7. Let's pause 10 seconds so stations like 92.1 FM, WKUL, and Coleman can identify themselves on the Auburn Sports Network. .47-yard punt by Trey Turk. And Auburn will open up first time offensively in the second half. 1st and 10 from its own 10-yard line. And it's TJ Finley that leads the Tigers on the field. Keandre Jones now at right guard for the Tigers. Damari Alston is the tailback for the first time tonight for Auburn. The handoff goes to Alston off left tackle. And Alston gets a couple yards before he stood up on the play. They'll get 3 on the play. Miles Redding, free safety out of Mableton, Georgia, with the stop.
Alston, the freshman out of Atlanta, Georgia. Auburn let that play clock get down inside of 5 seconds coming out of the turnover, so they had to get up there and get that snap off. But Alston adds another dimension to that backfield. You can't have enough depth in the backfield.
Tank Bigsby back on the field, 68 yards carried in the first half for Tank. Flanks the quarterback, TJ Finley to his right. Finley just inside the left hash, looks to the Auburn boundary. It is complete to that boundary. Out to the 24-yard line. The pass complete to Shedrick Jackson.
Boy, nice play right there. Just a 4-cross look into the boundary. Trips to the wide side. It's just a little sit down. It's really a timing hook route. Really a timing back shoulder hip throw right there by TJ Finley to Shed Jackson. 12 yards on the play.
4th catch of the night for Shed Jackson. 1st and 10 for Auburn at the 25-yard line. From the left hash, from the gun, TJ Finley turns and he hands the ball to Tank Bigsby. Bounces to the outside across the 30, 35, and out to the 37-yard line before he's brought down. An ankle tackle brings Tank Bigsby down after 12 yards and an Auburn first down.
Well, nice vision right there, good blocking. Just a stretch play over the right side. And I think Tank Bigsby is a better running back when he's getting the handoffs going downhill instead of like a slide step. And he's allowed to use his vision with his momentum going forward. They've done that several times, that little stretch play tonight. He and Hunter and then Austin in that last play, but Tank Bigsby, I think, is going to help him this year.
From the right hash mark, Bigsby is the tailback. The handoff to number 4, stood up at the line of scrimmage, bounces to the outside 40, 45, 50, into Mercer territory and down the sideline for a first down for Auburn. Bigsby has 8 100-yard, at least 100-yard games in his career. That's a 23-yarder, and he goes over 100 yards tonight.
Well, a nice vision there. Just really nothing over that A gap. Kind of got clogged up in the middle, and he was able to bounce outside. The only time you really want to bounce and get east and west is if something like that happens. You just can't find anything, any ground up middle, and he uses that speed to get outside for the first down and move the chains again on the 39-yard line.
104 yards in the night for Bigsby. He's out. Jarquez Hunter, the tailback, behind TJ Finley. Pitches or fakes the pitch, throws to the sideline, up the sideline, in and out of the hands of John Samuel Schenker at the Mercer 18-yard line. That may be a ball that John Samuel said he should have caught.
Yeah, that was a little trail route. You had to clear out by your receiver, a little wheel behind on the sideline with your tight end. Play action fake bootleg, and Finley threw it out there. Back shoulder throw, look, a nice throw. Schenker was getting hit, but that's one, he's a sure-handed guy. He's going to want that one back when he watches the film.
33 catches last year, set an Auburn tight end record, 413 yards as well. He has a touchdown catch tonight. 2nd and 10 from the Mercer 39-yard line. TJ Finley under center from the right hash. Play action, drops straight back. Looks, he throws. He has a man open, and the ball is tipped and intercepted on the play. TJ Moore with the pick for Mercer. Out to the Mercer 38-yard line.
I couldn't tell if the ball was tipped at the line because it may have just been an underthrow. That was just a misread where the corner just faded right back. It was double deep crossers. And Finley, I don't think Finley just got enough on that and allowed the cornerback just to kind of fade into the throwing lane.
So 2nd interception of the night for TJ. And Mercer 1st and 10 from its own 36-yard line.
Boy, Brian Harsin is not going to like that. He got a nice drive going and another interception to stall.
1st and 10, Mercer at its own 37. Peyton rolls to his right, looks and he throws, and it's incomplete. Pass was intended for Ty James. Jalen Simpson came up for the stick on James, a redshirt sophomore out of Conyers, Georgia, the FCS National Player of the Week. 192 yards on 5 catches and 3 touchdowns last week against Morehead State. 2nd and 10. Peyton handoff up the middle. Tailback out across the 45-yard line out to the 47-yard line for Mercer. Number 2, Austin Douglas with the carry. Out to the 47. 9:26 on a counting clock in the 3rd. Auburn 28, Mercer 7. Only 2 turnovers of the night, a pair of interceptions by Auburn.
Yeah, and I finally got a chance to see that replay. That was just an underthrown ball. TJ Finley's just got to get a little bit more air on it. It's a touchdown.
Double wide receivers to the wide side of the field. 1st and 10 from the 47. Again, a handoff to Austin Douglas, and Douglas gets 2 yards on the play to the Mercer 49 before Owen Papo, one of Auburn's permanent captains, makes the stop. 6'1", 225 out of Lawrenceville, Georgia. 165 tackles a year ago for Owen Papo. He is one of 3 on this Auburn team with over 100 career tackles, along with Morris Joseph, a transfer in, and Colby Wooden. 2nd and 8 for Mercer from its own 49. Handoff Roble around right end. Roble into Auburn territory. Dives out of bounds at the Auburn, just inside the Auburn 45-yard line. A 6-yard gain for Parker Roble. 3rd and 2 for the Bears as we approach the 8-minute mark in the third quarter. Auburn 28, Mercer 7. Ball at the right hash mark. Short side of the field, the Auburn boundary. On 3rd and 2 for the Bears. Douglas, the tailback. Payton, the quarterback, under center. Sends a man in motion. Play action. He rolls to the Auburn boundary. Payton hit behind the line and he goes down. That's Derek Hall with the tackle for loss.
Well, big play right there. Mercer regained the momentum. A couple of first downs. 3rd down and short. And they try a little bit of a bootleg, razzle-dazzle, naked bootleg. And Payton couldn't get away from Derek Hall. A 7-yard loss, setting up a punting situation.
Keontae Scott, the Auburn deep man, inside the Tiger 10-yard line to take this punt by Trey Turk out of Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Wow. Beautiful spiraling kick, 8 yards deep into the end zone. And with 7 minutes to go in the third quarter, Auburn takes over after the punt by Turk. Tigers 1st and 10 from their own 20 when we return. Auburn 28, Mercer 7. Stay tuned. Auburn football continues in a moment.
Hey, I'm Jackie, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is the chicken. It is golden brown, so juicy, so delicious. It's the perfect savory start to my day.
Hey, I'm Matt, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is the freshly baked, flaky, buttery biscuit. When I take a bite, it's kind of like, crispy, soft, crispy. Crispy outside, soft interior, crispy chicken. There's really nothing like it.
Start your day with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit, available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real Chick-fil-A guests paid for their testimonials.
We've all been caught up in the little chores that pile up every day. The dishes in the sink, the trash that needs taking out, the pesky check engine light. Isn't it time to make a change and escape to a whole new world of possibilities? Where there's dinner without dishes, nights filled with adventure, and every day you feel like a winner. A little change can go a long way when you escape every day at Wing Creek Casino and WingCreekCasino.com.
Now there are even more reasons to switch to Verizon, the network America relies on.
For real?
Yep, for real. Turn in your old phone and get the new Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 4 free with select 5G unlimited plans.
Definitely switching.
Totally. Everybody's switching to the network America relies on. Verizon. 5G ultra-wideband available in select areas. $999.99 device payment purchase with new smartphone line on select 5G unlimited plans required. $200 Verizon e-gift card with Ford. Less $800 trade-in/promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in conditions apply.
A crying baby is impossible to ignore, but a quiet baby can be easy to forget. Every year, dozens of children lose their lives because otherwise attentive adults forgot they were in the back seat. It only takes a moment for a car to heat up to dangerous levels, even on cooler days. So get in the habit of always looking in the back seat and use reminders to ensure baby is always with you. Where's baby? Look before you lock. Paid for by NHTSA.
7 minutes to go in the third quarter. 1st and 10 for Auburn at its own 20. Tigers on top 28-7. And when we say we're an everything school, we mean it. Since 1872, Auburn University graduates from the College of Agriculture and the Samuel Ginn College of Engineering have exemplified the meaning of work, hard work. Come see why Auburn's College of Agriculture and the Samuel Ginn College of Engineering continue to be pillars of the past, pioneers of the present, and foundations of the future. Visit auburn.edu. Ashford, the quarterback. Jarquez Hunter, the tailback. 1st and 10 Auburn. Ball in the middle of the field from the Tiger 20. It's the pitch to Jarquez Hunter to the sideline. And Hunter gets 5 yards and goes out of bounds in front of the Auburn bench. 5 yards on first down for Jarquez Hunter. Gives him 26 on the night. 104 yards for Tank Bigsby. 66 yards rushing for the quarterback, Robbie Ashford, in an empty backfield on 2nd down and 5 from the 25 left hash mark.
Look at quick screen again to Tank.
And that's exactly what it is. Bigsby almost dropped it, and he did. Right side of the field to Tank Bigsby, and he dropped the football.
Yeah, I recognize that formation from before. He comes into a quick motion, and they snap it and get it to him almost like a tunnel screen, and it kind of fools the defense thinking he's going to come back to the backfield and set up a trips, but he hits it out there, just dropped the ball.
First pass for Robbie Ashford of the night. Now 3rd and 5 for Ashford. Shed Jackson now in motion. It's an empty backfield for Ashford on 3rd and 5 from the 25. Ashford to throw. He does. It is complete. Complete. The pass complete to Tavarish Chick Dawson. And that's enough for an Auburn first down.
Just a little quick out route from the slot position to the weak side. The outside man, Shed Jackson, clears. Dawson runs a quick out to the sticks and moves the chains.
From the 32, first down for the Tigers. Handoff to Tank Bigsby. Gets spun, but gets across the 35-yard line and out to the 37 before Bigsby is brought down. It's a 5-yard gain on the play. Savio Frazier, defensive tackle out of Hampton, Georgia, with the stop for Mercer.
Strong running right there. Looked like he was only going to get a minimal gain. It just kept pushing the pile and spinning and got a nice 5 yards out of it.
108 yards on the night for Tank Bigsby. Second down for Auburn and 5 from the 37. Hunter replaces Bigsby in the Auburn backfield. Ashford, the quarterback, out of the shotgun. Play action. Ashford wants to throw. He does downfield. Has a man open. He's got it inside the 10-yard line. Number 6, Javarius Johnson with the catch.
Well, it looked as if that ball was going to be overthrown, and Johnson just put it into high gear on a play-action fake by Robbie Ashford. Nice throw, and Johnson just tracked it down inside the 10 to the 7, 56 yards on the game.
First and goal from the 7. Handoff, Jarquez Hunter. Head down, Hunt in the goal line. He's about a yard shy. Hunter already has 2 touchdown runs on the night. 5-11 and counting in the third quarter. Auburn 28, Mercer 7. This has been Robbie Ashford's drive. Second and goal from the 1. Auburn in a pro eye with Schenker the fullback, or the H-back, and Jarquez Hunter the tailback. Ashford under center. Hand off to Jarquez Hunter. He's at the goal line, and he's into the end zone for a touchdown. Touchdown, Auburn! Jarquez Hunter's 3rd touchdown of the night.
What a nice drive and nice answer right there. Robbie Ashford gets in the mix now, throwing the ball. Looks sharp, 2 for 2, actually 2 for 3 on the drive with a drop. And Jarquez Hunter does the rest, takes it in to put Auburn up 34-7.
With 4:47 to go in the third quarter of play. Carlson out for the extra point. The holder is Chapman. Quattlebaum the snap. Snap down, and the kick is on the way, and the kick is good for Anders Carlson. So with 4:47 to go in the third, Auburn adds to the total. Tigers 35, Mercer 7 on opening night at Jordan-Hare Stadium. Stay tuned. This is the Auburn Sports Network. Football is back on the plains, and there's nothing like Saturday night in Jordan-Hare. The 2022 season opens at home on Saturday, September 3rd at 6 p.m. as the Tigers host Mercer for the annual Wear White game. For tickets and more information, visit aubtix.com or call the ticket office at 1-855-AUB-2010. That's the 2022 Auburn football home opener versus Mercer on September 3rd at 6 p.m. for the Wear White game. Buy your tickets today. Oh, Rico.
Get your ice cold Bud Light Seltzer here. Even though you can't go to the game, doesn't mean the game can't be brought to you now here. Just go to budlight.com/delivery. That's budlight.com/delivery.
Give me 2 mangoes.
Coming at you. It's a little short. Ow. Sorry. You know what? I'm just going to walk them over to you.
Whenever there's a game to watch, there's a Bud Light there. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, and Bud Light Seltzer, IRC Beer in Texas, St. Louis, Missouri.
When we say we're an everything school, we mean it. Since 1872, Auburn University graduates from the College of Agriculture and the Samuel Ginn College of Engineering have built on the land-grant mission to drive economic development, improve quality of life, promote social well-being, and enhance national security. Celebrating 150 years, Come see why Auburn's College of Agriculture and Ginn College of Engineering continue to be pillars of the past, pioneers of the present, and foundations for the future. Visit auburn.edu.
When you see the SEC student athlete, it's easy to picture the swing, the stance, the form. But look closer, and you'll see the heart, the brain, the clutch lab partner, the avid two-stepper, the pride of a hometown, and a little brother's hero. More than students, more than athletes. In the SEC, it just means more.
.47 to go in the third quarter. Auburn 34, Mercer 7. Make that 35-7. Sun South John Deere drive summary. Auburn goes 80 yards, 7 plays, 2 minutes and 13 seconds. Sun South John Deere, preferred tractor of the Tigers. Find your local dealer at sunsouth.com. Javarius Johnson, by the way, 4 catches, 117 yards on the night. We talked about that. Auburn
tracked that down.
Yeah, Auburn needs somebody to step forward, a wide receiver. Shed Jackson and Javarius Johnson have taken a step forward in that category for Auburn tonight.
Yeah, by our angle, that ball like it was going to be overthrown, and Johnson just tracked it down right in the middle of the field.
Jackson and Harper to take this kickoff from Carlson. Auburn continues to kick away from Harper, and this will be a fair catch by Jackson in the end zone. 4:47 in the third. That was, and by the way, that was all Robbie Ashford out of Hoover High School.
2 of 3, 64 yards, and actually a drop on the play. So he looked impressive. We knew about his athletic ability, the escapability, the ability to extend plays. We've heard from it as that added dimension. But that time, Brian Harsin kind of took the reins off and let him throw it a few times. I remember watching him play baseball in high school as well. Multi-sport kid, good baseball player.
He was the #1 high school baseball product coming out of the state of Alabama. And his only action, by the way, his only athletic action at Oregon, he played 2 years of baseball for the Ducks.
Start, offense, number 82. 5-yard penalty, first down.
Number 82, Andrew May, tight end with the infraction. So 1st and 15 for Mercer from its own 20, from the left hash mark. Payton to throw, looks to the Auburn boundary. The pass is complete to Trey Atkins. Well, that was almost intercepted. Donovan Kaufman made the stop, but that was almost intercepted for a pick 6 in the backfield for Auburn.
And that was a quick screen as well, so it was a nice read by the defensive backfield there. Only got back to the line of scrimmage.
Second and 15 for Mercer at its own 20. Clock rolling to 4:15 in the third quarter. Auburn on top 35-7. And comes in motion near side. Handoff to the tailback, hit behind the line of scrimmage. Brandon Marshall bounces outside, gets across the 20 to the 21. Good pursuit by the Tigers. After Marshall bounced left, eluded the first man, but good pursuit by Auburn to get him. Eku Leota gets off the bottom of the pile for Auburn. 1-yard gain.
Yeah, it's just this Auburn defense is flying around. The speed, the size, playing with gang-style tackling. It's just really been tough for Mercer. I mean, this is a very impressive start for this Auburn team. You know, your only thing you're losing is a turnover battle, but you've been able to make up for it.
Play clock at 9 for Mercer. 3rd and 13 from the 22 for the Bears. Now down to 1. They either had a timeout or there's a penalty, and flags are down. The call from Steve Marlowe.
Delay of game, offense. 5-yard penalty, third down.
Clock is stopped with 3:18 in the third. Auburn 35, Mercer 7. Across the front, Harris and Wooden and Hall and Leota. We've seen Jones up front as well. Wesley Steiner in there right now, one of the Auburn linebacker spots. Cam Riley is the other one. On 3rd and 18. Auburn puts 4 on the line of scrimmage. They may rush more. They bring Kaufman on a blitz, and Leota finally brings down Payton. Payton got away from Donovan Kaufman on the safety blitz, but Echo Leota brought him down from behind with help from Cam Riley.
Yeah, just not a whole lot you can do if you're Payton. And they're just putting all kind of pressure. Basically, it's beat at the quarterback time.
4th 3 and out for the Auburn defense. 3 and out tracker driven by Truckworks, official commercial truck dealer for the Auburn Tigers. 2:33 and counting to go in the 3rd quarter. Mercer went backwards. Keontae Scott near midfield to take this punt from Trey Turk. And Turk gets it away, sending Scott back to the Auburn 37-yard line. And he started to lose his balance and never could quite gain it back, and was taken down by Ty James on the play. Clock is stopped with 2:17 to go in the 3rd after a 46-yard punt by Turk, who unfortunately for Mercer's has had a lot of chances but has had a good night for the Bears punting. We've hardly seen Oscar Chapman out there for Auburn tonight.
Yeah, I think you're going to see Robbie Ashford again.
35-7 Auburn. 2:17 to go in the 3rd. Tiger ball when we come back. Auburn football continues in a moment.
Putting together a winning drive
3rd and long from the shotgun.
takes focus, determination,
There's the snap, dropping back.
and that powerful form of energy
Scrambles to his right, looking downfield.
called belief.
Launches it toward the end zone.
That belief in a team, in a community of fans, in each other.
Touchdown!
That powerful energy connects us all. Alabama Power is a proud supporter of the Auburn Tigers. Power for a better Alabama.
The Auburn Tigers Today podcast keeps you plugged into the Tigers like nowhere else, with Andy Burcham's weekly coaches interviews, post-game audio, and Jacob Hellman's comprehensive This Week in Auburn Athletics feature. It's the only podcast that keeps you current on everything happening around Auburn athletics, from Jordan Hare to Neville Arena and beyond. Just like and subscribe to Auburn Tigers Today podcast.
Recruiting plays a major role in team building. Recruiting also plays an important role in protecting my home from termites with Cook's Pest Control and the Citricon system. Termites eat the bait in the Citricon stations, then eagerly recruit other termites to also feed on the bait, thus eliminating the termite colony. Discover how affordable it is to protect your home. Call Cook's Pest Control.
Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control.
2:17 to go in the 3rd. 35-7 Auburn on top of Mercer. 1st and 10 for the Tigers. From there on 38 when play resumes. This broadcast brought to you in part by the Alabama Department of Commerce. Welcome to the land of opportunity, Alabama, where career opportunities in the field of tomorrow are waiting for you today. Learn more at madeinalabama.com. Did he say steak sandwiches in the booth?
Sounded like it.
Okay. And we just burned that time out taking a picture. What were we thinking?
No kidding.
35-7 Tigers on top. Robbie Ashford with the touchdown drive as the Auburn quarterback, and he's back out there right now. 2:17 in the 3rd. Jarquez Hunter behind Ashford. 1st and 10 for Auburn at its own 38-yard line. Right hash mark. A very tight trips to the wide side of the field. Coy Moore is the man in motion now to the short side of the field for Auburn. And now comes back to the wide side, and it's a handoff to Coy Moore, trying to get to the outside. Can he turn the corner? Cuts it upfield and gets to the 45-yard line. Before he goes out of bounds, they'll give him to the 46.
Transfer from LSU, sophomore. Takes the jet sweep from under center, 8 yards on the play.
27 catches, 248 yards last year for the Bengal Tigers. His career high 6 catches, 63 yards came against Ole Miss. 2nd and 2 for Auburn at its own 46. From the left hash mark.
Ashford, plenty of time, lets it loose, downfield, down the middle of the field, and it's incomplete. Intended for Chick Dawson, and a flag is down. The pass was underthrown a bit. Dawson tried to come back to the ball, and there was some contact.
Yeah, and that's one where I could see the coaches talking with Robbie Ashford, waited way too long to let it go. And sometimes you want to give a jump ball, but that was just a long developing weight on it, and they just were too far downfield.
Pass interference. Defense number 22. 15-yard penalty. Automatic first down.
Hard to tell from our angle. I thought that they may pick that up because it was so short of a throw that he couldn't get back to it, but they clearly thought he was trying to get back to it and could have, but it was clearly underthrown.
Damari Elston out of Woodward Academy in Atlanta, 62 yards. He played for the War Eagles in high school. Appropriate, he now plays for the Auburn Tigers in the backfield for the Tigers. 5'9", 209 pounds.
Did we get a weather delay?
And I wonder if we have a weather delay.
Oh, man.
Clock stopped with 1:33 to go in the third quarter.
So is there a 30-minute now?
Well, if there's a lightning delay, it's at least 30 minutes.
It's usually
and
8 miles.
Both teams are heading now to their locker rooms. And some of the folks are heading to the concourse level here at Jordan-Hare Stadium. I had received word on my phone that there was lightning about 15 miles south of Auburn earlier. And we're just waiting on official word here. In the meantime, let's get a Yellowwood scoreboard update from Bradford T. Law.
All right, Andy, thank you very much. Yellowwood update. Florida still hanging in with number 7 Utah. They're nearing the end of the third quarter, and it's been a scoreless. Check that. Utah just scored. Utes just punched it into the end zone to reclaim the lead in Gainesville. Extra point pending. It's 19-14. 7th-ranked Utah on top of Florida in Gainesville just before the end of the third quarter there. Other scores involving SEC teams. Number 1, Alabama with a huge lead over Utah State. At the half, it's 41-0. Bryce Young with 5 touchdown passes for Alabama in the first half of play. Number 20, Kentucky with a 2-touchdown lead over Miami of Ohio, 27-13. Will Levis, 213 yards through the air. 2-touchdown lead for the Cats midway through the third in Lexington. Vanderbilt is in control over Elon, 35-10 early in the third period in Nashville as the Commodores look to go to 2-0 on the season. South Carolina leads Georgia State at halftime, 12-7. Couple of touchdowns and missed extra points for the Gamecocks. 12-7, the lead over Georgia State for South Carolina. They're also in a weather delay in Starkville, where Mississippi State leads Memphis 7-0, and they are just in the first quarter in that matchup. Earlier today in the SEC, it was Georgia with a big win over Oregon at Mercedes-Benz Stadium, 49-3. Stetson Bennett, 25 for 31, 368 yards and a couple of scores. Number 19, Arkansas scored a big win over number 23, Cincinnati, 31-24 in Fayetteville. KJ Jefferson, 3 passing touchdowns and a rushing score for the Hogs. 6th-ranked Texas A&M shut out Sam Houston, 31-0. Haynes King with 364 yards through the air, 3 touchdowns and a couple of interceptions. Some games now that are going on outside of the SEC in the top 25. They're just about ready to start the third quarter in Columbus. Number 5, Notre Dame leads 2nd-ranked Ohio State 10-7. They've just gone final out in L.A. Number 14, USC pummels Rice in Lincoln Riley's debut as the Trojans head coach, 66-14. The score in that one. 18th-ranked Wisconsin blanking Illinois State, 31-0. They're ready to start the fourth quarter there. And it's number 10, Baylor, with a big lead over Albany, 42-10 in the Bears season opener in Waco. And number 25, BYU, has hit the half-100 mark. It's 50-21, the Cougars leading South Florida down in Tampa. Here, our score, Auburn 35, Mercer 7, 1:33 to go in the third quarter. And we have entered into a weather delay here at Jordan-Hare Stadium. Andy?
As a result, we will go to programming from earlier Auburn seasons. We're going to go back to the 2004 undefeated season for the Tigers. Auburn's first win against Tennessee in Knoxville. Rod Bramblett, the late Rod Bramblett, Stan White on the call, Quentin Riggins from the sidelines in that game. First of 2 wins for Auburn over the Vols. A rain delay or a weather delay here at Jordan-Hare Stadium. Tigers are up 35-7 with 1:33 to go in the third quarter. So let's go back to the Auburn-Tennessee game 2004 in Knoxville, Tennessee on the Auburn Sports Network.
Welcome back to Knoxville, Tennessee. And I tell you what, if you don't get goosebumps when Rocky Top is playing and the Tennessee Volunteers are running onto the football field, I don't care who you're pulling for, you do not have a pulse and you do not love college football. What an atmosphere here at Neyland Stadium, where it's time now for the starting lineups, brought to you by Great Southern Wood, makers of Yellowwood brand pressure-treated pine. For building outdoors, yellow's your color. For the Auburn offense, the offensive front, as usual, number 73, Marcus McNeil starts at left tackle. At left guard is number 69, Ben Grubbs. At center, Jeremy Ingle, 67, a senior out of Montgomery. At right guard is number 68, Danny Lindsay, a senior out of Douglas, Georgia. At right tackle, number 66, Troy Reddick, a junior out of Albany, Georgia. And at tight end, number 8, Cooper Wallace, junior out of Nashville, Tennessee. He's one of tonight's captains for the Auburn Tigers. At wide receiver, number 1, Devin Aroma-Shadu, a junior out of Tampa, Florida. Courtney Taylor, number 86, Carrollton, Alabama sophomore, is at the other wide receiver. In the backfield, we've got number 23, Ronnie Brown, a senior out of Cartersville, Georgia. And Carnell Cadillac Williams is at the tailback, a senior out of Italian. Of course, he wears number 24. And at quarterback, 5th-year senior out of Taylorsville, Mississippi, number 17, Jason Campbell, who was 11 of 18 last year against the Volunteers for 157 yards and 2 touchdowns. Now for the Auburn defense. At left end, number 94, Brett Edens. At nose guard, number 58, Tommy Jackson, a junior out of Opelika. And Edens is, of course, a senior out of Montgomery. At right tackle, senior out of Valdosta, Georgia, number 83, Jay Ratliff. At right end, number 75, Stanley McClover, a sophomore out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. In the linebacking core, at strong side, another one of the captains tonight. He'll be going up against his brother Aaron, and that is number 40, Kevin Sears, who gets the start at strong side linebacker. He is a sophomore out of Russellville, Alabama. At middle linebacker, number 51, a junior out of Columbia, South Carolina, Travis Williams. At weak side will be number 31, Antarius Williams, a junior out of Columbus, Georgia. The left cornerback, Montavis Pitts, number 19, a 6'3" sophomore out of Lochapoke. On the other side, senior Carlos Rogers wears number 14 and hails from Augusta, Georgia. At free safety is number 35, Will Herring, sophomore out of Opelika. And at strong safety, number 4, Junior Rosegreen, a senior out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. And we're just about ready to go. Stanley here as Auburn won the toss. They defer. Tennessee will receive, and Auburn will defend the North Goal. The game is on, Stan. Let's go.
Well, this is what we live for. Even we love calling these games. You know, Auburn and Citadel's great, but Auburn, Tennessee, you just can't beat the atmosphere. 108,000 standing strong. 2 top 10 teams. The battle of the SEC West against the SEC East. I mean, you can't get better, much better than this in college football on Saturday night.
Auburn wearing the road whites, the blue numerals, orange and stripe down the breeches, each side of the pants. Tennessee wearing the dreamsicle orange jerseys with the white trousers and the white numerals. Philip Yost preparing to kick it off to Corey Larkins and Gerald Riggs Jr. Auburn will be kicking off from left to right. They'll be kicking towards the south end zone here at Neyland Stadium. Everybody on their feet. And we're just about ready to go. Philip Yost has been given the go-ahead to get this football game underway. Right hand in the air. Looks right, looks left. Moves on the football at the 35, and he kicks it away, and it's long, it's high, it's deep, and it is 5 yards deep into the end zone. Corey Larkins, far side, takes it to a knee, and Tennessee will start on the 20. Officiating crew tonight, the line judge is Michael Taylor. Back judge, Rick Lumiere. Lane Thomas is the head linesman. The side judge is Stephen Patrick. Daniel R. Pulley III is the umpire. The field judges Michael Williams, and Steve Shaw is the referee. Tennessee moving from right to left. Eric Ames, the starting quarterback, the freshman out of Hillsboro, Oregon. Cedric Houston, in the backfield. Corey Anderson at fullback. And Ainge will fake the handoff, roll right, looking downfield, and throws it out of bounds. Into the chains, head first, goes the intended receiver, Tony Brown. That'll be an incomplete pass on the far side boundary, and it'll bring up 2nd down and 10.
Well, Tennessee coming out with a play-action fake, rolling Ainge to the wide side of the field. Wanted Tony Brown, a little bit of a late throw, and Tony Brown got pushed right into the chain at the 10-yard marker.
2nd down and 10, 2 wideouts to the far side, 1 to the near side. Ainge under center, 5-man front for Auburn, and a whistle and a stoppage in play here by the officials.
There's going to be a timeout on Tennessee.
This is interesting here. I guess it is a timeout for Tennessee. Yes, charge timeout to the Volunteers. With 14:55 to go in the first quarter, right off the bat, Tennessee uses a timeout.
Back at the Auburn Network studios, Paul Ellen checking the Yellowwood scoreboard in the SEC. South Carolina leading Alabama 6-3 there at the half in Tuscaloosa. Mississippi State 7-3 over Vanderbilt in Nashville in the second period. And Ohio and Kentucky are tied at 7 also in the second period. Now let's go back to Neyland Stadium. Rod Bramlett.
And thank you, Paul. It's 2nd down and 10. Tennessee had to use an early timeout. Ball between the hash marks at their own 20. Cedric Houston, the tailback. Corey Anderson, the fullback. Behind the quarterback, Ainge under center. Single wideouts, Hannon and Brown. Ainge looking over to the sideline. Getting direction on a play change here. Play clock winding down. It's still at 10 seconds, so he has plenty of time. Short drop, throws out in the flat, incomplete behind the receiver by 3-4 yards. The intended man was Tony Brown, and it's 3rd down and 10.
Well, that's what you have when you have a true freshman quarterback out there. Not everybody hears the check. The wide receiver takes off on a go route, just running the defender off. Auburn came up and gave an 8-man front. Will Herring came to the box and made it a man-to-man situation. Ainge wanted a hitch route, but his receiver didn't read it.
All right, now 2 wideouts to the far side, 1 man in the slot to that side of the field. A wide out to the near side. 3rd down and 10 again. Ainge looking over for instructions. Boy, I tell you what, he's even having trouble communicating with his own team. Offset eye behind him. Play clock down to 3. Takes the snap. Long drop. Looking downfield across the middle. Too high to handle. Intended receiver Tony Brown. Incomplete. 3 and out. Go the Volunteers on their first possession.
Well, not only 3 and out, but no yards. 3 straight passes. 2 of them checkoffs by Eric Ainge at the line of scrimmage. A little bit of confusion there on the last play. Tony Brown wanted it on the square end, but Ainge was a little bit too high. Auburn's going to get the ball.
One of the best punters in SEC history steps back. A senior, Dustin Colquitt, a 6'2", 196-pound senior. Out of here in Knoxville, Tennessee, averaging 44 yards a punt. He's standing back at his own 5-yard line with Trey Smith waiting for it at his own 35. Snap back. Here comes pressure, and Auburn almost gets to it. And they do. Partially blocked. It hits at the 40 to the 45, rolls Tennessee's way at the 45-yard line of Auburn. Tony Bell just got a piece of it. Just got the fingertips on it. It still ended up being a 35-yard punt stand, but great field position out of it for the Tigers.
Boy, and the true freshman from Thompson High School in Birmingham, Alabama, comes right up the middle. Carlos Rogers came as a gunner on the outside. It brought the pressure off of him. Tony Bell came right up the middle and just got his right hand reaching out over it and got a piece of it.
1st and 10 Auburn from their own 45, ball on the near hash mark. Jason Campbell under center. Slaughter at fullback. Cornell Williams will get the carry. And he's wrapped up. 1-yard loss behind the line of scrimmage by Paris Harrelson, the 6'2 junior out of Flora, Mississippi. I don't think Tennessee wasn't looking for that right off the bat. They were able to get into the backfield, and Paris Harrelson made the tackle. 2nd down and 11 now. Just underway, no score. Still 14:09 to go in the first. We haven't even played a minute yet. Campbell in the shotgun. Cornell Williams flanked to his right. 2 wideouts to the far side, 1-2 to the near side. Quick out to Ronnie Brown. Catches it at the 45. Runs over a man at the 50 in the Tennessee territory near the 49-yard line. Cut down by Brandon Johnson, the starting strong safety for Tennessee.
That was a double screen. Jason Campbell could have thrown the screen to the wide side. He chose to come to the screen down to Ronnie Brown to the weak side. A good pickup, 6 yards, makes it 3rd and short.
3rd down and a little bit less than 4 yards to go. Anthony Mix in the game. Ronnie Brown out, so it's Mix, Taylor, Aroma Shadu, the wide receivers to the far side of the field. Man in motion to the near side is Courtney Taylor. Here's Jason Campbell, short drop, quick out, thrown, and caught by Taylor. He's got a first down at the 45, still on his feet at the 40, inside the 35 to the 34-yard line. What a catch by Taylor. He took it right out of the hands of, I believe, Brandon Johnson. What a 14-yard pickup, Stan.
What a play by Courtney Taylor, the sophomore from Carrollton, Alabama. Good play by the defender from Tennessee. He bit on it. Looked like he had the pick going the other way, but Courtney Taylor said, no, thank you, give it back. I'll get another 12 yards. First down and 10 inside the 35-yard line.
Spotted at the 34. Roma should do the lone wide out to the far side. Kyle Derazan now in. He'll split out as a wide receiver along with Cooper Wallace to the near side. 2 to the far side, Carnell Williams, and flags come in. Danny Lindsay moving early. And that'll be the first penalty of the night against Auburn.
Well, that's what you can't have because it just makes this crowd much more louder.
Start, number 68 on the offense, 5-yard penalty, first down.
When that happens, the crowd just yells that much more because they feel like they're doing their job.
Danny Lindsay caught that time, moving early, and that will move the ball back to the 38.5. So 1st and 15. Auburn in Tennessee territory. Taylor splits out to the far side, and Roma should do to the near side. The lone running back is Carnell Williams. Toss sweep to Williams, short side of the field. Dances around a defender to the 35 and can't quite tightrope his way down the near sideline. Steps out of bounds at the 33-yard line. Jason Allen giving him enough of a shove to knock him out of bounds over there.
Well, I love that play that Auburn runs. They pull the tackle. Troy Reddick that time pulls outside, leading up Carnell Williams, and not many defenders going to get in the way of a 320-pound tackle pulling outside to lead.
6-yard pickup, so now Auburn looking at 3rd down. Check that, 2nd down and 9. Ball at the 33. 12 and a half minutes to go, just under 12 and a half, 12:29. Offset eye, Ronnie Brown and Carnell Williams behind Jason Campbell. Campbell checking off at the line of scrimmage. Here comes the noise. Down to 4, down to 3, down to 2. Auburn gets the play off. Hand off to Carnell Williams to the 30, to the 25. Knocked out of bounds. Just enough for a first down at the 23-yard line. Oh, my goodness.
Well, Jason Campbell doing a good job of relaying the check to all his players up there and getting the handoff to the weak side to Carnell Williams over Jason Allen. Pushed him out of bounds, but not enough. Got the first down by a yard.
1st and 10 Auburn at the Tennessee 23-yard line. Just a straight eye now. Cooper Wallace moves out of the fullback spot. Lines up, bunched up with Ronnie Brown on the left side. Hand off to Carnell Williams. Tripped up in the backfield and then snowed under as he got away momentarily. Jesse Mahalona making the first stop. And then Omar Gaither, the strong side linebacker, coming up to finish things off. That's a, well, no gain. Maybe a loss of a half a yard.
Mahalona getting a lot of pressure right up the middle. He's a sack leader with 2 on the year. Good job by Mahalona getting in there, getting pressure.
Big 6'2", 300-pound junior out of Hawaii. So 2nd down and a long 10 to go. Campbell in the shotgun. 4 wide receivers, 2 to each side. Campbell throws out, and it's caught. Brown at the 20. Cuts it up to the 15. Still on his feet, stretching for that first down yardage. He may have come up just a little bit short. Right around the 13. It'll be close. Jason Allen had a grab on him, but Ronnie Brown stretching that football out. Came close to a first down. I think he'll be just a little bit short.
Good job of Al Borges using his personnel. He had Cooper Wallace that flexed out wide. That was the lead blocker on that quick screen again to Ronnie Brown. Another 10-yard gain.
Cooper Wallace and Cole Bennett, 2 tight ends in there. This is a power set for Auburn. High backfield. Slaughter, the fullback. Carnell Williams at tail. The handoff to Cadillac. Flag on the play. He's got the first down to the 10, but let's see what the flag's all about. My goodness. If this is against Auburn, it is a killer down deep in Tennessee territory.
And it may be an offside.
No indication from either team.
They're talking to Jason Campbell. That's an offsides on Tennessee.
Offsides, number 98 on the defense. 5-yard penalty will result in a first down.
Yeah, you take the penalty there, Stan, because Carnell picked up 3, and that penalty gives you 5.
Well, now, but you're looking at 1st and goal from the 9. It's harder to get in there, but that's still, you got to take the yardage when you can get it.
10:58, 10:57, clock rolling here in the first. 1st and goal from the Tennessee 9-yard line. Ball on the far hash mark. Auburn moving from left to right. Snap to Campbell. Toss sweep to Carnell Williams. Looking for room. Trapped to the 15. Gets away to the 10. Spins down to the 9. Gets back to the line of scrimmage and maybe just a little bit more before he's brought down by Rashawn Fellows, a freshman out of Warren, Arkansas.
Boy, this Tennessee defense, they may be young, but they're very, very fast. They're not going to allow Carnell Williams to get outside and get that speed going.
2nd down and goal now from the 9-yard line. No score. Auburn and Tennessee were in the first quarter here at Neyland Stadium. Taylor and Roma should do the wide receivers to the far side. Ronnie Brown in the game now at tailback. He's the only running back in there behind Jason. Campbell changing his plays. Play clock at 8. Play clock at 7. Still time with 5. Takes the snap. Hand off to Brown up the middle. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. In the end zone. Touchdown, Ronnie Brown. Touchdown, Tigers.
Good job. Jason Campbell checking to the bubble right over the center. What a play. Ronnie Brown takes the handoff, and he bulls his way at the 5-yard line and ran over tacklers for the first score of the night for Auburn.
John Vaughn in to attempt the extra point. And the license plate of that truck that just hit Jason Allen is 2-3. Extra point is up, and it is good. 7-0 Auburn with 9:50 to go in the first quarter of play. On top of the Volunteers in Knoxville. That was a little bit of power football down there from the 9-yard line by Auburn.
Well, it really was, but I like the play calling of Al Borges. Jason Campbell, 3 of 3 for 32 yards, but not very difficult passes. Now, Courtney Taylor could have had the play of that drive, taking the ball away from the Tennessee defender to keep the drive alive, but you're right, inside the 10, they pounded it with Ronnie Brown, 230 pounds, just bowling over him in the middle.
Phillip Yost to kick it away. Kick the last one into the end zone. This one will not make it. Corey Larkins takes it at the goal line. Up to the 5 to the 10. 15, hit at the 16, falls at the 17, and there's Tony Bell, who has been one of the names that we've called out the most this season, Stan, making those special team tackles.
Boy, he really is. He's fierce. He gets down there, kind of a strong safety outside linebacker by trade, but man, he can haul, and he's making plays.
9:44 to go in the first. Now Tennessee going 3 and out in their first possession. Let's see what the Vols try here. I would be surprised if they threw the football here on 1st down and 10 from their 16 and a half. Cedric Houston, the lone back in the backfield. And they'll hand it off up the middle. Houston, big hole to the 20. Will Herring wraps him up around the ankles at the 25, 26-yard line. Junior Rosegreen helping out there. Gets it up to the 26. Not quite enough for a 1st down. It'll be 2nd down and short.
Well, that's what Auburn has to be aware of. They overran the play. Those big linemen just helped Auburn just overrun that play. Houston cut it back for about 9. They're going to measure it. It may got a 1st down.
Yeah, now they're looking at the spot. It may be enough for the 1st down. They'll stretch the chains out. And it is by the nose of the football. So 1st and 10, Tennessee, their first down of the night. Good play call there by the Volunteers. So 1st down and 10 coming up for Tennessee. Trailing early here, 7-0. Ames brings him to the line of scrimmage. Derek Tinsley and Jason Swain, the wideouts to the near side. Chris Hannon to the far side. Another handoff. Houston slips the tackle. 30, and nice play by Will Herring. Open field play made at the 30-yard line. Spotted just across the 30. as Houston was trying to speed away from Will Herring, but showing some pretty good speed, closing speed there on the big tailback.
Good job by Will Herring coming up and tackling in the open field. Stanley McGlover, he's played. He got yanked in the second game because he was overrunning plays just like that when he had Houston for a 2-yard loss, but he overran the play.
Second down coming up and 6 to go. So a pickup of 4 on that last carry by Houston. Ainge from the shotgun on the quarterback draw. Nowhere to go. Dropped for a loss behind or inside the 30 by Travis Williams, who never, ever took his eyes off the quarterback Ainge.
Somewhat of a call that's going to try to get Auburn off guard. Now, they have a running quarterback, Schaefer. He's a lot better of a runner than Eric Ainge, but they tried the quarterback draw right there. It did not work at all. Travis Williams is right there to make a stick on Ainge for a 2-yard loss.
So 3rd down and 7 coming up now for Tennessee. They need the 37. It's just inside their own 30. Ball between the hash marks. Swain, Meacham, and Tinsley, the wide receivers. Anderson and Houston flank Ainge out of the shotgun. And the throw on the screen is caught at the 30 to the 35. First down to the 40. It's a first down for Tennessee. Jason Swain. Tackle made by Josh Thompson, but not before he got all the way out to the 41-yard line.
Well, Randy Sanders taking a play call from Al Borges' playbook. The quick screen to Swain that time. Auburn brought a blitz on the outside, played right into it. Swain picks up the first down.
11-yard pickup on the play. 1st and 10, Tennessee. So the Volunteers starting to move the football now. Swain, Meacham, and Tinsley still the wideouts. Houston, the lone running back, Ainge under center this time. Hand off to Houston, and he's caught behind the line. Again, this is Travis Williams, a junior out of Columbia, South Carolina, pulling Houston down at the 40, just inside their own 40-yard line.
Auburn's linebackers are not very big, but they anticipate well, they read well, and they're very, very fast. Travis Williams shoots through the gap right up the middle for the 2-yard loss.
2nd down and 11. And the handoff to Houston off right guard. Slips a tackle across the 45 to the 46, maybe the 47, before Jay Ratliff pulls him down. Still will be facing a 3rd down play coming up here from their own 47. They need the Auburn 49, the spot to gain there for the first down for Tennessee. 6:50 to go, Auburn leading 7-0. We're in the first quarter. 3rd down and 4 coming up from the far hash mark. Man in motion from far side to near side. Ainge changing his play now. The play clock winds down to 7 seconds. Still plenty of time. Now down to 5, down to 4. Gets it off with 2 seconds to go. Ainge looking, fires, and it's wide open. Caught the 38-yard line. Brett Smith into Auburn territory. Brought down immediately by Junior Rosegreen. But whatever play they checked off to was the right one there, as Brett Smith was wide open for the Tennessee first down into Auburn territory at the 38.
Boy, what a throw by Eric Ainge, the true freshman. He took a 5-step drop. He looked to the weak side. He came back to Brett Smith on a square end and hit him right on the number for the first down.
6:18 to go in the first quarter. Tennessee moving, though, trailing 7-0. It's an eye backfield behind Ainge. Again, changing the play at the line. 4-man front for Auburn. Play clock still at 10, so still plenty of time for the freshman quarterback. Takes the snap. Short drop, throws near side, and it's caught inside the 35 down to the 32 by C.J. Phaeton, junior out of Virginia Beach, Virginia. Montavis Pitts making the catch. That is Phaeton's 4th catch of the season. And it's a pickup, a good pickup, down just shy of the 30. We'll call it right on top of the 30. So a pickup of 8, 2nd down and short. Let's see if Tennessee goes to the end zone or they run the football here. They're going to run it. Houston had a hole. It's enough for a first down. It closed up pretty quick. Kevin Sears making the tackle the night before. Houston got it down to the 25, just across the 25-yard line, and it's 1st and 10, Tennessee.
Boy, that time Ruspert, the center, had his way with Josh Thompson over the nose tackle. He just pushed Thompson all the way down the line, and Houston just cut back into the hole for the first down.
Now Gerald Riggs in at tailback behind Anderson, the fullback. 1st and 10, Volunteers. Ainge changing his play again at the line. Down to 10 seconds on the play clock. Looking over to the sideline for instructions. Play clock at 5, takes the snap. Going to throw again, lobs it up. Intended receiver, and it's caught, but it's out of bounds. It's out of bounds in the end zone. C.J. Phaeton, the man down there, made the catch but he didn't get his feet in bounds.
Boy, and you had to feel they were going to go toward Montavis Pitts. They've run a couple of hitch routes over here. They did a hitch and go. C.J. Phaeton goes on the fade route, and it was thrown well, but it was caught. Now Phaeton's got to know where the sideline is. He caught it outside the pylon. Good call by the officials.
Fans here clad in the light orange, not happy about it, but clearly out of bounds, according to the replay that we're fortunate enough to have here in the booth. 4:55, clock stops. Second down and 10 from the 25. Snap to Ainge. Gonna throw again. Down the middle, into the end zone. Too high to handle. Intended receiver was Brett Smith in the coverage again. Montavis Pitts. You don't think they're picking on Monte a little bit tonight?
Boy, that's what they did. They swapped Carlos Rogers, put him into the boundary. They put Montavis Pitts to the wide side, and sure enough, Randy Sanders wants to go up top to the post again. Montavis Pitts is going to get a lot of throws tonight. A couple of times he's gotten beat, but that time, good job.
Well, they got some tall receivers. Brown is 6'2", Phaeton 6'2", Brett Smith 6'3", Phaeton 6'2". I tell you what, they got some tall receivers they're going to try and use to their advantage. 3 wide receivers bunched to the far side on 3rd and 10 from the 25 of Auburn. Shotgun formation. Ainge rolls to his right. Here comes the pressure. Throws it for the end zone and out of bounds. Way out of bounds. Far side of the field. Intended for Tony Brown. And that one was 4 or 5 yards out of bounds. 4:42 to go in the first, and that'll bring up 4th and 10. And a kicking situation here for the Tennessee Volunteers as they'll try for the field goal from James Wilhoit.
Let me tell you what you have when you have a Carlos Rogers. You can use Will Herring and take him to the wide side to where the flood route's going and just let Carlos Rogers lock down on the weak receiver and not worry about him, and that's exactly what happened. Will Herring helped out Montavis Pitts on the deep route.
41.5 yard field goal attempt here for Wilhoit. 1 for 3 on the season. From the far near hash mark, the kick is up, and the kick is good. He's a good one. 18 for 27, now 19 for 28 in his career, and Tennessee is on the board. Nice job by Auburn's defense, though, to bend but not break. Auburn 7, Tennessee 3 with 4:37 to go here in the first. And we're back in Knoxville, Tennessee. 7-3. Auburn on top of the Volunteers. Will send it down to the sidelines, and Quentin Riggins.
Thanks, Rod. It is incredibly loud down here. What Auburn's offense has done, Al Borges, watch for it. When they want to move, when they want to motion and not let the crowd affect it. Jason Campbell is clapping his hands, and the receivers and backs are shifting to the next formation. Stan, if he wants motion, he's pushing his leg back, and the receivers are watching his feet, and they're running in motion. Some hand signals and stuff like that, guys, they're going to need it for this crowd noise.
Well, that's what you work on when you face 105, 108,000 people. You work on all silent counts, clapping your hands, using hand motions. You got to get on the same rhythm.
James Wilhoit to kick it away to Carnell Williams and Devin Aroma-Shadu. It's a high kick, and Aroma-Shadu will take it 5 yards deep to a knee, and Auburn will put it in play at their own 20. 13-play drive for Tennessee, 59 yards, 5 minutes and 7 seconds off the clock, and a 41-yard field goal by James Wilhoit to put Tennessee on the board, and it's 7-3 Tigers with 4:37 to go.
Good job by the defense, though. They have that bend but not break mentality. They swapped over Montavis Pitts to the wide side defensive backfield and left Carlos Rogers to go one-on-one. It was a good move by Gene Chizik.
All right, Auburn back in their own territory. Second possession, their worst starting point of the night at the 20. Campbell under center.
We welcome you back to Jordan-Hare Stadium. 1:33 to go in the third quarter, and play has been halted for about a half hour because of weather delays at Jordan-Hare Stadium. Had quite a bit of rain, as a matter of fact, in the last half hour, and just about everybody has left the stands, and the two teams, of course, are in their locker rooms. Auburn leads Mercer 35-7. You're listening to an encore presentation of Auburn Tiger football from the 2004 season. Auburn's win at the University of Tennessee. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Auburn Sports Network. Auburn 35, Mercer 7. We're in a weather delay with 1:33 to go in the third quarter. First down and 10 for Auburn at the 39-yard line when play resumes. Andy Burcham along with Stan White at Jordan-Hare Stadium. It's been interesting to watch Robbie Ashford work these last two drives for the Tigers, including a touchdown drive tonight.
Yeah, 2 for 3, 64 yards, had a drop on a screen, so very well could be 3 for 3. But his rushing ability, his being able to stretch the defense with his legs has been impressive as well. 5 attempts, 66 yards, had a 49-yard run in one of their drives, so you can see the athletic ability and the difficulty defenses would have containing him. So it's you know, we knew that he was going with the ones quite a bit. And, you know, of course, T.J. Finley won the job, but we knew that Ashford was going to see some time early, but he's seen a lot more time in this third quarter. And then, of course, T.J. Finley had a throw he'd like to have back, maybe two, actually. The last one, an underthrow on an interception, and then we've seen nothing but Robbie Ashford the last couple of drives.
So 1st and 10 for Auburn at the 39-yard line when play resumes. 1:33 to go in the third quarter. Auburn on opening night leading Mercer by a score of 35-7. Now, when play resumes, we just don't know at this time. So we'll return to encore programming from 2004. Auburn's win over Tennessee in Knoxville on the Auburn Sports Network.
Receiver Ronnie Brown now in the slot to the far side. 2 wide receivers to the near side. One of them is Cooper Wallace. He is in the slot. Gamble, short drop out in the flat to Brown. Caught at the 19, loses a man at the 20, but can't escape. Picks up a couple of yards to the 22-yard line. Tennessee smelled that one out pretty quickly as Jason Allen and Jason Hall, a couple of Jasons making the tackle there for the Volunteers. 2nd down and 8 coming up for the Tigers.
I have a feeling that this game plan is kind of revolved around Ronnie Brown this evening. He's caught 3 of those quick screens so far, plus he had a touchdown run of 9 yards right up the middle.
2nd down and 8, ball on the far hash mark. Auburn moving from left to right. Taylor and Obamanu to the near side. 2 wide receivers to the far side of the field. Snap to Campbell in the shotgun. Punt fake. Now looks to his right. Plenty of time. Nobody open. Finds Taylor at the 30, to the 35, 40. Middle of the field to the 45. Midfield in the Tennessee territory at the 46-yard line. Courtney Taylor, a 34-yard catch. And Stan, what a great play by Jason Campbell.
He improvised so well on that because that was a fake quick screen, and then he wanted a deep route by the outside receivers. Well, it wasn't there. He pointed and said, Courtney Taylor, go across the middle, and he drug across the middle. Jason Campbell, 5 for 5, 68 yards, but what a play by Jason Campbell to Courtney Taylor.
1st down, Auburn in Tennessee territory at the 46. Ronnie Brown now in the game. Carnell, a wide receiver, wide out to the left. Campbell changing his play at the line of scrimmage. Play clock down to 5, 4, 3. Campbell gets the play off, hand off to Ronnie Brown. Cuts it back to the right to the 40. Ronnie Brown looking for some blockers. Drags 3 Tennessee defenders down to the 35. That's enough for a 1st down for Auburn. 11 yards on that hard run by Ronnie Brown, brought down by Jason Allen.
And a good job by the left side of the offensive line for Auburn, pushing the defensive front around of this Tennessee defensive line. But Ben Obamanu, he needs to get out there and block because Ronnie Brown about ran right up his back.
1st and 10 Auburn from the Tennessee 35-yard line. Clock running here in the first quarter with 2:56 to go. 3 in the backfield. Hand off to Carnell Williams looking for the left end. 35, slides up, slides down at the 32. Brandon Johnson forcing him up in there, bringing him down. It's a pickup of about 2 or 3 yards for Carnell Williams. They'll spot the football at the 32-yard line of Tennessee.
Well, in that time, Auburn lines up in a full house backfield with Cooper Wallace back there behind the eye. And they did a quick snap, hand off to Carnell Williams over the left side, the wide side, for about 3.5 yards.
2nd down and 7, 2:20 clock running here in the first. Mix, Taylor, and Obamanu, the wideouts. 2 to the near side, 1 to the far side. On 2nd down and 7, Campbell changing his play, down to 5 seconds on the play clock. Campbell gets it off. Hand off to Cadillac. 30, 25, 20. Down to the 15. Still on his feet to the 10. Inside the 10 to the 9. Cadillac for 22.
Man, what a job by the offensive line, just blowing Tennessee's defensive line off the ball. Jason Mitchell and Hefney come in to make the tackle, but 22 yards down the field. Carnell Williams just rumbling and bumbling to the 10-yard line.
Spot it right on top of the 10. So 1st down and goal, Auburn. Brown and Smith. Trey Smith in the game now. He's in the slot as Smith. Now Smith will go in motion and bunch up with Cooper Wallace on the near side. Single wide receivers to each side of the field. Hand off to Brown. Cuts it right. He's down to the 5. Spins and the ball is loose. Down to the 1-yard line and Tennessee falls on it. Somebody got their hand or a helmet in there, and the Volunteers get it back at the 1. Backed up on their old goal line, but Auburn, a scoring opportunity goes by the wayside. Kevin Burnett falling on the football at the Tennessee 1.
Well, that's exactly what you can't have when you get inside the 10-yard line in the red zone. When you're having your way with this Tennessee defense, a Tennessee defender got in there after a second effort from Ronnie Brown and got his helmet right on the ball when Ronnie Brown was trying to reach it out. And they recovered at the 1-yard line.
Omar Gaither knocking the ball loose. Kevin Burnett falling on it. Tennessee at their own 1-yard line, moving from right to left towards the north end zone here at Neyland Stadium. Eric Ainge still in there at quarterback. First down and 10 Volunteers after the Auburn turnover. Snap to Ainge. He's going to throw out of his own end zone. Throws it away. Tipped off the hands of Gerald Riggs Jr. as Jay Ratliff put his helmet right between the 1 and the 10 of Eric Ainge, and somehow he got it away. Just trying to get it out of the end zone, and Gerald Riggs had it go off his fingertips. I think Eric Ainge really was just trying to get it out of there and throw it away.
Boy, and Eric Ainge got very lucky right there. He had a receiver in the vicinity, and it tipped off Riggs. They wanted to go against Montavis Pitts again. They wanted to try to take the deep shot downfield.
High backfield from the 1, second down and 10. Auburn bunching it up in there as Tennessee went for the quarterback sneak. Is the ball loose? Auburn says they've got it. In that massive humanity down around the 2 or 3 yard line, Auburn saying they've got the football. They do!
You called it 2 plays later.
Off the air, I told Stan White, save that stat about Auburn's offense till we get the ball back. That'll be about 2 plays. And that was about 2 plays ago.
That was about 2 plays ago. A simple quarterback sneak by Ainge, but he doesn't run the ball much at all. And an Auburn defender in the big pile punched the ball out. And I can't tell who came up with the ball. It was Junior Rosegreen, the strong safety, came up with the ball. First and goal on the 2-yard line for Auburn.
Tommy Tuberville said in his pregame he wanted 5 turnovers tonight. He's got one of them. High backfield. Parnell Williams behind Slaughter. Wallace in motion. Power football shown by Auburn, and now Campbell fumbles the snap, but a flag comes in there. False start for Auburn. Woo-hoo. Tell you what, that's a penalty against the Tigers. It'll back them up.
It's a dead ball foul.
Tennessee comes out of there with it, but don't get too excited too quick.
They called the play dead, about 3 officials.
Let's listen to Steve Shaw, our lead official.
Dead ball before the snap. False start on the fullback against Auburn. 5-yard penalty, first down.
When you get inside the 10, you have to concentrate. That's what Tommy Tuberville talked about pre-game. We've got to play a smart game. We've got to concentrate because it's going to be louder than you've ever heard it. You've got to look for the snap. Now, first and goal on about the 6.5-yard line.
You backed up, but now you don't feel like necessarily you got to run power football. You've got some play options here. Looking at first down and goal from the 7. Quick snap to Campbell, handoff to Carnell. Hit hard at the 7, toppled, spun upside down, and hits hard at the 5-yard line. Wow, what a hit by Mahalona, a junior out of Hawaii, knocking Campbell up in the air, his feet out from under him. Did a somersault and hit hard at the 5.5-yard line. So second down and goal now for the Tigers as we're under a minute in the first. Tigers lead at 7-3, 42 seconds to go. Single wide out, Courtney Taylor. Ronnie Brown in the game. He'll go out and line up in the slot. And now Ben Obamanu is the wide out to the far side, or the near side. Snap to Campbell, fake to Carnell, rolling right, Campbell in the end zone, wide open, dropped by Cooper Wallace.
You got to take advantage of your plays. Great play by Jason Campbell, play action fake, bootleg out to the weak side. What a play call by Al Borges. Perfect play call. Jason Campbell throws a strike on the back of the end zone and catch the ball.
A perfect throw, my goodness. But Auburn with another crack at it, third down and 5.5 to go. 21 seconds to go in the first quarter. Campbell from the shotgun. Campbell takes the snap, looks across the middle, caught by Obamano in the end zone. Touchdown Auburn. Tigers are up 13-3.
Let me tell you something. Cooper Wallace is the first one to meet Ben Obamanu and say thanks. Thanks for picking me up. A slant route. Jason Campbell takes the shotgun throw and guns it in there to Ben Obamanu from Selma, Alabama for the second touchdown for Auburn.
His 9th career touchdown catch, and it gives Auburn a 13-3 lead with 17 seconds to go in the first. Vaughn to attempt the extra point. Out of the hole to Sam Reeves, and the snap of Chaz Crowfoot. Kick up, kick is good. 14-3 Tigers with 17 seconds to go here in the first quarter of play in Knoxville, Tennessee. 3-play drive, officially 1 yard. Remember, Tigers had it at the 1.5. 57 seconds off the clock, and turnovers here in the first quarter proving to be a big factor late as Auburn turns it over at the 1, and then Tennessee returns the favor, and the Tigers are able to poke it in there and take a 14-3 lead.
Boy, that was a big play, and you know, Cooper Wallace is he's over there thinking his lucky stars to Ben Obamanu, but that happens. He's like, thanks, man. Thanks for getting my back, because that was a huge opportunity for Auburn, and they take advantage of it. Big turnover. Ronnie Brown and then Eric Ainge coming back on a quarterback sneak, and Auburn going in for the strike, expanding that lead to 14-3.
Right now, Cooper Wallace is asking Ben Obamanu, what do you want for Christmas? I'm getting you 2 of them, whatever it is.
Well, if you needed anything to quieten this crowd a little bit, you couldn't ask for a better start for Auburn, really doing a dominating performance on defense, bending but not breaking, but then coming back on offense and really dominating the line of scrimmage. That's
what's been so impressive, Stan. Auburn has, for the most part, moved the ball at will. They've done whatever they wanted to offensively here in the first quarter.
They have. How about this for a stat? 68 yards passing, 66 yards rushing.
That's exactly right. And I tell you, the middle of that defensive line for Tennessee, we've called Mahalona's name out a couple of times, but he and Justin Harrell, they've been pushed around a little bit there in the middle. Philip Yost to kick it away. Just 17 seconds on the clock here in the first quarter. Yost boots it into the end zone for Larkins, 2 yards deep to the 5. 10, 15, hit at the 18, dragged down at the 19. I believe that's Derek Graves making the tackle. Yes, it is. And with some help from Trey Smith on the play. So first and 10 Tennessee from their own 19 and 11 seconds to go in the first.
Auburn's special teams this year has really done a good job. Trey Smith and Tony Bell and Graves and the rest of them, they've really hustled down there. I don't know a time where any team against them so far has got out on a kickoff past the 30-yard line.
All right, the kid that's called the baby Michael Vick, Brent Schaefer in the football game out of Deerfield Beach, Florida. He is a very athletic quarterback. Can hurt you with his feet as much as his arm. High backfield from their own 19. Schaefer hands it off. And falling down in the backfield at the 18-yard line is Cedric Houston. They spot his knee down at the 18. Houston tried to get up and run with it, but his knee went down at the 18-yard line. No one brought him down but himself. That will bring us to the end of what has been a very good first quarter for Auburn. The Tigers lead the Volunteers in Knoxville 14-3. Before we go to the second quarter, 14-3, Auburn leading Tennessee. We'll go to the sidelines and Quentin Riggins.
Thanks, Rod. I wish you could be down here looking at the faces of these Tennessee fans, shock and awe. Even when Ronnie Brown fumbled going into the end zone during the mayhem, looking on these Tennessee fans, they were sitting on the edge of their seat with disbelief, their mouth open. I'm not kidding. I wouldn't exaggerate that. Now, another point, defensively, guys, Tennessee, the running backs are cutting back. They're cutting back against the grain runs of the weak side. The defensive end has to stay at home, stand in the clover, and all the defensive ends have to play. And then the backside linebacker has to run to the neck of the center, and just stay there. The play will come back to them, guys. They will make a ton of tackles if they stay at home.
Well, that's exactly right. You couldn't ask for a better start for the first quarter for Auburn to get up by 11 points. And like you said, you like it when they have to cut back because you know they're not pushing the defensive line 3 and 4 or 5 yards down the field. They're having to cut back.
Second down and 10 for Tennessee. Now moving from left to right as we look at the field here from the press box at Neyland Stadium. Schaefer, the quarterback now. And on second down, Auburn bringing pressure. They got Schaefer trapped in the backfield. He gets away to the 15, to the 20, to the 23, spun down, and ahead to the 25-yard line, Travis Williams. And there you have a great example, a perfect example of how Brett Schaefer can run away from anybody.
Boy, what a play. They had a perfect play call on. Brett Eddins got into the backfield. Carlos Rogers did a blitz from the cornerback position to the front side and chased him all around the field. But Schaefer, such athleticism, getting 6 yards down the field.
All right, 3rd down and 4 for Tennessee from their own 25-yard line. Ball on the far hash mark. Shotgun for Schaefer this time. Snap to the quarterback. And no, and here's the running back. Up the middle, 30 to the 35. Cedric Houston has the first down for Tennessee across the 35. A pickup of 13 to the 38-yard line. It's brought down by Travis Williams and Will Herring. They snapped it right to Houston.
That's a good play call. It's a misdirection draw is what it is. It looks like Schaefer's going to roll out. Houston does a little stutter step and comes back underneath, 13 yards down the field for the first down.
Great job by Schaefer to sell that draw play, and then Houston with the big yardage up the middle. So 1st and 10 from the 38. Schaefer now under center. Play fake, gonna throw, now run out of there and brought down behind the line of scrimmage. Marquise Gunn, the sophomore out of Alexander City, and Josh Thompson collapsing around Brett Schaefer back there at the 34-yard line as we take a look at a Chrysler recap brought to you by your local Chrysler dealers. Chrysler, inspiration comes standard. In the first quarter, Auburn a balanced offensive attack, 67 yards rushing, 71 yards passing. Jason Campbell was 6 of 7 for 71 yards and a touchdown, and Auburn with a 14-3 lead after 1 quarter of play. But Tennessee with the football, 2nd down and 14. In their own territory at the 34. Play clock winding down as Schaefer checking off. Down to 3, down to 2, down to 1. Just got it off. Drop back Schaefer, unloads as he's hit. Deep downfield, and it's intercepted! Auburn intercepts it at the 31-yard line. Junior Rosegreen. Will Herring tipped it right. Check that. Montavious Pitts tipped it right in the hands of Junior Rosegreen, who made a terrific play over here on the near boundary. That is turnover number 2 of 5 that Tommy Tuberville called for tonight.
A poor decision by Schaefer, not the thrower of the quarterbacks. He fake pumped. Auburn didn't bite on it. Montavious Pitts does a great job playing cornerback. Tips the ball just enough to Junior Rosegreen. 1st and 10 Auburn on the 30-yard line.
Auburn gets it back. 13 minutes to go here in the first half of play. And the Tigers have yet really to be stopped by Tennessee's defense. They've stopped themselves one time, but Tennessee's yet to hold in check this Auburn offense. Ronnie Brown, the tailback. He'll look at the play fake. Campbell to throw. Flushed out of the pocket and brought down at the 25-yard line. First sack of the night for Tennessee. A Tennessee defense that is 2nd in the league in sacks with 10, make it 11 now as Paris Harrelson brings down Jason Campbell for a 6-yard loss.
That time they brought a linebacker scraping off the outside to the play-action fake. Jason Campbell, play-action fake. He wants to take the deep shot, but didn't have time to step up and throw it and took the sack.
So 2nd down and 16 now for Auburn with 12:25 to go in the first half of play. From their own 25, moving from right to left, 2 wideouts to the far side, 1 to the near side. Campbell, play action. Long drop back, dumps it off to Brown at the 25-30. Near sideline, 35, cut down, inside, and across the 40-yard line, out of bounds at the 43, a pickup of 18, and that is enough by 2 yards to pick up a first down for Auburn. Jonathan Hefney, the right cornerback, finally bringing down Ronnie Brown, who Tommy Tuberville said in his pregame, Ronnie Brown's going to be a very big part of this offense tonight.
Boy, what a play call. He come back with the same play-action fake, but they go with a screen to the weak side to the guy they were faking to. Ronnie Brown, the lineman get downfield and get 18 yards. Good job, Al Borges play calling.
Spotted at the 43.5. Ronnie Brown, the running back behind Jason Campbell. Jason again changing his play at the line of scrimmage. 5 on the play clock. Takes the snap, handoff to Brown, dances for room, and can't find any, maybe a yard to the 45-yard line. Omar Gaither, junior, out of Charlotte, North Carolina, 3rd on the team in tackles, got his first career start last weekend against Louisiana Tech because of the injury to the middle linebacker, Kevin Simon. Jason Mitchell had to move to the middle, and Omar Gaither stepping up to be the starter at the strong side. 2nd down and 9. Cooper Wallace and Cole Bennett in there, 2 tight ends. Daniels and Aroma Shadu. Ronnie Brown in there at tailback. Short drop for Campbell. Flushed out of the pocket, scrambles left, throws it out of bounds. Throwing it away. And a flag coming in from back here at the 30-yard line. Let's see what this penalty is about. Campbell was outside the tackles. That wasn't the case. I don't think that they're going to call him for throwing it away. But Jonathan Wade and Silas Daniels were going at each other pretty good down around the 32-yard line.
And they're saying it's a defensive lineman saying it's against Auburn. How can you have offensive pass interference when the ball's not thrown to you?
I don't have an answer for that. I really don't. I don't know.
They're calling offensive pass interference, but Jason Campbell clearly was not throwing the ball anywhere near Silas Daniels. He was on the same side, but he was 30 yards down the field.
Yeah, the ball went out of bounds around the 45, and Daniels was down around the 30. So that's about 15 yards away from the play, even though it was on the same side of the field. Official still discussing things here. Here's Steve Shaw, our lead official.
They may
wave this off. Do you think they will? Let's
Pass
listen.
interference on the offense, number 85. 15-yard penalty from the previous spot. Repeat, second down.
All right, so that is a penalty. Pass interference, offensive pass interference. Silas Daniels is down there shaking his head.
I've never seen one like that. He looked like he was blocking.
That's
is
all
what
he was
Silas
doing.
Daniels was doing. He was blocking downfield, and it was a pass interference call. Now that's a bad. That's not having your head in the game if you're an official, because
he was just blocking. Stan, he thought Jason Campbell was going to run the football. Third penalty for 24 yards. That's a big one too. Second down and 23. Ball from the 29. Campbell to throw. Across the middle, caught by Aroma Shadu at the 33. Drag tacklers to the 34. No further than that. Jason Allen with the stop. They get a little bit of that yardage back, only about 4. So a third down and 19 coming up for the Tigers with 10:42 to go in the first half. Auburn leading
play.
Yep.
Safe play, second and long. It's going to be third and about 20 to go. You got to think that Auburn won't try to take a whole lot of chances. Tennessee will be in a prevent defense.
Third down and 19. Auburn leading Tennessee 14-3 in the second quarter here in Knoxville. 3 wide receivers to the far side of the field as Auburn moves from right to left, one to the near side. Campbell out of the shotgun. Ronnie Brown in the backfield to Campbell's right, and a flag comes in there. Early movement, I think, by Auburn again. May have been Danny Lindsay
Dead
again.
ball, false start, number 68 on the offense, 5-yard penalty, third down.
Well, it's tough for a guard to jump off because the ball is right there. You got to look at the ball. You can't start swaying backwards. Now, tackle is a little bit tougher, but you can't start swaying back if you're a guard because you just got to watch the ball.
So now back to third and 24. Let's see if Auburn plays it safe here. Up 14-3. Passing situation. Campbell out of the shotgun. He's going to go deep downfield for Aroma Shadu near sideline. And it is caught! Oh, what a catch by Aroma Shadu at the 25-yard line. I don't believe it. Jonathan Wade on the coverage. 46 yards. A diving catch by Aroma Shadu.
And what a play. Al Borges calls, hey, let's give it a shot. It's third and 25. Why not? Jason Campbell takes a 3-step drop out of the shotgun and lets it fly. One-on-one coverage. Aroma Shadu comes up with it right on the sideline. And he goes down, but he had the ball in there before the ball comes out. Good call by the official.
First and 10 Tigers from the 25 of Tennessee. 9:43 to go. Ball in the near hash mark. Offset eye. Campbell hands it off to Ronnie Brown. Tries to cut it back to the left and will be dropped for a 1-yard loss. Like I said, Al Borges is just going to go for broke here.
Hey, it's just as good as a punt. It was 46 yards down the left sideline. If it's incomplete, you punt. If it's a catch, you got what you get. First and 10 on the 25.
Tennessee fans are upset. They thought the Aroma Shadu did not get those feet inbounds.
It was clearly a catch.
It was clearly a catch according to the replay that we saw at least. So second down and 11 now for Auburn from the Tennessee 26. Under center, Campbell hands it off. Ronnie Brown off right tackle to the 20. Drags his tacklers inside the 20. Down close to the 18, maybe the 17-yard line. That is about a 7-yard pickup. Close to 8 yards for Ronnie Brown. And that'll bring up a third down play and a long 2 yards to go. Brandon Johnson on the stop. And Jason Mitchell for Tennessee. We'll call it a 7-yard gain. So let's just go ahead and say third down and 3. Clock running with 8:40 to go. Auburn inside the Tennessee 20 again. 2 wideouts to the far side of the field. Campbell runs the option, keeps it to the 15, and that's enough for a first down inside the 15 to the 13 to 12-yard line. Jason Allen. Auburn is, I guess, Stan, maybe that's only the second time we've seen Auburn run an option this year. This time Campbell keeps it in, and it's enough for the first down.
Boy, and Al Borges is doing a phenomenal job of mixing up plays, throwing the ball when he has to, running it, and they're having more success running the quick hitters right up the middle because that line is getting a good surge.
First and 10 Auburn from the Tennessee 12 and a half.
This defense is confused of Tennessee.
Campbell under center, hands it off to Carnell this time, and Carnell fumbles the football. Or did they call him down? I think they called him down. Yep. His knee was down before the ball popped loose. A pickup of maybe a yard close to the 11. So second down and 9 to go. Spotted at the 11 and a half.
When I was watching that last play, when Jason Campbell came up there and he clapped his hands, the Tennessee defense was running all over the field. They're confused by the numerous alignments that Auburn's using.
So second down and 9 now for the Tigers from the 11 of Tennessee. 2 wideouts to the near side, Obamanu and Taylor. Carnell set up 7 yards behind Campbell. Again, the option. This time the pitch to Williams around the right end to the 10. Lowers his head, gets it down to the 7-yard line, ridden out of bounds over there by Kevin Burnett and Jason Allen. That is short of a first down. They spotted at the 7. That leaves Auburn about 5 yards to go for their first down here on third down.
And a good job by Jason Campbell there. He checked to the loaded option to the wide side because Tennessee at the last minute, they brought a cornerback over there who's supposed to have containment over to the weak side to guard. Good job by Jason Campbell and a 6-yard gain.
Auburn a perfect 4 of 4 on third down conversions tonight. They need just this side of the 2-yard line for a first down. Third and 5, ball far hash mark. 4 wide receiver set, 2 to each side. Shotgun formation for Campbell, and now he'll use a timeout. First timeout used in the half by Auburn, and a smart thing there by Jason Campbell with 7:15 to go. Saw something he didn't like, and wisely called the timeout. Third down and 5 from the 7. Tigers need the 2-yard line. Shotgun formation for Campbell. 2 wideouts to each side of the field. Snap to Campbell. Looking. Now flushed out of there. He's going to tuck it and run. Now he throws out of the end zone, back of the end zone, incomplete. Just nothing there for Campbell that time. For a moment there, I thought he was going to cut it back up in there and shoot for the end zone on the run. He may have had enough room to get the first down, but instead, this will send the Auburn field goal unit on the field here with 7:07 to go in the half. John Vaughn will attempt this field goal of about what should be about 24 yards.
Jason Campbell came in with a little bit of a banged-up toe, but he had Anthony Mix in the back of the end zone very quick. If he'd let the ball go on time, he had another touchdown, but good job throwing the ball away. Safe job.
From the far hash mark, Vaughn kicks it up, and good. John Vaughn boots it through. 4 for 6 on the air. The Tennessee boy from Nashville gives Auburn a 17-3 lead with 7:03 to go here in the first half of play in the second quarter. Rod Bramlett with Stan White, Quentin Riggins, Andy Burcham. Philip Yost kicks it away into the end zone for a touchback. 7-8 yards deep, and the Volunteers will start from their own 20 with 7:03 to go here in the first half.
Well, you got to think you may want to come back with Eric Ainge, the thrower of the bunch, because Tennessee so far, this Auburn defense has to be rested because the offense is doing its job. They're methodically moving down the field. And I think Tennessee is going to come with Schaefer, the runner of the bunch.
Yep, you're exactly right. Ainge 3 of 10 for 34 yards while he was out there. So Schaefer now for a second possession here of the night. I backfield, single wideouts to each side from their own 20. Brown in motion. Hand it off to Riggs, and nowhere to go off right side. Loses a half a yard back to the 19. Brett Edens in there. First for the Tiger defense. And Mayo Sowell now in the game, spelling Travis Williams at middle linebacker. Also in there on the play. And the officials will call their own timeout. An injured player. That's Justin Reed, the tight end for Tennessee. A little bit shaken up on the play, and the Tennessee trainers will come out to take a look at him, standing back around his own 17-yard line. So that will stop the clock with 6:42 to go in the second quarter. Auburn leading the Volunteers 17-3. A battle between two top 10 opponents here tonight in Knoxville. Hard to believe this is the only third time in this series where both teams have been ranked in the top 10 when they played.
I know one was 1990.
Exactly right. And that was that game was fitting to be a tie between two top 10 teams. Only one was ranked third and the other fifth in that ball game. And Stan White was the quarterback for Auburn. Second down, a long 10. Schaefer to throw, incomplete, threw it behind the intended receiver, Chris Hannon, over here near side around the 26-27-yard line. So third down and 11 coming up for the Tennessee Volunteers.
Well, that's where you lose a little bit with Schaefer in there at quarterback. It was a 5-step drop. He hits his back foot, and he throws about a 10-yard curl route to Hannon, but he leads him outside too far, and Hannon couldn't come up with it. Carlos Rogers in coverage.
Third down, long 10. Swain now in there at wide receiver. He'll line up to the far side of the field. Chris Hannon and Tony Brown also in there at the wideouts. Schaefer looking to the sideline, and Terrius Williams showing that he may be coming here. 3 on the play clock, down to 1, down to nothing. Did they give him the timeout? Yes, they did. Schaefer with 1 second, probably a half a second showing on the play clock, uses a timeout. And Terrius Williams was showing that he was coming on the blitz, and Schaefer couldn't change off to the play he wanted. And with 6:28 to go in the half, Tennessee down to 1 timeout here in the first half of play. 17-3 Tigers. All right, looking now at third down and a long 10 to go for Tennessee. From the 19.5-yard line, their own 19.5. Schaefer in the shotgun now. Back split around him. Riggs and Houston. Snaps it to Schaefer. Here comes the blitz for Auburn. Here comes the blitz, Dede, and Schaefer unloads it, dropped by Riggs at the 25-yard line. Pass was a little low, but catchable. And Riggs was wide open. If he catches it, he's got the first down. He gets at least the 5 yards needed after that. But Auburn's pressure that time, Stan, the key.
They did. They came with the house and left Riggs wide open, and that's what you take. You take a chance sometimes, but Riggs drops the ball and forces another punt with 6:21 left to go in the half.
Colquitt gets it away high, end over end kick. That will come down at the 48 of Auburn and then take an Auburn bounce. Let's see where the official spots it. At midfield exactly, at the 50. Just a 30-yard punt. It was high, but not very long with 6:12 to go in the half.
Well, I tell you what, too, Cody Bliss out-punted Colquitt last year down in Auburn. Right. Colquitt had a bad night. That's a 30-yard punt, and they needed one.
Campbell hands it off. 50 for Cadillac up ahead of the 45. Pick up the 5 where he's brought down by Brandon Johnson. Second down and 5 to go. Ball just barely across the Tennessee 45-yard line. Single wideouts to each side of the field. Carnell Williams in the backfield. Fake the toss to Carnell. Campbell rolls. He's got a wide open receiver, Wallace, at the 40, 35, 30, 25, 20. Wallace down the sideline, out of bounds, inside the 15, at the 13-yard line. Jonathan Hefney finally bringing Cooper Wallace down, but not before he picks up 32 yards and an Auburn first down.
What a play call again by Al Borges. He comes with a fake bootleg on the sweep. Cooper Wallace out in the flat, easy throw. Cooper Wallace catches it this time, and he rumbles down the sideline into Tennessee territory, down to the 12, 13-yard line.
5:17, clock running here in the second quarter. Auburn leading 17-3. High backfield for the Tigers. Man in motion. And Campbell will hand it off to Carnell Williams. Stutter steps in the backfield, looking for any sort of room. He gets it up to the 10, and a late couple of flags come into that pile. Stan White saying face mask in there somewhere. Ball spotted just across the 11. The officials will sort it out. Auburn clapping.
When your back judge and your head referee throws at the same time, more than likely.
Here's Steve Shaw.
Personal foul, face mask, number 92 on the defense. The penalty will be half the distance to the goal. Automatic first down. It'll be first and goal.
Anytime you have your head referee who's behind the offense and your very back judge who's behind the defense throws at the same time, they've seen more than likely a face mask. That time he pulled Carlos down, and just 15 yards or half the distance.
First and goal from the 5. That was Justin Harrell who got called for the face mask. Auburn knocking on the door again. Here's Campbell handing it off to Carnell Williams. He is in! Touchdown, Tigers! Cadillac Williams from 5 yards out. 23-3. Jason Allen once again, this time getting run over by number 24. Last time he was run over by number 23. And Auburn has blown this one open in the first half, leading 23-3 with 4:48 to go.
Marcus McNeil, left tackle. Ben Grubbs, left guard. Jeremy Engel at center. Good job blowing out the left side. And Jason Allen is going to get another tackle, but no thank you, Carnell Williams for 6.
Vaughn for the extra point. It's up. And this one is good as well. 24-3 Auburn. How about them Tigers with 4:48 to go here in the first half of play. Tigers kick it away. Philip Yost kicking from right to left. Booms another one into the end zone and out of the end zone on one hop. Touchback, and Tennessee will start at their own 20-yard line, Stan.
So far, now this is the #1 offense in the SEC, and there's a long way to go, but tonight, Jason Campbell, 10 of 12, 171 yards. Auburn with 265 yards against the #1 offense in the conference, 74 yards. Now, it is early. There's no question about it, but you couldn't ask for a better performance so far from this Auburn football team.
All right, Schaefer in there for a couple of drives, but now Eric Ainge is back in there as the starting quarterback for Tennessee, working with 4:48 to go here in the first half of play. From their own 20, high backfield. And a handoff to Houston, looking for the left end. Nowhere to go. Stanley McClover really did a great job to shed his blocker over there and wrap up the tackle. Wow.
And
stop for no gain.
That's against a guy named Munoz at left tackle. Stanley McClover. Now they're trying to get out of the huddle in a hurry to get to the next play call to confuse Auburn.
Second down and 10. From the 20. Ainge changing his play with 15 seconds. Still plenty of time on the play clock. High formation for Ainge. Drops back to throw across the middle, and actually near side caught by Brett Smith. Looked into the middle and then threw right near sideline over around the 31-yard line. That's enough for a first down, a pickup of 11. Junior Rosegreen on the tackle. Clock at 3:59 is a change move.
Good throw by Ainge, but you know he's not as comfortable in there as he looked in the past couple of games. You know, Auburn's putting a lot of pressure on him, and it was a good throw though by Ainge.
First and 10. Near hash mark, ball at the 31. Ainge on the screen pass to Houston. Trapped behind the line of scrimmage, gets away. Flag on the play, face mask over there, I believe, as Houston gets it out to the 38-yard line before going out of bounds. Kevin Sears just got a piece of the face mask over there. And here's Steve Shaw, the lead official, to tell us about the penalty.
Incidental face mask on the defense, number 40. 5-yard penalty will result in a first down.
So a mistake there by the Tigers. An incidental face mask, though, as Kevin Sears was just trying to find a way to get Riggs, or rather Houston, down in the backfield. Fifth penalty of the night against Auburn. So first and 10 for the Tigers, and that moves the ball up close to the 44-yard line of Tennessee.
And Auburn's just been running their base defense, letting Tennessee catch the ball. They got to put a little bit more pressure on the quarterback.
Offset eye now for the Volunteers, but Tennessee to throw. Fired, incomplete. Through the hands of C.J. Phaeton. Tennessee wanted a penalty over there. I didn't see who had the coverage for the Tigers. I believe it was Junior Rosegreen. It was. Or check that, Carlos Rogers, number 14, not number 4. but no flag coming. So incomplete pass. That ball was tipped up in the air, and Tennessee lucky there wasn't an Auburn defender back there to pick it off. So second down and 10 now from their own 44-yard line. 3:33 to go in the half. Ainge checking off at the line. And we'll hand it off on the draw play to Houston. Across midfield. Into Auburn territory at the 48-yard line. Not quite enough for the first. It's Will Herring making the stop from his free safety spot, the sophomore out of Opelika. Auburn leading this football game 24-3, but Tennessee trying to put a touchdown on the board late. Clock running with 3:12 to go. Third down and 2. So a little less than 2 yards for Tennessee. And they're going to try and run for the first down, and I think they got it just barely enough. Cedric Houston, Travis Williams tripping him up. But he falls forward enough for the first down by a half yard or a yard, I believe. We'll spot this one down. Will they even bring the chains out? I think they will. I think it's enough for the first. Maybe not. They didn't get a real good spot on that play, I don't believe.
Tennessee only has one timeout. You know, they took one 5 seconds into the game when Ainge had to call one after an incompletion.
Chains are out. They'll stretch them out, and they're a little short. How about that? Wow. By 2-3 inches. So fourth down and inches for Tennessee from now the Auburn 46-yard line. And down 24-3, 2:51 to go in the first half. Tennessee's going to go for it here. From the far hash mark. They'll put 2 wide receivers out to the near side. Let's see if the Volunteers will just try and sneak this one across, or whether they'll give it to one of those big backs, either Anderson or Houston. Ainge brings him to the line. Takes the snap and the sneak, and he's got it. Saw Ainge sneak earlier and fumble the football down at his own goal line. That time he executed the play a little better, and it's enough for the first down by a little more than a yard, just across the 46. So first and 10, Tennessee. Clock stops while they move the chains with 2:40 to go. Tennessee in Auburn territory, trailing 24-3. 2.5 minutes to go as Ainge steps under center. On first and 10, quick pass incomplete, and the intended receiver was C.J. Fate. Check that, Chris Hannon, number 15 or 13 for Tennessee, and that pass was too high for him to handle, and he felt somebody coming in his back door there. Will Herring, I believe it was, and he decided to pull those arms down and not take the shot there. So an incomplete pass, second down and 10. Again from the Auburn 46. Ainge to throw. Here comes the blitz, and he throws it incomplete. Nobody near the play. It hit the ground at the 36. The Auburn sideline pleading for a flag from the line judge. The nearest receiver was number 9, Brett Smith, and he was sprinting downfield around the 25 or 20-yard line.
Well, and that's one that Stan Shaw was looking at his quarterback because he got hit, and he just threw that thing away, and there was no one at all. Stan Shaw never looked down to get some help from his referee because there was no one around the ball, and he was not outside the pocket.
Karibi Dede put a hit on Ainge at the end of that play. So third down and 10 to go. 2:18 to go in the half. Ainge out of the shotgun for the Volunteers. Looks right, throws left on the screen. It's caught at the 45-40. Down the sideline and knocked out of bounds for a first down. Inside the 35 to the 33 is Chris Hannon. Pickup of 13, enough for the Tennessee first down, and it stops the clock now with 2:10 to go in the half.
That was a good play call. It was a quick screen to the weak side. Ainge took the half roll, came back out to his wide receiver to the weak side, and the blocking got out in front, and Hannon was able to get downfield for the first down.
First and 10, Tennessee. Ball far hash mark from the Auburn 33. Ainge throws, and it is tipped. And is it intercepted? Yes, it is. Travis Williams comes up with a pick, the third turnover of the night for the Tigers. Travis Williams Coach Tommy Tuberville said in the middle of the week, we got to start getting more interceptions out of our linebackers. He gets one there at the 32-yard line.
And a big play. The ball was tipped at the line of scrimmage. Looked like it hit off an offensive lineman, actually, or maybe Wayne Dickens. And Travis Williams comes up with the third turnover of the day for Auburn.
Wayne Dickens got that big old left hand up in the air and deflected it right to Travis Williams. So Auburn gets the ball back with 2:05 to go here in the first half of play, leading 24-3. Offset eye for Auburn. Campbell on the fake. He's going to throw on first down. He's going to throw deep for Brown. Brown catches it. He's inside the 35 to the Tennessee 30. Oh, my goodness. Campbell to Brown.
And what a throw by Jason Campbell. He could not have put it any better. 38 yards down the field, the play action fake, and he goes right to the guy he faked it to. Ronnie Brown has the best hands on the team. And what a lofted pass, Jason Campbell to Ronnie Brown over the defenders. 38 yards, Auburn once more.
Tigers want to put this thing in the end zone one more time before half. 1st and 10, Auburn from the Tennessee 30. Moving from right to left, Campbell will hand it off. This is Carnell Williams, and he's trapped in the backfield, brought down for a yard, maybe a 2-yard loss. Carnell Williams with 13 carries and about 55 yards rushing in the first half. Antonio Reynolds, a freshman for Tennessee, bringing down the Cadillac. The clock continues to run here with a minute 24, minute 23. Ball at the 31-yard line. Second down play coming up for Auburn. Between the hash marks for the Tigers. A single wide out to the near side. Now a man in motion. That's Derazan from left and then back to right. Fake by Campbell down the middle of the field. Ronnie Brown too high, just out of his reach, incomplete. Down the middle of the field near the goal line. Oh man. Auburn smells blood. They smell the kill. And that time Campbell just overthrew Brown, incomplete.
Let me tell you, Ronnie Brown is an integral part of this offense tonight. They've thrown the ball to him, I think, about 7 times so far. First one incomplete. Good job right there. But they are not going to sit trying to take 3 points. They're giving shots to the end zone.
Campbell has 5, or rather Brown has 5 catches for 77 yards. And Tennessee's got to use their last timeout. I don't know if they know what's coming next. A minute 1 to go. Timeout on the field called by the Volunteers, and Auburn leading 24-3. Third down and 11 for Auburn from the 31-yard line of Tennessee. A minute 1 to go in the half, and the Tigers are up 24-3. Bunch set on the left side. 3 receivers there. Campbell drops back to throw. He's got a man in the flat. He goes downfield. Open Taylor, 15, 10. Taylor speeds to the 5. Into the end zone. Touchdown, Auburn! With 52 seconds to go in the half, the Tigers hit Campbell to Taylor. 31 yards, 30-3 Auburn. Man, oh man, what about this Auburn offense tonight?
Hey, I have never seen Jason Campbell in his 4 years be this comfortable with an offense. He took a 7-step drop, had plenty of time, and waited on Courtney Taylor, threw a strike on the square end for the 6, and talking about putting a boot in someone's neck.
Wow, Vaughn to attempt the extra point. It's up, it's good. 199 straight extra points for Auburn, ties the SEC record. 52 seconds to go, and Stan White, I knew Auburn was going to play well tonight. I felt like the Tigers were going to come out and show their best. But this first half of play, this first 30 minutes, it's been as dominating a performance I've seen from an Auburn football team in a long time.
Maybe since LSU about 4 years ago, 5 years ago.
Yep.
And let me tell you, Rod, I'm looking out in the stadium. It's almost halftime, but people are leaving. They are leaving.
Season high 240 yards for Jason Campbell, and we're only in the first half of play. He's 12 of 15, 2 touchdown passes, 333 yards of total offense for Auburn, 116 yards of total offense for Tennessee, and the Tigers lead 31-3. Man, oh man, what a ball game tonight here in Knoxville, Tennessee.
Boy, it has been. We thought it would be a scoring ball game somewhere in the 20s, but did we ever imagine 31 points put up against an Auburn team where the Tennessee offense is averaging over 500 yards per game?
That's exactly right. Tennessee's offense coming in tonight, averaging 504 yards of offense. That's first in the league. They're first in rushing tonight and coming in at 263 yards, and third in passing yardage with 240 yards. That has not been the case tonight. At least to this point, Auburn has held them to just 116 yards. Here's a little high short kick by Yost, taken at the 12 by Larkins. 15-20, looking for room to the 25, up to the 27. And that's where Tennessee will put it in play after the tackle by Andrew Letts. 45 seconds to go. 4-play drive, 68 yards, a minute 13 off the clock. A 31-yard touchdown pass. Jason Campbell to Courtney Taylor to give Auburn a 31-3 lead.
Let's remember, there's still 30 minutes left, still half a game left. That's why they play 4 quarters. But tonight, Tennessee, 116 yards.
A dominating first half of play for Auburn in every facet of the game. As Stan mentioned, still plenty of time to go. Here's the handoff on the draw. Houston, and he is brought down after a yard gain. Around the 29-yard line as Quentin Groves and Antarius Williams come in to make the stop. Tennessee with no timeouts remaining and the clock winding down to 28 seconds. Tennessee, well, they will have to get one more play off, I believe. I don't know, though. The play clock, I don't know. The game clock is about a half second ahead of the play clock. But I think they're going to go ahead and run a play here anyway. 2nd down and 8. Near hash mark, close to the 30. Ainge hands it off on the draw. And a yard pickup for Houston. Tackle made by Williams and Jackson. And listen to the orange and blue fans make some noise as the Tigers head to the locker room. Up on Tennessee, 31-3, here in their own backyard in the foothills of the Smoky Mountains. Back in Knoxville, Tennessee, ready for second half action. 31-3. Auburn leads the Volunteers.
We have 2 minutes and 10 seconds until this game resumes. We welcome you back to Jordan-Hare Stadium along with Stan White, our entire Auburn Sports Network crew. Auburn leads Mercer on opening night 35-7. We have had rain delay, lightning delay, weather delay after weather delay. And while it is still raining at Jordan-Hare Stadium, apparently the lightning has moved beyond the 8-mile buffer. And we're going to get back to action here at Jordan-Hare Stadium. First down and 10 for Auburn at the 39-yard line with a minute 34 to go. Well, it's actually a minute 33 on the game clock as they've given they gave the teams 5 minutes to get out onto the field and then a 10-minute warm-up period. And we're still in that 10-minute warm-up period. Many folks have exited Jordan-Hare Stadium. Some hardy souls and the Auburn student body are still here and enjoying the night. Rain is still coming down, pretty good clip as a matter of fact, but apparently the lightning has exited the area, and that's going to allow us to resume play here in about a minute. Stan White.
Yeah, and you know, Auburn obviously dominating the game 35-7. The interesting take is that you have had just a few bad decisions, just poor throws that TJ Finley would like to have back. In the last 2 series, Robbie Ashford has come in, so you don't know what's going to happen the rest of the game. You know, one right before the half that was the safety came and read TJ Finley's eyes and was able to pick it off, and Mercer turned that into a touchdown. And then in the third quarter, it was a underthrown on a post route by about 6 or 8 yards, allowing the corner to come back into it, and just one of those throws. And then when Robbie Ashford took advantage of it, next series goes down, nice throws. He was 2 of 3 on it on that series with a drop, and they scored. And so he looked as if, and he may still be about to go in again on this drive. So we don't know what the rest of the game will look like, how the rotations will go.
The game will resume with a minute 33 to go in the third quarter. 1st and 10 for Auburn at the Mercer 39, and Ashford is the quarterback for the Tigers. Tank Bigsby, his 9th career 100-yard game. 15 carries, 108 yards, and a touchdown for Bigsby. 3 touchdowns, 33 yards rushing tonight for Jarquez Hunter. Play about to resume. With Shed Jackson going in motion, the handoff to Tank Bigsby. Puts a foot in the ground at the 40, makes a move at the 35-30. He's to the 20, he's to the 10, he's to the 5, he's gone! Tank Bigsby from 39 yards out on the first play after the weather delay.
Well, I guess that's how you start back from an hour delay. Is handoff, stretch play over left tackle. Tank Bigsby gets through the initial line of scrimmage, cuts it back across the grain and goes 39 yards untouched to go up 41-7.
147 yards and 2 touchdowns tonight for Tank Bigsby. And Anders Carlson is on for the extra point. It's good. Well, that's a way to resume a ball game, isn't it? Man, what a run by Tank Bigsby.
Really good vision there. He went over the left side of the offensive line. Got a good surge upfield of about 5 yards, and then cut it across the grain and just went the rest of the way, 39 yards untouched.
42-7 Auburn. The Sun South John Deere drive summary. 69 yards in 2 plays. It took 44 seconds. Tank Bigsby going 39 yards for the touchdown. Sun South John Deere, preferred tractor of the Tigers. Find your local dealer at sunsouth.com.
That drive actually took about an hour.
Good point. 44 seconds off the game clock.
The longest 2-play drive in the history of college football. 2 hours and 44 seconds.
Minute 21 to go in the third quarter. Tigers on top, 42-7. Deveron Harper, Fred Jackson to take this kickoff from Carlson. Auburn has kicked away from Harper tonight, and Jackson quickly puts up the fair catch at the 5-yard line. Well, a week ago, Mercer just ran all over, literally ran all over Morehead State. Tonight, the Tigers have used the run game. 452 yards of total offense for Auburn tonight, 276 yards on the ground, and there's still a minute 21 to go in the third quarter of play.
Yeah, and conversely, Mercer has 39 rushing yards tonight, so obviously a little bit different of an opponent in this Auburn defense.
First down from the 25 for the Bears. A handoff to Al Wooten, and he's taken down behind the line of scrimmage. Keontae Scott came up to make the stop, the tackle for loss, as number 5, Al Wooten, loses 3 yards on the play.
Nice play by Scott. He kind of undercut the pulling guard out there. And if you do that, you better make the tackle because he had contained. Good job by Keontae Scott going low and taking down the running back for a 2-yard loss.
Jeffrey Emba on that interior defensive line for the Tigers. 6'6", 313 pounds, a junior college transfer, giving Auburn some work in the middle. A handoff goes to number 5 again, Al Wooten. This time he gets some yards back out across the 30 to the 31-yard line. Cam Riley has had a career night as far as tackles are concerned, and he adds to that career high tonight with that tackle there. 3rd and 4 from the 31 for Mercer.
Mercer 3 of 11 on third downs this evening.
Fred Payton from the shotgun. From the right hash mark, 3rd down and 4. Float out to the near sideline. And very close to the first down. Brandon Marshall with the catch out of the backfield. And it looks like he's still going to be shy. Nope, they gave him the first down. So he got the 4 yards needed, first down for Mercer. And the third quarter has come to a close. Mercer 1st and 10 at its own 35 when play resumes in the fourth quarter. Auburn, after 3 on opening night, leads Mercer by a score of 42-7. Stay tuned, friends. This is the Auburn Sports Network.
We always picture the SEC student athlete for their speed, their vertical, their agility, but it's time we picture them for more. For their campus voice, their community outreach, and for the simple fact that 20 years later, they're still someone's pride and joy. More than students, more than athletes. In the SEC, it just means more.
With summer in our rear view, it's time to focus on the best time of the year. And we don't mean football season. Gear up for ample bounties of farm fresh goodness raised by some of the best folks in Alabama. If you thought summer was the only time you could score tasty treats, think again. Fall is ripe for the picking. Literally, from juicy, straight from the orchard apples and pecans to straight from the hive honey. Fall brings out some incredible flavors. Find apples, pecans, honey, and more near you at sweetgrownalabama.org.
The Auburn University College of Veterinary Medicine is the South's original veterinary medical program and the nation's 7th oldest. We are a leader in preparing students for careers in veterinary excellence, transforming animal health care and innovative research and discovery to improve the health of both animals and humans. Independent surveys of pet owners and referring veterinarians rank our teaching hospital tops in the nation. Learn more at vetmed.auburn.edu.
Things we take for granted, ordinary opportunities for parents and their children, can be a foster child's extraordinary. You have the power to do something positive that will change the life of a young person right here in Alabama. Open your heart and open your home to a foster child today. For more information, visit www.dhr.alabama.gov or call 1-866-64-AL-KIDS. Brought to you by the Alabama Department of Human Resources, the Alabama Broadcasters Association, and this station.
Brad Law back at Jordan-Hare Stadium. This game recap is sponsored by Wind Creek Casino and Hotel. With 3 Alabama locations in Atmore, Montgomery, and Wetumpka, you can escape every day at Wind Creek Casino and Hotel and at windcreekcasino.com. In the third quarter, Auburn racked up 102 rushing yards as it extended its lead from 28-7 to 42-7, a 14-0 quarter for the Tigers, which included rushing touchdowns from Jarquez Hunter and Tank Bigsby. That combination tonight has rushed 23 times for 180 yards and a combined 5 touchdowns. Tank Bigsby 16 for 147, 2 scores, and an average of 9.2 yards per carry. Hunter has found the end zone on 3 of his 7 carries, of 4.7 yards per carry average. Looking at the team numbers, Auburn 276 yards rushing, 452 yards of total offense. Mercer 97 yards through the air, 45 on the ground, and 142 yards of total offense. As we get set for the fourth quarter now, it's Auburn 42, Mercer 7 for the final 15 minutes. Again, Andy Burcham and Stan White.
All right, Brad, thank you. 1st and 10 for the Bears at their own 35. Moving away from the press box, moving towards the north end zone. Mercer Bears, 1st and 10 at the 35 inside the right hash mark. Roble goes in motion, turn and a handoff. Hit behind the line of scrimmage. Al Wooten's going to lose yards. Eka Leota was there. Jeffrey Emba was there. A host of Tiger tacklers. And it will be a loss on the play for Al Wooten II out of Memphis, Tennessee.
And that was just an old-fashioned handoff under center. They call it a hunt play, just basically taking it over left guard, trying to sneak it in there. It didn't get anywhere, just barely got back to the line of scrimmage.
Lost about a half yard. Here's a floater out to Roble. Roble gets back to the line of scrimmage, but it is taken down immediately. Owen Papo and Keontae Scott lead the charge for the Tigers. DJ James as well. And now 3rd down and 9 for Mercer, which is starting to hurry up the offense a bit. Tonight, Mercer 4 of 12 on 3rd down. Roble goes wide to the wide side of the field. That's the Auburn sideline. Fred Jackson joins him there. Peyton works out of the shotgun alongside Al Wooten. On 3rd down and 9. There's the snap. Good pressure. Peyton gets away from the first Auburn player. Up the sideline and run out of bounds by Cam Riley at the 41-yard line. Derek Hall with the pressure. Riley finished him off for his 12th tackle of the night. That's a career high for Cam. And it brings up 4th down in a punting situation for Mercer.
You got to give Peyton the credit there. Just keep fighting for his team. Down 42-7. He was able to get loose and get about 8 yards, but well short of the 1st down.
Keontae Scott to return the punt. He stands at the Auburn 24-yard line to take this punt from Trey Turk. High snap, it's over his head. On the turf, back at the 5-yard line. He tries to punt it, he does, He punts it about to midfield.
And you're going to get a flag.
And Auburn may have roughed the punter, Turk, in the end zone.
Now, here's my question. If a ball is punted and it's a bad snap, does it not become a free ball? Can you still have roughing if it's clearly a bad snap or if it's fumbled? I honestly don't know the exact rule on it, but I always thought if the
Running into the kicker, number 51, defense, 5-yard penalty, results in a first down.
They needed 5. They needed 4 yards for the first down.
I clearly don't understand the exact rule, but I always thought that if it was a bad snap or a fumbled snap, then that rule roughing and running into was off the table. But I'm clearly wrong about that because they called running into the kicker. But I always felt that if it was a bad snap or over his head, that was off the table, but clearly it's not.
Auburn's Brian Harsin talking with Steve Marlowe, the referee. And Mercer's drive will continue.
Maybe the punter has to
46.
initiate to try to fake it or something. I'm not sure, but clearly it was a running into, and he did. He ran into the kicker pretty hard.
They shift the line of scrimmage. They shift the line. Fake handoff. Peyton back to throw across the middle, and it's complete at the Auburn 40-yard line. They give him to the 35-yard line. That's Devron Harper with the catch. Caden Bridges covering on the play.
Outside receiver did a clear out post. Harper came on a corner route right behind him. Good touch throw by Peyton to get it out there for the first down throw.
First and 10 for Mercer at the Auburn 37-yard line. Clock rolling with 12:42 in the fourth quarter of play. Peyton from the shotgun. Harper, the man in motion. Handoff goes to Austin Douglas, and he stood up at the line as we pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Auburn Sports Network. Two-yard gain for Douglas before he was brought down by Auburn's Owen Papo. Second down and 8 from the Auburn 35 for Mercer from the left hash mark. Douglas flanks Peyton to his right. Harper in motion. Handoff goes to Douglas, and Douglas gets inside the 30-yard line down to about the 29 before he's taken down on the play by Cam Riley.
Another good hard run by Douglas over the left side. Got about 6 yards, 7 yards on that play, setting up a third and short.
From the 29-yard line, third down and a short 2 for Mercer. Clock rolling at 11:28 in the fourth. Auburn leads 42-7. Out of the shotgun, Peyton turns. He hands the ball to Douglas. He's got the first down. Douglas going behind the left side of that offensive line for Mercer. And plenty of room for the first down. He's down to the 25-yard line. First and 10 Bears from the Auburn 25. This drive kept alive after a snap over the punter's head. Turk did a great job just to get the punt off. He was run into. They needed 4 yards. They got 5 on the penalty. And the drive continued. Peyton play action out of the shotgun with time. Now rolls towards the Mercer sideline, now to the Auburn sideline. Gets some pressure from Cam Riley, and Riley brings him down at the 25-yard line. Very little gain for Peyton and a nice open field tackle for Cam Riley, who's having a heck of a night tonight for the Tigers.
Boy, he really is. I mean, he has broken all of his individual records. What is that? 14 tackles on the night.
His career high was 5 against Houston in the bowl game last summer, or the last December. Second and 10 from the 25.
15 tackles on the night. Wow.
Play action, pressure. Leota pressure to Peyton, and Peyton's attempted pass was incomplete. Intended for number 82, Andrew May, but Leota got free and nearly had the sack on Fred Peyton.
Well, there's a lot of experience on that front line of Auburn. Leota, the transfer from Northwestern, right? Northwestern.
Yes, indeed.
Derek Hall, a multi-year starter. Marcus Harris. The newcomer, Jason Jones, transfer from Oregon.
Yeah, Jason Jones and Marquise Burks are in the middle of that defensive line right now, with Leota and Hall flanking them to the outside. Out of the shotgun, Payton, it's the quarterback draw, and now he floats it out to the near side. The pass is complete to Austin Douglas. He gets inside the 20 to the 18-yard line.
A late flag come in by the White Hats, a holding.
Stops the clock with 9:51 in the fourth quarter, and Auburn up 42-7. Auburn with 452 yards of total offense tonight. Mercer 184.
Offense number 50, 10-yard penalty, third down.
Cedric Richardson, the right guard, called for the hold. And that will take it back to the 25-yard line where it's third down and 10. Double wide receivers, wide side of the field. That's the right.
It looks like they have an update. Third and 20 now, yeah, because I was looking, I was like, man, that's a long 10.
Third and 20 from the 35. Payton from the gun throws it across the middle, and it's complete down to the 10-yard line. Pass complete to Trey Atkins, a grad student out of Simpsonville, South Carolina, and a transfer from South Carolina.
Wow, third and 20, and a receiver got down the sideline for a 25-yard catch to move the chains to the 9-yard line. First and goal.
First down and goal for Mercer. Ball at the left hash mark. Payton works under center. Douglas is the tailback. Turns and hands the ball to Douglas. Tries to get to the Auburn boundary. Stays on his feet. Took a big-time pop. Colby Wooden was there for the Tigers. So is Eugene Asante for Auburn. A gain of 3 on the play. Second and goal from the 6. Couple big plays in this drive for Mercer.
Yeah, and a conversion on a 5-yard running into the kicker penalty kept this drive alive.
Second and goal from the 6. Payton looks and he floats it out to Al Wooten the second, and a flag is down.
False start. Offense number 5. 5-yard penalty. Second down.
Wooten kind of stood up and then stopped. If he stands up and just goes in motion, I think he's all right.
Yeah, he either had to completely stop and reset himself or keep going. He kind of did a herky-jerky motion and then just started going, and that's what prompted the flag. If he would have just completely stopped again and started, he would have been fine.
So second and goal from the 11 now. Double wide receivers to the wide side of the field. That's the Mercer sideline. Auburn shows blitz. Auburn brings a blitz. Payton floats it across the middle, and it was deflected in the backfield for Auburn. Dylan Brooks got a paw on that one. And it will be third and goal from the 11 for Mercer.
Well, Auburn is not lacking in size on their interior this year. Imba, 6'6", 313-pounder. Jason Jones, transfer from Oregon, 6'6", 328 pounds. Marquise Burks, the vertically challenged one, he's 6'5".
Third and goal from the 11. From the left hash mark, Payton calls signals in the shotgun.
Delayed game. Offense. 5-yard penalty. Third down.
Third and goal from the 16 for Mercer, with 8:13 to go in the fourth quarter. Hats off to the folks that are still in the stands, including the Auburn University Marching Band. Third and goal from the 16 for Mercer. Steiner comes on the blitz. Payton looks and he throws it to the end zone over the head of Davron Harper. He was looking for a penalty. It was not coming on the play. Good coverage by Keontae Scott.
Yeah, a bit of an overthrow right there. It was a little quick double move. Harper was able to get by with Scott using his height. His 6-foot nickel safety forced that overthrow, and now a field goal attempt.
Devin Fulser was 10 of 17 of field goals a year ago. This will be his first attempted field goal this season from 33 yards out. The snapper is Reed Brass. The holder is Trey Turk. Snap down, kick is on the way, and the kick is good.
Nicked off the upright.
So 7 minutes, 49 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter play. Mercer has its second score of the night. 33-yard field goal from Devin Fulser. Auburn 42, Mercer 10. Stay tuned. Auburn football continues in a moment.
Most creatures blend in with their natural surroundings. However, one North American beaver colony is doing anything but. This group, having discovered new Yellowwood Protector semi-transparent stain and water repellent, has coated their lodge in a lovely smoky grey colour. Modern look and powerful protection, backed by the yellow tag. Well done.
Introducing the first stain worthy of the yellow tag. Yellowwood Protector semi-transparent stain and water repellent. Find a dealer near you.
With summer in our rear view, it's time to focus on the best time of the year, and we don't mean football season. Gear up for ample bounties of farm fresh goodness raised by some of the best folks in Alabama. If you thought summer was the only time you could score tasty treats, think again. Fall is ripe for the picking. Literally, from juicy, straight from the orchard apples and pecans to straight from the hive honey. Fall brings out some incredible flavors. Find apples, pecans, honey, and more near you at sweetgrownalabama.org.
Get your ice cold Bud Light Seltzer here. Even though you can't go to the game, doesn't mean the game can't be brought to you now here. Just go to budlight.com/delivery. That's budlight.com/delivery.
Give me 2 mangoes.
Coming at you. It's a little short. Ow. Sorry. You know what? I'm just going to walk them over to you.
Whenever there's a game to watch, there's a Bud Light there. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, and Bud Light Seltzer. IRC Beer in Texas, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey Auburn fans, Hibbett and City Gear have all the hottest brands. Nike, Adidas, Jordan, and many more. Check out a Hibbett or City Gear store near you, or visit Hibbett.com for the latest sneaker drops, trending denim, and fashion-forward apparel and accessories. Hibbett and City Gear have the apparel and footwear hookups you need to keep the entire family fresh, toe to head. Hibbett and City Gear, proud sponsor of Auburn football. War Eagle.
$7:49 to go in the fourth. Auburn 42, Mercer 10. Let's go down to Ronnie Brown for a Cook's Pest Control sideline report.
All right, guys, as we matriculate through this second half, the last couple drives, obviously Auburn, after a long weather delay, it was pretty much an hour-and-a-half drive, and then you get an extended version of that with the Mercer Bears. Their offense was extended by running into the kicker, which was an odd play, but all in all, the game is still going, and everything's good down here on the sideline. Guys are excited about this second half, or this finishing up this game strong.
Very short kick, fielded at about the 16-yard line by Jarquez Hunter. Hunter gets stood up, spins, sent backwards, and he goes down at the 29-yard line. He got hit about the 33, bounced back, tried to spin, and they pursued him well. So 1st and 10 for Auburn. With 7:39 to go in the fourth quarter, and the Tigers leading Mercer on opening night 42-10. Auburn, San Jose State, Saturday night here at Jordan-Hare Stadium. That's a 6:30 kickoff. Our coverage on the Auburn Sports Network, starting with the Tiger Tailgate Show presented by Conecuh Sausage, begins at 3:30 next Saturday. First down and 10 for Auburn at the 29. Robbie Ashford, the quarterback for the Tigers. Damari Alston with the carry. Alston hit at the line of scrimmage, and he gets to the 30-yard line before he is brought down on the play. Solomon Zuboro with the tackle. A gain of 1 for Auburn. 2nd and 9 from the 30. Keandre Jones, Cam Stutz, Jalil Irvin, Alec Jackson, Jeremiah Wright, Brendan Coffey. Among those on the offensive line right now for the Tigers. Jalil Irvin, the center right now for Auburn, working out of the shotgun. Good snap. Ashford floats it out to Damari Alston, 35. Alston has a first down across the 40 and gets out to the 43-yard line. Damari Alston, 5'9", 209, showed some power on that 13-yard catch and run.
Yeah, a little slip screen, blocking by the wide receivers, nice blocking downfield, real power running. He's a low center of gravity guy, 5'9", 209-pound freshman.
1st and 10 from the 43 for Auburn from the gun. Ashford turns and he hands to Alston. And illegal procedure.
False start. Offense, number 55. 5-yard penalty. First down.
Brendan Coffey called for the false start. 1st and 15 now for the Tigers. Back at the 38. 6:36 and counting now remaining in the 4th quarter on opening night. Did we ever get a total on the weather delay? It was a lengthy one though, wasn't it?
It was.
About 90 minutes.
Yeah, it was a good. It was a good hour and 20 or so.
1st and 15. Ashford rolls to his right, in and out of the hands of the intended receiver, Damari Alston, and then in and out of the hands of a T.J. Moore coming up from the secondary.
Yeah, that's one where it's a fake and a roll toward the fake, where basically the back becomes your flat route. He gets it to him a little bit quicker. He may have a chance to run with it. Ashford looked downfield and checked back to the short route. And the defender was right there to hit Alston as it tipped away.
2nd and 15 for the Auburn 38. As we approach the 6-minute mark of the 4th quarter, Alston from the gun drops and he throws across the middle. It's complete. John Samuel Shanker, a one-handed catch inside the Mercer 40-yard line.
Well, it looked as if that ball was not high enough, but it was right there, 23 yards down, and it was kind of a trail route, a little out and up route by Shinker with a follower, and good timing by Ashford because it looked as if it went right by a linebacker in coverage.
To the Mercer 39-yard line, 1st and 10 for Auburn. Since that second interception by T.J. Finley, it has been all Robbie Ashford at quarterback for Auburn. Under center, takes the snap from Jalil Irvin. Hands the ball to Damari Alston. Alston hit behind the line of scrimmage, stays on his feet though, gets back to the line of scrimmage, and then another yard on the play for Damari Alston. Second down and 9 for the Tigers with 5:12 and counting in the 4th quarter, and Auburn leading 42-10. From the Mercer 38, 2nd down for Auburn. Ashford from the shotgun. Pitch to Jarquez Hunter. And Hunter taken down at the line of scrimmage. Good shoestring tackle by Zap Hopkins, who's from Madison, Alabama, on the stop.
Yeah, that was a nice open field tackler on a good running back. You said Hopkins, 6 foot, 215-pound senior from Madison.
3rd and 9 for Auburn at the Memphis 38. Shed Jackson to the Auburn boundary. Coy Moore and Chick Dawson. Now Dawson comes in motion towards the Auburn boundary from the right hash mark. Out of the shotgun, Ashford looks and he throws up the sideline. And it's a little bit behind Chick Dawson up the sideline.
Yeah, that was a wheel route. It was a tick underthrown by Robbie Ashford on that one. And it was pretty good coverage downfield, but it was clearly an out and up route. And Robbie Ashford just didn't get enough on it to give Dawson a chance. And it looks as if they may go for this here on 4th down and 9.
4th and 9 from the 38. Ashford from the gun. Double wide receivers, wide side of the field. That's the boundary to Mercer. Ashford to throw. Now rolls out to his right. Looks up the sideline, and he goes out of bounds, shy of the 1st down. And that will give the ball over on downs as he is inside the 35 to the 34-yard line. Stops the clock with 3:50 to go in the fourth quarter. And Auburn on top by a score of 42-10. So Mercer takes over on downs. Timeout on the field. Auburn 42, Mercer 10. 3:50 to go in the fourth quarter. Stay tuned. This is the Auburn Sports Network.
Check out the Talking Tigers podcast wherever you listen to podcasts. The Talking Tigers podcast is a series of one-on-one interviews hosted by the voice of the Tigers, Andy Burcham. Each week, Andy is joined by a featured guest with Auburn ties from athletics, entertainment, and other walks of life. Past legends and present trailblazers, insightful and entertaining. It's the Talking Tigers podcast with Andy Burcham. Like and subscribe wherever you listen to podcasts today.
Conecuh Sausage is a product we all know and love, and it's the official sausage and hot dog of the Auburn Tigers. Conecuh Sausage is made from the finest cuts of pork, patented blend of seasonings, all natural casings, and smoked over a pure hickory fire for that true Southern flavor. Enjoy a crowd-pleasing Conecuh Sausage dog or premium hot dog while watching the Tigers, and make Conecuh part of your game day or any day. Conecuh Sausage is celebrating their 75th year. The Sessions family making their premium smoked sausage in Evergreen, Alabama. Be sure to visit the new Conecuh gift shop right off I-65 at exit 96.
I've always wanted to learn how to hunt and fish, but I didn't know where to begin. OutdoorAlabama.com helped me get started. There I learned the basics of hunting and fishing, including what's in season and which license to buy. You can even sign up for classes to help you become a successful hunter or angler. Now I'm confident in the woods or on the water. What are you waiting for? Learn more at OutdoorAlabama.com. Go hunt, go fish, get outdoors. This message was brought to you by the Alabama Department of Conservation and Natural Resources.
When you see the SEC student athlete, it's easy to picture the swing, the stance, the form. But look closer, and you'll see the heart, the brain, the clutch lab partner, the avid two-stepper, the pride of a hometown, and a little brother's hero. More than students, more than athletes. In the SEC, it just means more.
3:50 remaining in the fourth quarter. Auburn turned the ball over on downs. 1st and 10 for Mercer at its own 35-yard line. Tigers on top 42-10 on opening night.
But both quarterbacks combined 13 for 21, 212 yards total. 1 touchdown, unfortunately 2 interceptions by TJ Finley. 4 for 7, Robbie Ashford, 100 yards. But he also tagged on 68 rushing yards as well.
Peyton out of the shotgun from the left hash. Al Wooten is the tailback, and the handoff to Wooten to the Auburn sideline across the 40, and a host of Auburn tacklers is there for Auburn. Jeffrey Emba was among those. Dylan Brooks was there for Auburn as well. Mercer right back to the line of scrimmage, trailing 42-10 after a 6-yard gain. 2nd and 4 from the 41. Peyton among the leading rushers tonight for Mercer. Handoff, no, play action. Peyton looks and he throws it across the middle. It is complete to Roble. Parker Roble inside the Auburn 45-yard line, and the first down for Mercer. Clock stopped momentarily with 3:09 to go in the fourth quarter, and Auburn on top 42-10. Wooten Douglas the leading rusher with 40 yards on the night. Wooten 10 carries, 29 yards. Play action. Peyton is flushed out of the pocket, now throws to the Auburn sideline to Roble, and Roble out of bounds near the 20-yard line.
You got to give Peyton credit. He has gotten harassed most of the night, and he's just been able to keep fighting and buy time and just create some things out of broken plays. And
clock runs down to 2:30. 1st and 10 Mercer at the Auburn 20. Peyton on the night, 18 of 32, 156 yards. Play action, and he throws it into the flat. It's complete out there to Al Wooten II inside the 20-yard line. I'll put him down at the 18.
Well, all night long, Peyton's only been sacked one time by Derek Hall. So you got to give credit to the quarterback for just continuing to fight, because he's escaped from about 6 or 7 different sacks.
2nd and 7 from the 17. Hand off to Wooten, and Wooten is spun at the line of scrimmage, and he goes down. Jeffrey Emba got the big mitts on him there. Clock rolls down to 1:46. If you want a convenient way to pay on the planes, get the Auburn University Visa debit card from Regions Bank. Visit regions.com/Go Tigers to order yours. And stick around after the game for the Regions Bank postgame show. Interviews, highlights, scores, stats, and much more. 3rd and 6 from the 16 for Mercer. That's the Auburn at 16. Peyton to throw. Looks to the Mercer sideline, and it is complete for a first down for the Bears. Pass complete to Devron Harper right at the 10-yard line. 1st and goal for Mercer.
But that's a tough one. Good. It was a conversion right at the 10, so they have to score to get. You can't get a first down. So that's a difficult play calling for the coordinator.
1st and goal from the 10. Wooten with the carry inside the 10 to the 9. Marquise Robinson with the stop for Auburn. Keontae Scott was there as well. 2nd and goal from the 9 for Mercer. Austin Douglas replaces Wooten in the backfield for the Bears. Peyton, one-step drop, throws to the end zone, incomplete. Trying to go to Andrew May, who was covered up pretty well. Eugene Asante. 31 seconds remaining in the 4th quarter. Auburn 42, Mercer 10. (42-10) the score. 31 seconds to go in the 4th quarter. 3rd and a goal from the 9. From the shotgun, Peyton drops. He looks across the middle. He throws. It's complete for a touchdown. Devron Harper for the touchdown with 25 seconds to go in the 4th quarter.
You got to give Peyton all kind of credit. He just continued to escape would-be sacks, and he found Harper with 25 seconds to go to make it 42-16.
Devin Fulser out for the extra point. Peyton on the night now, 21 of 36, 197 yards and a couple of touchdowns. Extra point is on the way, and he missed it. So 25 seconds remaining in the 4th. And Auburn leading Mercer 42-16.
Been an impressive night, though. Auburn came in, was really sharp, other than the 2 mishaps on the interceptions. Been a pretty clean night for the most part. 20 yards worth of penalties, only 3 penalties. Pretty balanced, 212 pass yards, 281 rushing yards.
.25 seconds to go on this opening night game. Featured about a 90-minute weather delay near the end of the 3rd quarter. And Auburn on top 42-16. Next up for the Tigers, San Jose State here next Saturday night at 6:30. Our coverage begins at 3:30 with the Tiger Tailgate Show. Squib kick taken at the 23-yard line by Damari Alston, and he's quickly taken down with 21 seconds remaining in the game. Auburn will have won its 15th out of its last 16 home openers. Only lost during that time back against Clemson in 2016, 19-13. Tank Bigsby, 16 carries, 147 yards, a couple touchdowns. Jarquez Hunter with 34 yards, but 3 touchdowns on the night. And Ashford out for the final 21 seconds. Ashford hands it to Damari Alston, makes the first man miss in the backfield. And that, in all likelihood, could be the final play of the ball game. Auburn doesn't have to run a play. Doesn't look like Mercer wants to stop it. And Auburn won't stop it either. And the Tigers win on opening night, 42-16. Stay tuned. Auburn football continues in a moment.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Auburn Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Hey, I'm Charles Barkley. Call for a Redmont and water at bars and restaurants throughout the great state of Alabama. Redmont Vodka, available at select ABC stores and package stores. Redmont Vodka is 8 times distilled, gluten-free, and is made from non-GMO corn. Looking to support a local business? Redmont Distilling is Alabama proud and minority owned. Learn more online at redmontdistilling.com.
Welcome to the land of opportunity, Alabama. It's a place where the jobs are plentiful with great pay, great benefits, and even greater opportunities to show what you can do. Whether you want to build the next great tech product, discover the next biotech breakthrough, or design rockets that touch new parts of space, Alabama is where your career can take off. Incredible opportunities in the fields of tomorrow: aerospace, bioscience, automotive, and IT. They're all waiting for you today in Alabama. Learn more at madeinalabama.com.
Auburn 42, Mercer 16 on opening night. The Tigers now get ready for San Jose State. A week from tonight, that's a 6:30 kickoff at Jordan-Hare Stadium. We're on the air with the Tiger Tailgate Show presented by Conecuh Sausage at 3:30. Stay tuned. This is the Auburn Sports Network.
Andy Burcham here to tell you about our friends over at Truckworks, the official commercial truck dealer of the Auburn Tigers. Truckworks is Alabama's exclusive Kenworth, Hino, and Isuzu commercial truck dealer and the Southeast headquarters for dump trucks, sleeper trucks, box vans, and everything in between. They've also got Bluebird school buses. Stop into their brand new TRP parts store, now open in Opelika, for all your commercial truck, trailer, and bus parts needs. Truckworks, the partner you can count on in the transportation industry since 1978.
Putting together a winning drive
3rd and long from the shotgun.
takes focus, determination,
There's the snap, dropping back.
and that powerful form of energy
Scrambles to his right, looking downfield.
called belief.
Launches it toward the end zone.
That belief in a team, in a community of fans, in each other.
Touchdown!
That powerful energy connects us all. Alabama Power is a proud supporter of the Auburn Tigers. Power for a better Alabama.
Hey, I'm Charles Barkley. Call for a Redmont and water at bars and restaurants throughout the great state of Alabama. Redmont Vodka, available at select ABC stores and package stores. Redmont Vodka is 8 times distilled, gluten-free, and is made from non-GMO corn. Looking to support a local business? Redmont Distilling is Alabama proud and minority owned. Learn more online at redmontdistilling.com.
I've always wanted to learn how to hunt and fish, but I didn't know where to begin. OutdoorAlabama.com helped me get started. There I learned the basics of hunting and fishing, including what's in season and which license to buy. You can even sign up for classes to help you become a successful hunter or angler. Now I'm confident in the woods or on the water. What are you waiting for? Learn more at OutdoorAlabama.com. Go hunt, go fish, get outdoors. This message was brought to you by the Alabama Department of Conservation and Natural Resources.
A win for Auburn on opening night at Jordan-Hare Stadium. The Tigers endure a 90-minute weather delay in the third quarter, beat Mercer by a final score of 42-16. We'll have more coverage coming your way, including highlights, stats, scores, and analysis from Brad Law, Stan White, and Ronnie Brown. Plus, I'll have exclusive locker room interviews with players, assistant coaches, and Coach Harsin. All coming up on the Regions Bank postgame show. For Spider and statistician Gene Dulany, I'm Andy Burcham. Again, your final score: Auburn 42, Mercer 16. I'm heading to the Auburn locker room. Whoa, Regal.
In football, it's important to call the right play. In life, it can be even more important to make the right call, especially regarding termite protection. To protect my home, I called Cook's Pest Control and got the Centricon system. You don't have to live with termites. For a free quote, make the right call. Cook's Pest Control and the Centricon system.
Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control.
Things we take for granted, ordinary opportunities for parents and their children, can be a foster child's extraordinary. You have the power to do something positive that will change the life of a young person right here in Alabama. Open your heart and open your home to a foster child today. For more information, visit www.dhr.alabama.gov or call 1-866-64-AL-KIDS. Brought to you by the Alabama Department of Human Resources, the Alabama Broadcasters Association, and this station.
Hey, I'm Jackie, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is the chicken. It is golden brown, so juicy, so delicious. It's the perfect savory start to my day.
Hey, I'm Matt, and the little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is the freshly baked, flaky, buttery biscuit. When I take a bite, it's kind of like, crispy, soft, crispy. Crispy outside, soft interior, crispy chicken. There's really nothing like it.
Start your day with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit, available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real Chick-fil-A guests paid for their testimonials.
In SEC sports, the ifs come at you every minute. What if your QB had released the ball a second earlier? What if the head coach hadn't used his last timeout? What if your team goes all the way this season? If you love the tradition, if you live for the rivalry, if you can't wait each week for the absolute edge of your seat action, Regions is right there with you as the official bank of the SEC.
Regions can't help you with the F's in sports. Regions helps you embrace the F in life.
Member FDIC.
Opener 42-16 over Mercer. Stam, when you look back at this game, Auburn's offense scored touchdowns on its first 2 possessions, 4 scores in 4 red zone chances in the first half. The running game was strong tonight. Where do you start when you talk about your impressions of this game tonight?
I thought it was very efficient. It was clean. It was only 3 penalties for 20 yards. If you look back at it, every quarter minus the fourth quarter, they scored 2 touchdowns, 14, 14, and 14. First quarter, second quarter, third quarter. They came out really on fire and dominated like they should have from the start. It was up 28-7 at half. Mercer had a little hiccup right before the half. TJ Finley is going to look back and want 2 passes back. And there were 2 picks. And he didn't see the field again after the second one. So if there's any kind of questions going into next week is what's, how's that going to look? They're going to go back and look at the film. And clearly Brian Harsin, he's a quarterback guy. He played it. He has high expectations for those guys. And you clearly hear him talking about they got to go out and perform. Mm-hmm. And so he does not like it when they turn the ball over. So I don't know if that was the reason why we didn't see TJ Finley again. I guess it may be. But we'll see. That'll be the question going into next week. He wants to play the guys. He gives them best chance. And so those are the only 2 plays that glaringly stood out. The holding call was a 56-yard negated run. Mm-hmm. It turned into a Mercer touchdown. Those are little things, but they turn into big things. So that's the one thing you can learn from.
Old Dominion presents Best in the Game. Old Dominion Freight Line works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Auburn Athletics. Stan, who or what, if you had to break down and say was your best in the game tonight?
I would have to go with Tank Bigsby. He had some really nice runs, the vision, the cutbacks. He had 147 runs, 2 yards, 16 carries, a couple of touchdowns. I was very impressed with Robbie Ashford. This was our first time to see him exclusively, and 4 for 7, 100 yards. Had 68 yards on the ground. He showed his versatility, the dual threat action. So I was impressed with that for his first time out there. And so those 2 offensively, defensively, has got to be Cam Riley. 15 tackles, 9 solos. Just really was all over the field. Did a really nice job on that. He was the highlight of the defense.
Certainly was. A defense that limited Mercer to just 74 rushing yards and 2.4 yards per rush. A team that ran for over 300-plus against Morehead State a week ago. That was a key for Auburn defensively, and they were able to limit what the Bears did on the ground. All right, Stan, been a long day. We'll do it again. You know, we waited, 9 months for game number 1? Yeah. And we only have to wait a week for game number 2.
Exactly.
Great job today. We'll see you next week. War Eagle.
War Eagle.
All right, that's Stan White as we release him and get set now for the Regions Bank postgame show. Auburn defeats Mercer 42-16. And when we come back, we'll begin the Regions Bank postgame show. Interviews from the locker room, final stats. Ronnie Brown is back in the booth. We'll get his analysis. We'll get things started with a check of the Yellowwood scoreboard. Plenty more coverage coming up here from the Auburn Sports Network. The Regions Bank postgame show is next.
Exclusive play-by-play coverage of Auburn football has been brought to you by Alabama Power. Our commitment helps deliver power for a better Alabama. Cook's Pest Control and the Centricon system, the unbeatable combination for termite protection. Ford. Visit your local Ford dealer, proud sponsor of the Auburn Tigers. And by Yellowwood Pressure-Treated Pine. If it doesn't have that yellow tag, you don't want it. This is the Auburn Sports Network.